Hello everybody and welcome to Rayl Deal Games. This is one of the final videos of the year and we are 25 years into the 21st century. So I thought it would be fun to rank the top 25 best games from the century so far. There's a couple rules that my friends and I, or at least me, are going to follow in this ranking, whereas we're going to pick one game from each year and there cannot be a repeat in terms of franchises. Those are the rules I put forward to myself to make it a little bit harder. And we did have to break the rules a couple times with some of my friends' lists, but it's not broken that many times. So
at this point, we haven't mentioned the rules because we didn't follow them except for you.
I followed them. I think Jeremy followed them.
If I change Silksong to Blueprints, yes.
Okay. And then Ryan and John did not follow them at all.
Nope, couldn't actually. Someone.
Yeah, John actually had to default. So these are the people who will be joining me for this ranking review or ranking discussion. And that up there is Jeremy.
Tech support.
To the top right is John.
I'm top right, apparently.
And to the right is Ryan. And you won't see his face, but everybody else, we'll be here the whole time. Hello, guys. This is post-editing Rayl here. This is a longer video, much longer than I ever intended. If you only want to check out our discussion for a certain year, or you just want to see the ranking at the very end of the video, everything's in the chapters below. And if you want to split up this video and watch it in chunks, that's perfectly understandable to me. So I hope you enjoy it nonetheless. Because of how we're going to be talking about so many games today, I'm also just going to be putting random B-roll in the background. I'll try to match it up with whatever we're talking about whenever I have that B-roll just lying around, but I do not have 90 games worth of B-roll, and this is a very, very long and free-flowing discussion. So I hope you guys enjoy whatever I got for you in the background. Anyway, so let's go ahead and jump right into 2025. I played 15 games this year, and my favorite game of the year is Expedition 33, which means I am going to talk real quick. Some games we will spoil, so if you don't want something from a particular year spoiled, check the description below. There are some games we are not going to spoil because my friends want to play them and haven't, or whatever. This is one of the ones we will not spoil because I know Ryan wants to play this and hasn't had the chance yet. So I'm just going to talk very quickly in vague terms. If you watched my last two top 25s, it gets a little bit more specifically what's good about this game, but it's a combination of how it uses Final Fantasy IX progression systems, great character arcs, and a good command of themes in a way that the Final Fantasy franchise and loads of other games have not been doing recently, and it really stands out because of that. So that's why this one is going to place this high. This one's my favorite game of the year. It's why it's probably a lot of people's favorite game of the year. I think it's a little bit overrated in how people treat it like it's the second coming of Jesus Christ, but it's not. It's a great game, but a lot of people...
FF10, they say.
What?
The second coming of FF10, they say.
Yes, I would not agree with that, but I do think it is the best game I played this year, at least. There's some things I didn't play, like Death Stranding 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which could have maybe competed, but this was the best game I played this year for sure. And then Jeremy, John, and Ryan, and we can talk about spoilers with this one, all selected Hollow Knight Silksong, although there's a little bit of an asterisk next to Jeremy there, and we'll talk about that again.
I mean, I did actually buy and play through Blueprints, partially to see if I could switch to that. Silksong, the highs and the lows were much higher and lower than Blueprints. My biggest issue with Blueprints was it was very, very dependent on RNG to say, like, could you make progress or not.
It's like a roguelike game. It's like a roguelike puzzler.
Yes, but
roguelike even.
Without like actually spoiling, the whole shtick is when you enter a room, you draft it from a pool, and the house is different every single day. And there was one puzzle I was trying to do where I needed to draft like 3 or 4 specific rooms and have them be near enough each other to interact with each other.
That's not gonna happen.
And it never happened.
I can't imagine.
I didn't need to do it to finish the game, but it was still frustrating. I wanted to be able to do like all the puzzles and not just most of the puzzles or some of the puzzles.
Okay. And then John and Ryan, Silk Song, best game of the year for you guys.
Fucking yes. That game was glorious for me. For me, that was a win. Like,
Game's
11 out of
great.
10.
I've not played anything this year basically at all. I've missed every good. Like I've got Blueprints downloaded and haven't touched it yet. I have I bought Arc Raiders, which I know I'm gonna love as soon as I can actually sink my teeth into it. I've got a lot of stuff that I just haven't made it to. I want to play Evil East Chronicles.
It's a good one.
You know, Silk Song's not like a bad thing to placehold for now. I would say though.
Oh, yeah.
It's an interesting conversation because I started it and didn't finish it, and I talk about this more in one of my videos from earlier in the year. There were a couple things about it that I do want to go back at some point, but I put it down. Some of the run backs to boss rooms. That was really the big thing for me. I get really annoyed by run backs. It's one of my pet peeves, honestly, when it comes to just game design in general. It's not as bad as like unskippable cutscenes or QTEs or anything like that, but yeah, run backs, I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan of run backs. And some of them in this game, like I understand it's not a Souls-like, it's a Metroidvania, and that is part of that design choice, but I just personally did not like them that much. And
talking about the run back for the judge.
The run back for the judge comes to mind first and foremost. But
I could argue about that, but it's not that video, so we'll skip that argument.
But I know that there
I agree, though.
are worse ones than that one in the game.
That's the worst one I saw. I thought
there's a very bad one for the optional content that is actually insane. Like, it's absurd. Like, and they rub it in your face that you can't quit. Though I did learn that there actually is a super secret bench that actually makes it really nice.
Yeah,
I didn't know about.
With as much as I didn't want Silk Song to be this, I have put way too much time and effort looking up stuff for that game. Most of it was after I had finished through to the second, third ending, whatever, like the true ending is.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still a lot.
Yeah, for me, Silk Song is clear cut. Just I absolutely loved it. Loved everything about pathfinding. I liked how difficult it's fight. For me, just overall, just was a 11 out of 10 game for me. It literally was like built for John energy for me. I loved it. It was beautiful.
Paradise.
Yeah, I was like, oh, everything is so good. Like, I'm like, oh, and everyone else is like, this is disgusting. Why are you eating this? I'm like, oh.
I mean, the Team Cherry people.
Brian and Jeremy are like, I'm just like, covered in it. I'm like, oh.
The Team Cherry people themselves said that it's not going to be for everybody.
I mean, that's the thing, is it had so much hype that people assumed it was for everybody, and people who had no right playing a Metroidvania were buying into it.
Well,
it didn't happen with Silk Song or with Hollow Knight as much, I would say.
I think it's the fans of Hollow Knight should say that the sequel to Hollow Knight should be for them. Be like saying, oh, I played through Dark Souls 1 and loved it, and I started Dark Souls 2 and it was just completely awful, and therefore it wasn't a game for them. I think that's the problem.
It's funny you mentioned that one. This is a tangent, but that's it's actually true with that situation.
I mean, Dark Souls 2 was just a bad game. Like
the original base Dark Souls 2 was. Scholar of the First Sin fixed a lot of things, but even Scholar of the First Sin, which I think to date still is considered to have some of the better like PvP elements and stuff of the whole franchise.
Yeah, it's got the best
still not for everybody. So
Dark Souls 2 is like just the bad Dark Souls game. It's not like I still play Dark Souls 2 over every other rip-off Dark Souls. Like freaking.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly, yeah.
I played it. I call it bad, but then I played through it like 3 times, and I haven't played that anime Dark Souls game through once. So
I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
I think it's one of those games I know for sure if I were to play it again, I would do better because I know the pitfalls that if you don't know the pitfall, like the first game like didn't have what Dark Souls 2 does. if you know about those pitfalls, much easier experience.
ADP,
Like, I know
baby! ADP!
ADP, fucking that. Just literally just be like, they should have on the box, like, level up ADP, we know we fucked up. Just level up ADP. Okay, this is turning into a discussion.
It is.
Tangent over.
Dark Souls be gone.
Rhino, 2024!
We're talking about just
Silksong.
games
Yes.
from the whole decade. So every time you guys bring up a title, I've been ranking it to create the master list. So Dark Souls 2 is on the master list now.
Okay, there's...
You
are allowed to,
It
like,
is
Dark
below
Souls 3.
everything.
So far, yeah. So I
I need
mean,
to find a list of games and just mention them by name so Brian has to...
Oh, there's the one that linked to stuff we're not allowed to talk about.
So, with Hollow Knight Silksong, because John's right, we gotta get back into this. My favorite thing about Silksong, and the thing that, even though I didn't finish it, made me really want to, is the exploration. I thought the exploration and mobility tools were on point, and definitely a very high quality Metroidvania in that department. It really comes down to the backtrack. I keep saying backtracking, but boss runbacks, which is slightly different. They're not the same thing. Boss runbacks that were kind of the thing that made me take a break. So
Let me defend that one run back as, like, it's the run back that's like the one, it's like the idiot test, like the can you hang with the rest of the game test.
Yeah, but also...
In a way.
Some parts of it are fucking just stupid as hell.
Yeah,
Like,
but
fucking
Lewis...
jump over the worms while there's an arrow shooting thing that bounces around at the very beginning of each run is
Let me say this.
ass.
yeah,
I wasn't
that's
playing
actually
it. Heidi was playing it. So when she was having trouble with all the basic platforming in the game, you know, it's kind of hard to learn to bounce off of stuff and all these different new Silksong mechanics. After she did that run back, like I'd say maybe 10 times, she was like, it's like a training ground. She never had problems with any platforming ever again. So it's like it's like the get good zone that gets you ready for the second half of the game, where it's like all that, you know.
with
You get good, and then the second half of the game is not really super.
that part specifically.
It's a weird take, but I think that's what they were going for.
It can be a positive aspect of it, though. I mean, if you're forced to do really hard platforming in order to
Just
even
to defend
progress,
that at all.
that could be a way to defend it. Yeah.
I heard it's a lot of the lore based is so many of the whodemacallits in the game. I can't, not actual people, but all the pilgrims are losing all their rosaries going up this impossible climb. So it's like a very lore based why it's there.
Oh, well, because it is a lot of the pilgrims do end up in the poor section, which I want to circle back to that because I do have a lot of things to say about the church there. I really like that church area, the cathedral, whatever it's called. But John actually brought up my least favorite part of the whole run back, which is that little bug at the bottom over the worms that like shoots the thing. Eventually, I learned to like ping pong the thing back at him all the time, which is something you can do. But it's really annoying that they put that one specific one there. It's like the rest of the run back, I actually think there's parts of it that are fun. But I also just don't want to do a platforming sequence before a boss, period. I'd rather just be able to grind the boss. This is something that came up in our, like, Mega Man experience a little bit. Some of those stages are only slightly longer than that run back, and they're annoying when you have to do it to be able to fight the boss again.
I think it's this moment of like, I think it's this moment of them being like, "Hey, the rest of this game's pretty hard. Are you sure? Are you ready?" And if that's the moment that stops you, then you know I think the rest of the game's probably not for you.
I got past that. I explored the whole cathedral. I liked the cathedral a lot. I even really liked the temple
good.
guard
Cathedral
girl
music
at the end.
lives rent free in my brain.
2024.
I like the music and
2024. We have a lot of variety here, so I think we'll just start with B and then we'll go clockwise after that. I put Caves of Quad down for my favorite pick for 2024, which is actually what I put at the end of 2024 as well as my favorite game from that year. I think Caves of Quad is a very well-designed game, but it's definitely a game I did not play enough of to be able to definitively say that to be able to talk about all of its flaws and all of its qualities. So there are things about it that I thought were quite genius. I like the way that it approaches almost like an Ultima style RPG design crossed with Rogue, which is quite well designed.
I've never looked into this game before. It looks interesting.
It's cool. John actually has played it and can comment a bit on it as well. Caves of Quod.
Caves of Quod. Caves of Quod is a true roguelike. And that's an interesting experience. It's legitimately, it's a very unique experience too. Where legitimately it's a game where like there is no mechanics that like if you do a run, you earn achievements that let you do better next time. The only way you can win the game is by gaining experience each run, and the game is brutally hard. It will do everything in its power to kill you, but also conversely, which makes it entertaining, it's brutally exploitable, which is what makes the game really interesting, where you can have really overpowered builds or interactions that can just be insane. And as a result, the game can have really fun, interesting experiences. And the developers have done a good job with the release to make it more accessible, and they have it so that it has game modes that can make it so it's more accessible to people, such as having save, where you can do quick saves, or if you want to do a story mode where you save every time you enter a town. Stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So it's a roguelike, but it doesn't have to be a true roguelike, which I'm very thankful for because it's very story-based almost.
Yeah.
So so the game incentivizes you to want to continue to learn the story. It doesn't punish you as heavily for not, knowing that this cave had a monster that will capture you, create 12 clones of you, and your 12 clones will then kill you, which is a thing I encountered in that game, and was a weird experience. I got absorbed by a jelly that made copies of me that were angry, and that copies killed me. And because my guy was inside of a jelly, he couldn't move. So every action I took, the game goes, "You can't move. You're inside jelly." And I'm like, "I don't know what's happening." And then I just got murdered. I murdered myself, apparently.
Don't you love it when the walls attack?
Also the walls you can make the walls sentient and they can attack you.
It's fun.
If you become a psychic, other psychics want to eat your brain, so they start appearing and try to kill you, and that's a fun experience. So it can be a really crazy game, but it's a bit of an experience trying to get into it. So yeah, I can see it.
For Jerby, it was Helldivers 2 as the choice.
It's a very fun. My brain is just going to call it a sandbox, where it's you and your friends just kind of jump in and do stupid stuff. It's not like true sandbox of like you can do anything, but it is kind of a make your own story in some respects. But it is you are still just fighting bugs and bots.
Very Starship Troopers coded game for sure. I think, have all of us played this one? I played this one a lot.
I played it.
John played it a lot.
It quite a bit.
Ryan, did you play this one?
What, Helldivers?
Helldivers 2, yeah.
Never got around to it. I meant to. One of those things where I downloaded and then I was like, oh.
It's a very fun game.
You needed a friend group to make it happen.
You do need a friend group to make it work. My favorite thing in that game was punching John into a pod of insects below.
Yeah, the fucking asshole. No, I had fun. That game had its fun moments, but also had very, very low lows, which is why it's not on my list. I've had very good times, but also quite a large number of times where I'm like, this isn't fun. I'm not having fun. In fact, I'm immensely angry, and that happened a lot.
So and a lot of that was just the way that we play games oftentimes, which is your schedule is off, so we play it together, and then we're farther ahead, and so you're behind in-game resources. So we want to do higher. Yeah, we want to do higher level content, and you're not quite ready for it.
And thus, I was walking into a fight versus where 75% enemies. If I shot them, my weapons would ping off them. And then Jeremy would go on alone, and Ainsley and Alex would press shift towards the nearest objective. And they don't press shift as in like just like occasionally. They have a brick on the shift key, and because I would turn around and go, "Ooh, a thing," and shoot it, I was behind everyone, and I was alone versus enemies I couldn't kill. And I'm like, ah.
Yeah, I ran off to go collect samples. Alex and Ainsley would just go off to do objective after objective after objective, and you wanted to interact with the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I wanted to play a team game. Apparently, it
scraper.
wasn't a team game. But like,
Allow me to sell you on a game that won't make you angry. A little cute little
I
game
would love
called
that.
Astrobot. It's about a cute little robot. His feet tink upon the floor, and he's my son, and I love him.
You can feel the tink through the
that.
controller too.
What a good game, that Astrobot.
I
need to play
100%ed Astrobot. It was a lot of fun. I do think it's a maybe some people are very hyperbolic calling it the best 3D platformer ever made. There's definitely people who have said that. I've heard it many times. That's a little
can think that.
hyperbolic. It wouldn't place in my top 25 platformers, but it was a good game. It was a great game. It had some really interesting mechanics in it. My favorite was the steel ball, where you like smoosh into a little ball and roll around.
That's a morph ball reference, isn't it?
It pretty much functions quite similarly to a morph ball, I would say. It has some other mechanical features to it.
That's not Sony, is it?
What?
It's not
Oh, it's
though,
Sony.
so I
It's
said-
Sony.
Yeah. Well, the morph ball is Nintendo.
Well,
Right.
yeah. It's,
Astrobot was
They
all
don't
Sony
want that.
references.
yep.
Nintendo does not want to be associated with Metroid.
Nintendo doesn't own being a ball. He can be a ball.
Yes, but it can't be a reference to the Nintendo be a ball.
No, it was not a reference to Metroid at all. It's just a fun mechanic. It had a really cool tree level. The tree level was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
I need to play this. I haven't played this game. I haven't looked at any gameplay for it. All I know is whenever they did the War Game Awards, it was top platformer, Astrobot, Astrobot.
I am
Best adventure game,
Astrobot.
Astrobot.
You're not saying it right.
Wrestling game, Astrobot. Racing game, Astrobot.
Astrobot's a good game.
that's just the way the TGAs
Visual-
work, man. They
visual
always
novel.
do that.
Visual novel, Astrobot. I love dating to Astrobot. It was a great experience. Like,
Oh
it's
my
still-
God. He figured
Everybody
out
was really
the-
happy to see a platformer doing so well. It's just a cute little platformer, and it's all
Yeah.
it wanted to be. So everyone was happy to see it. And it was just a giant advertisement also,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
which is,
Big
which is kind of
advertisement,
cool.
There are a lot of people who are disgruntled about that one winning the whole thing, but 2024, in my opinion, was a pretty just kind of like milquetoast year for games.
What
As
did
like a
it beat
broad spectrum.
again?
It beat Black Myth Wukong. That was the
Oh.
year that Elden Ring
Yeah.
Shadow of the Erd Tree was up, right? And Final Fantasy VII
Yeah,
Rebirth
they
was
tried to make
up.
that a game by itself, which is weird.
Yeah,
They
Astrobot
changed
cleaned that
the
up.
rules to say that it could be nominated.
Yeah, it's that whole year was such an odd year for the TGA specifically, but then also just in terms of releases, it wasn't like it was a bad year or anything, but I don't
Just a weird
know.
off
It
year.
was a kind of a weird year where there was just a bunch of niche experiences all over the place, which is fine. I think that's fine. It doesn't mean it was a bad year, but as we go through this, there were definitely years that had like big title, like Expedition 33 of this year, like we talked shortly ago about. Because even John's pick is very different. Animal Well.
Oh yeah, Animal.
I don't know. Yeah, I downloaded but didn't get to. I gotta play more video games.
Animal Well is a game that's like in my wheelhouse. I don't play AAA title games just by the fact that they're good. I'll just be like, but indie game, I'm like, oh, that's only like 8 hours. I can afford to do that. I really enjoyed Animal Well. It was a cute little game. I really enjoyed it. It had you could tell how much effort they put into just making it into like a secret-filled game. And it was just a fun little delight. If it was like to compete against other games in this list, I would lose immediately. But like if in 20 like Helldivers, I had a good time, but like I decided to Animal higher for me because it was just positive throughout, and I enjoyed the like creative mechanics and weird interactions that you could have. And I love the little discoveries, movement tech discoveries, which remind me so much of Metroid, Super Metroid, where there's tools and tricks you can do that you don't need to win the game, and you can only discover either via their like in Super Metroid, like they give you little animals that'll teach you the moves, but you don't need them to progress. Like the game doesn't outright tell you. There's no little prompt that goes, you can do this. So it's very fun to find like little discovery things. Like if you throw the frisbee and get on top of the frisbee, you can travel with it. You can interact with it. There's like a whole bunch of other tool interactions that like weren't required to beat the game, but like were just super satisfying. And I love those little bits. Just it was a fun little game. I liked it.
I played that one as well. I didn't like it at all. which
Hang on.
kind
Brian sucks.
of which kind of goes in,
Unsubscribe.
it goes into what I was saying about this year just having like it had a lot of great individual games, but there wasn't like a big set of like these are some of the best games ever made, because Animal Well, a lot of people really liked it, and me not liking it, honestly I couldn't even remember why, because I played it on one weekend and never went back to it. But I do remember not being as thrilled about this one as many other people were.
I think Astrobot's great. You said something along the lines of like, there's no huge thing here. It's like amazing.
I don't know. I
think
wouldn't.
Astrobot is.
Well, some years have a lot more of Astrobot
Right.
level
No, it's
games.
true.
Yeah,
I thought
that's why I
Astrobot
love
was
it.
fine, but it just didn't.
He's my little robot son.
He just didn't.
Respect.
He didn't like live up to what I would consider some of the best platformers ever made. He was fine. It was a good game. 2024 was following a what was considered by many one of the better years of gaming, and that was 2023. So that could definitely impact a lot of that impression as well. And Ryan and I both put the same game down, which was Baldur's Gate 3. We're gonna have
And you two
to.
will not be burned at the stake, but me and Jeremy will die.
You guys not choose Baldur's Gate 3?
They did
No,
not.
I did not.
They didn't
I've
play
played
it. So
State your
Baldur's-
case.
State your
ahead.
case. Baldur's Gate 3 does not mesh well with my brain rot.
That makes sense. Never mind.
It's-
That makes sense
yeah.
immediately. I think about it.
I don't want to sit down and commit to like a 60+ hour game just to play it once and be like, but what if I saved the cat as my first option?
That's the best
and
part.
then have to sit down for another 60-hour game for one decision.
I think there's more. You're making a little fun there, but there's more to that game than that. The gameplay is very fun in my
How
opinion.
dare you? This is the tribunal against Jeremy. Fuck Jeremy.
There's so many different little things you can do to change your experience. It's like so wide open.
No, I'm excited. Like I'm
You can experiment so much.
It's a game I want to play at some point, but like, my God, my brain is so brain rotted. I cannot retain the attention to spend an hour in a town, traveling around, going to each character and asking each of their dialogue choices.
Sure.
And I enjoy it, but when it like,
You don't have to do that. Maybe near
but
the
that's how I
end,
play games, and that's
kinda.
why I kind of get fucked up a little bit, because these kind of games that have a lot of side quests, I just feel the urge to do all of them, which takes a game that could be 30 hours to a 60-hour game. And then you turn this game that goes, oh yeah, by the way, the 60-hour game has 500 branching paths. And then suddenly to me, that game
Gotta not
looks
think
like
about it.
I can't. So it's like
I know.
6,000 hours ahead of me, and I'm like, ah!
Brian and I
And then
figured we kind of skipped half the side quest. I still say it was a good enough experience.
Bro, it was
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, I can
I had
imagine
a blast. I moved through things fast. I had
Yeah.
the most fun of my life playing that game, and there's like some moments like when the spider ambushed us or we got bowled over.
Honestly,
Really?
I might just have to just bite the bullet and play multiplayer with people, because otherwise I don't
Multiplayer
wanna
is
play
like you gotta play it.
It was
It's
interesting. Ryan canonically removed player choice from me.
He got what he wanted.
He got there
Which is
first.
actually part of the reason why I've avoided it, because I'm worried about being like, I want to play a story, and somebody's like, I want to do this story. I'm like, I want to do this story.
That's the fun of it, though, because you kind of like step on each other's toes, and it ends up being like a different, it
not
changes
done,
your
though.
experience.
There's some
I'm
beautiful,
sure.
there's some beautiful things that happened, like us accidentally destroying a town.
It doesn't have to be your character that takes certain actions and has certain morality. Your character, you can like vote on different choices and stuff. You can see
Yeah.
what characters voted for, like what they want you to choose, and you can choose something else. And that's like the fun of it, because
Yeah,
your
I can see
character's
that.
doing it, you're not doing it. Your character's like the good little boy, and you can keep doing good little boy choices when you have control. But
When you have control.
but your chaotic friend Brian is choosing
To
help.
fireball a door down because his mouse told him to.
Yeah, Brian's in jail again because he tried to pickpocket a key
Hey,
from somebody.
I was talking to a rat. I was talking to a rat. It said somebody was
It's a good
bleeding,
time.
so I was
But
trying to
gotta-
save that person.
You gotta
So that's-
embrace the chaos.
So that's why I played a game that does feed into my brain rot, which is Armor Core.
Armor
Yeah,
Core
Fires
6.
of
What a
Recon.
great game.
Dang, why
First
didn't I
Armor-
play that?
First Armor Core game I've ever played, and oh my god, was it a blast! Full on arcade experience. Every single battle was just like this, just fun. I was just legitimately just having an absolute blast. We're gonna forget about the guy that has the Moonlight Blade. Fuck that guy. I hate him. That was bad game design. I admit.
I'm trying to remember who you're not talking about Balteus, are you?
Whatever the thing is, it's a tiny little midge that shoots 12 blades at you. When you kill it, you get the moon blade. Not Balteus, though. Balteus is electricity
No,
guy.
yeah.
I want the Moonlight
I don't remember who you're talking about.
All I know is, holy shit, was that a fucking like the first time I encountered that and Balteus, second version of Balteus.
Second version of Balteus I thought was easier than the first, but the first is like the skill check boss.
The first one I actually stumbled in with the right build. I just like the first time I fought him, I killed him in the second try.
I was playing like with
lucky.
one hand behind my back though, because I didn't allow myself to replay missions for money, and I just
you are
through.
Armor Core boy.
I was Armor Core boy. I was trying to play like the old Armor Core games, and I had a blast. I loved it. It was very closely my favorite game of the year. It was like very, very close. If it was just that the S ranking process eliminates a lot of player choice, and then there are some times where it's like you have to go in with a certain build, and that I found was a very big negative because that was not a thing in the older ones.
It was frustrating, that part. I had to modify entire builds. You go in there with the build that you found that you enjoyed, and I had to run with, and then certain bosses just legitimately they hard countered it, and required you to hard counter them to even be able to interact.
Yeah.
So there was times where I would literally just, it didn't feel like I was getting better at skill. It felt like I was just getting better at being like, okay, do I need more health? No, I was too slow. Too fast? No, not enough health. Medium. I'm like, okay. And it's not me going, oh, I learned his moveset. It's, okay, this key didn't fit the slot. Change the key a little bit. Oh, it fit, I won. And you don't have that moment in Dark Souls where you're like, oh, that was so good. I got good. No, it's like I found the right piece. Wait, I knew how to put my Lego pieces together just right, and the guy goes, correct, and I won.
I think it also didn't do storytelling as well as like Armor Core 1 through 3 as well, but the storytelling in 6 was like your normal From Software fare, right? I also felt it was just kind of a bit weaker. The older games handled like big corpo versus small working man much better from a thematic idea. I've talked about the Human Plus project on the channel before, how in the older ones, if you went to like a certain negative deficit in your bills, they forced you to get cybernetically upgraded, and then you have to play the game again from the beginning with all of your stuff, except now you have a natural buff. And that's how they handled like that type of storytelling, which was really cool.
They forced you through because you sucked too much.
And the only way to show that humanity does not need like external factors to help them out is to beat it without hitting the Human Plus cutscene, which is very difficult. So I didn't think Armor Core 6 did that part of Armor Core very well, but the rest of it was really cool. It had some really awesome level design, some really cool bosses, and I'm excited for 7 when it comes out, whenever that is. Mm-hmm. And then Jeremy's pick was also a very From Software coded game, and that was Lies of P.
I actually picked it up and played it this year, and technically I think it's Overture is their first DLC that did come out this year, and I should pick that up and play it. But it's Dark Souls light almost. It's not as mechanically.
You haven't played Bloodborne?
I have not played Bloodborne.
Isn't it the one that's like supposed to be Bloodborne? Kind of. I haven't played that one either.
It's got some kind of Sekiro parry mechanic, right? Like you parry things lightly. Is that right?
So the Bloodborne comparison, if you do a parry or a block and you don't do it perfectly, you'll take some chip damage, and then you can hit them back to heal it.
Okay, that could be.
Okay, that's a very Bloodborne, yeah.
And then you do have perfect blocks, and you have like kind of partial blocks.
Yep.
So if you perfectly block, you build up like stagger on them, and you can do like the full stagger block stuff.
Some Sekiro mechanics.
That's Sekiro there, yeah.
and that's where if you miss it, you take the little bit of damage and you do the bloodborne stuff. Um, but yeah, it doesn't have as much in-depth stuff as a lot of the other RPG type stuff from Soft, but I still enjoyed it. The theming was great. Um, they set it up to expand, and I'm very curious how they'll expand it. Um, just with the post credits cutscene.
And yeah, 2023 was just full of games like that, and Baldur's Gate 3 for me was like the clear cut winner when all things were considered, but there were loads of good games that year. It was just a very high quality year, all things considered. Loads of other people, I'm sure, have other experiences to bring up. 2022 is a much more average year. We'll go ahead and start with Ryan, because Ryan actually picked something I was not expecting for 2022.
Tunic.
He picked Tunic.
Tunic is good. John would like Tunic if you played it.
I played Tunic.
John has played Tunic.
I beat Tunic. I literally got to the final boss and then just stopped. Don't know why. I never went back. I just did. But I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it. It was very fun.
It's a Link to the Past, it's like Link to the Past plus Dark Souls kind of thing.
Kinda, yeah. You can. It has Souls-like fighting for sure.
Mm-hmm. And it's cute, and you can wall scrape, and it rewards you, and it's cute, and it's a little fox game.
What I like about that game,
all accurate.
It's got great music, and it looks great.
What I always thought was interesting about it was the fact that your pause menu is like a 90s instruction booklet.
Yeah, that's like really a fun part of the game. Is I've never seen that before, where you're like collecting the instruction manual. You don't have the whole manual, so you have every mechanic in the game basically already, and you just don't know how to do it because you don't have the manual, and you can't. So you with a page, and it'll be like, oh, you can do this if you hold this button, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. I could have always done that.
And I only played it one time, but it heavily implies by that design choice that you could do a second playthrough and have a different experience. And I did notice that there's several. And there is speedrun stuff, because there's several times I found things where like certain chests or tools or doors that you can open with those tricks you learn from that book reveal items that are required to progress. But way earlier than you should. Yeah, you get the sword.
You find another sword, and it's like, you don't need this. You already have a sword. You put it back.
This could be some negative experience though for whenever you do get the discovery. You're like, oh, cool! I didn't know this trick is. Let me go back to that area, and then you show up, and it's just like, oh, it's just another sword, and you're like.
It's like designed to be sequence broken once you've learned everything.
Yeah. There's positives and negatives to it.
It's like half on my list of I want to play it. I just haven't actually committed to it. Because I haven't actually committed to it. I don't even think it's on my wish list yet.
It's a solid and cute game. It's not quite as dastardly cute as Cult of the Lamb, which was Jerby's pick.
No, that's actually great.
Cult of the Lamb too.
Brian's the master of segue. Yes, Cult of the Lamb is cute in a very different way, especially once you beat the final boss. There's something you can do that is just very funny with it, but it's a very weird mix-up of city management plus Binding of Isaac. And John and I still have to do the multiplayer at some point.
I've only played it co-op, and I had a good time.
I played it partway through a single player.
I enjoyed it. I had a fun time with that game a lot. I like the roguelike mechanic. Once I unlocked the ability that lets you accrue damage each room as long as you don't take damage, I had these stupidest builds where I'd show up to a boss, hit it 3 times with a hammer, and it'd die. They're like, you should have died years ago, little lamb. Weak, whack, whack. They're dead.
How about Big Monk, actually?
Heretic heart acquired.
Talking about heretics?
Yeah.
Oh.
Talking about heretics.
Is this a segue, everybody?
This is a segue.
He's building up his combo meter, guys. He's going to use a super move.
Is it a segue for?
One of my favorite bosses in Elden Ring is Rykard.
Oh.
I thought that's your segue, and I think it's a solid 2 out of 10.
Okay, well,
It's
you
really
know.
ruined it for him. We sat there and we put too much expectations in the segue. No,
I was
wasn't good
trying.
enough.
I started it and then I couldn't think of what the people who are the heretics in that game are called. I couldn't think of
Everybody.
it.
Aren't
Rykard
you
was the
like
choice.
partially a heretic?
Rykard is a heretic, but it's the what are they? The God, I cannot remember who was opposed to America. It doesn't matter. Elden Ring is both what John and I both picked. I initially was going to pick Stay Out of the House from Puppet Combo, but I felt like I
I was on
needed
the fence about choosing Elden Ring too, but I just wanted to talk about Tunic.
I was really going to put Stay Out of the House from Puppet Combo, which is one of my favorite indie developers, just developers in general. But I need to actually finish that game more than once, I think, because there's a lot of different components to it to talk about. So I went with Elden Ring this time because I did play the game through base game and DLC in 108 hours is what it took me to get through all of it. And
Baby hours. Baby
220 hours, still haven't beaten it.
How
We are not the
many?
same.
How many? You haven't even
I'm a wall
started the
scraper.
DLC, man.
I scrape them walls. I scrape them.
Oh wait, you did start the DLC. I forgot.
Yeah.
Elden Ring was cool. It's something I felt way higher about at the like after finishing it and during the process. And the more I think about its design, especially in the shadow of Night Rain, there's some things about it that I like less than I did when I was actively playing and right after I finished. Mainly in terms of boss design mechanics and some of the elite enemies and the way they work. And the reason why Night Rain kind of exposed some of those, what I think are flaws, is because that's all you do in Night Rain. So it's like you repeat it more and more and more, and it just exposes it just gets under your skin sometimes.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It really good. I've had the same experience. Now, here's the thing for me though. I still like Elden Ring a lot. I fucking love it. I played that level like over and over and over again. I freaking loved that game. For me, I would argue that Night Rain just basically takes that negative aspect and then adds like a 10 times multiplier. Because if you die in Elden Ring to one of those bullshit enemies, you spawn, you're back at it, you pick up your souls, you're good to go. It's like you're back to it. Night Rain, you sit there for 3, 6, 6, 7, 8 seconds, watching your character go, "Urgh, urgh," staring at this bear as it wags its ass in your face, roaring at Ryan in the distance, and then you die and you have to respawn 20 feet away, and it feels so much worse. The punishment is way higher for when you experience those bad fights.
I would just say some of those bad enemies are kind of like softened up when you get to do lots of really cool, like scenic view exploration between them, which you don't ever do in Night Rain. You get to like, you'd be exploring and you do a lot of exploring between a lot of these enemies, but Night Rain's just like bash your skull into them over and over and over.
Yeah,
as
quickly as possible.
Yeah, that too. Do it as fast, faster.
Go.
You died. 10 seconds lost. Full runs over.
You can't quit. Keep trying.
Yeah,
There's no quit
so
run button.
stressful.
I really enjoyed it myself in the exploration and stuff. But I was always a bit lower on this game than a lot of people were. It was never my favorite From Software game, even at the highest highs. And there's plenty of others that we will absolutely talk about later. That
I wonder which.
There's many. I have the whole list in front of me. But yeah, I think it's an excellent game. I think the design of it made sense for the fact that From Software was trying to make a game that better appealed to people who were kind of like leery of dipping their toes in the From Software pool. And I've definitely noticed that with a lot of people who have never played this type of game before talking about it online. But there's several components of just the raw design of like the gameplay and the way it interacts with enemies that I think many of their other works do better. But that being said, Elden Ring really is a great game that a lot of people are going to be talking about for decades later, like this is not a game that's going to get passed over unless a sequel comes out that's better, honestly. So it was a great game. It deserved all the accolades it got back in 2022 and the ones that it still maintains to this day. But it is also not my favorite work from them by any means. So 2021 would be one of the weakest, just complete years of gaming I've seen in a long time. 2020 also, but let's go ahead and move into 2021 here, and because we'll start with low discussion first, and then we'll move up to high discussion. So we'll start with my pick on this one, which is Age of Empires 4. Big Age of Empires fan. Age of Empires 3 almost won a year that we're going to talk about later. But I enjoy Age of Empires 4. It changes up some of the design ideals of the series in very interesting ways, such as tying age in advancement to building certain buildings, like cathedrals or stuff like that, which kind of hits the historical theming really much better. But beyond that, I've always been an RTS fan. Age of Empires 1 was actually quite possibly the very first PC game I ever played in my whole life, and this is one of my favorite franchises. I think more people play Age of Empires 2 still to this day. It still gets updates. It would be the Age of Empires game that we're talking about on this list if it came out this century. It didn't. But this one, I don't think this game is bad. It's not as good as 2, but there's really very few RTSs that you can make the argument of being even on the same level. We'll talk about one of them later. And Age of Empires 4 would probably place in my top 20 of the genre, I would say. It's possible. I'd need to play it many hundreds of hours more.
That's not that many RTSs.
You would be actually shocked, John, how many RTSs came out between the 90s and all the way through 2006.
There's probably quite a few, yeah.
There's
but
a
also,
lot.
But if you're like, man, this game that I put my for the top of this year, I maybe top 20 of all RTSs. You're like, holy fuck.
It gets better when you consider that most of the rest of that list did not come out this century. I think it's hard to create an RTS, kind of like it's hard to create a really good fighting game, because they have this very big split between the lowest skill floor and the highest skill ceiling. I would argue it's a bigger split than fighting games, which already have one of the biggest splits in the entire history of gaming in terms of high and low.
You on that?
What?
I don't think anybody would argue with you on that.
Because
I've seen those Koreans play those games.
It's crazy, because not only do you have to have high physical execution, you also have to memorize insane math, at least for for Age of Empires 2. There's a lot of math to memorize, because the difference between 1% or 0.1% increase on something matters a lot 20 minutes into the game. So, but that I didn't think there was going to be a lot of discussion, because Jeremy's has played a lot of RTSs. John's played before some RTSs, but I don't know if anyone else has played this game. I don't think anyone else has. So
not specifically. I know I've done a couple Age ofs, and one of them will be on the list later. I'm curious if Age of Empires has the same like hard counter system as some of the other ones.
I don't pay attention to like
damage.
Well, they do with like spearmen countering horses. They got like a triangle system almost, kind of.
Yeah, but is it like a significant damage increase?
Spearmen will mess up a horse for sure.
Okay.
They are a hard counter to horses.
Okay.
But Age of Empires, I don't pay attention to competitive play. I don't play these things competitively. I've never been interested in it. My understanding is that because of the way that you create armies of multiple unit compositions, a lot of the melees that you get into are about figuring out how to levy that advantage without losing it to a different advantage. So
that's technically true for all RTSs. Is if you have a mono composition, you tend to get destroyed, because yes, you'll kill some of their army faster, but then your entire army will die to their portion that's good against them. So
it gets a little bit more complicated with like unique units, because they break the counter pie sometimes, not all the times. But yeah, it's a cool one. I honestly, for Age of Empires 4 especially, just in general, but especially for 4, I wouldn't be able to talk about high level play, because it's not a RTSs are not a genre I've ever wanted to play online against randos. I like playing against friends that are of comparable skill level. And that's more or less the only way I've played them with other people. So Jeremy's pick, I also don't think is going to cause a lot of discussion here. He picked Loop Hero for 2021. Loop Hero.
I played Loop.
Oh, you played it. Okay, what did you?
I know John has played it.
I've not played it.
Yeah, fucking loser.
Agreed.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't played that either.
Well, it looks
Two
cool.
losers.
Oh,
It looked cool,
Well,
isn't
Those
it?
are fighting words.
Isn't Loop Hero the one that like takes a JRPG fighting like old Final Fantasy thing, and then you just loop around this circle a bunch and get random
Kinda.
encounters?
Yeah.
Kinda. It's not even really random. Well, it's pseudo random, because Jeremy should talk about this since it's
Yeah.
thing.
So the in-game map, like when you're actually playing, is a big grid, and it shows you a random path. And as you place buildings, some of the buildings will have like buffs for you. Some of them will have debuffs, and some of them will spawn monsters every so many days. And as you loop around, the days will kind of progress. So eventually, some of the monsters will pop out onto the path, and when you run into them, that's when you kind of have that JRPG-esque encounter.
Yeah, you
But
encounter them.
it's not like, oh, I'm gonna select and attack and then click to the enemy. I don't remember exactly how it works, but I think you just chose, or it just
They
attacked.
automate. It's automated.
Yeah.
You have no the only interactions you have are the certain choices that get given to you, and what you put down on the map. Your character, when they enter a fight, have a bar that indicates time before an action is taken. Same thing with your enemies, and you can modify with the items and skills you choose. But at the end of the day, the encounter is an auto battler.
Okay.
You enter, and like let's say 6 slimes appear because you had a lot of slimes spawn. Each one has a movement action. They'll take an action, do it, and your character will have an action bar and do it. And that's how the game goes until either you or them die.
Yeah, there's like health potions, I think, that you can use during fights.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
And then I'm trying to remember how you pick targets when you attack. I think you pick them, right?
I don't know. I really don't remember. I think maybe you can pick. I'm not sure. I don't know. I think
It's been a little
random.
while, but I do remember the goal was always to get to a point where you had enough lanterns, I think they were, down, which reduced the maximum number of enemies that could spawn on its surrounding tiles. So you just lower the number of enemies that can be on the path all the way to 0, and then your guy just goes around forever and ever and collects infinite stuff.
That is a build you can do. I've never done. I almost did that one. I've never done.
I think I've heard of
That's
one
rigged.
person that's ever done it.
I that's the idea, because the way the game works is you do loops, you gain resources to build a town that gives you. It's a roguelite game, so those materials help you progress your character's skills and items and what characters you can choose. If you're able to set that up, infinite resources, because usually games set up that you'll die eventually because the enemies will keep scaling with the days. But if you make something spawn, they'll win. I like the game. I had a lot of blast. There are some fun builds you can do. Different characters have different abilities. I like picking the rogue because they're mercenary who take body pieces off the enemies and then sell them in town to get a huge burst of. The more pieces you have, the more loot you can pick from to upgrade your character. And I made a build that would make as many enemies on the map as possible. I would try to fill the map with maximum enemies. Anything that says there's certain things that say if something fights under this aura, it spawns another monster. I'd stack those. So you encounter a slime and then a vampire, a ghost. I get vampire. I get some kind of plant monster spawn, and then I had a ghost thing that says every time an enemy dies, there's a chance to turn into a ghost. And that also can trigger on ghosts, which would become Ghost of Ghosts. And if you kill Ghost of Ghosts, that triggers it becomes Ghost of Ghosts of Ghosts, which is a horrifying abomination. But with that build, so fun. Loop Hero is really.
It's on my
a
list.
fun
It's
little
been on
game.
my list for a while.
It's on. You can get it on iPhone. They have it on iPhone.
I don't like gaming on phone, but I'll play it on Steam sometime.
an
John
option.
is a big roguelite fan. His
I
pick
am.
is a one where I have had many conversations about the rogueliteness of Returnal with John.
Oh yeah.
I like this game. This was a good one. But John, why Returnal best game for 2021.
For me, I guess it just comes. A lot of these lists just come down to is I don't play as many games. So like, this list is like, half the time it was what games did I play? 3 choices. Which one was the one I liked? So you can tell immediately that I'm like, I'm not proud of this. But no, Returnal I enjoyed. I enjoyed Returnal legitimately. It was a beautiful game, very beautiful. The effects on the screen were great. I enjoyed the fights. They were very satisfying fights. The dodging between the bullets. I loved that they had slow movement. I learned, and because it's a roguelike, I love roguelites. I love the experience of getting better at fighting enemies. I would encounter some enemies, get absolutely blasted, die, restart, and then get better at, which I enjoyed. What made this game interesting is they really leaned into the whole what it would be like for the character who is in that kind of environment. What would that like? And this is a woman who's caught in some kind of weird time loop of some sort, which may or may not be real, or may not be a dream, or may or may not be just something created by aliens. The game goes out of its way to be unclear, but it definitely goes. I love the mentality. I love the storytelling for it, which is for me why it hit a little extra hard, because it's like this woman going like, no, I died. How did I get back here? And my favorite one, spoilers here. Is anyone fine with spoiling here? Everyone fine?
And we're talking about
We're talking about Returnal.
Story.
what year is this? Hello?
2021.
It's
Oh,
2021.
is this still the same year I left on? Yeah, okay. Go
Yes.
ahead. Spoil.
So in Returnal, one of the mechanics is you beat this alien that lets you, because your character believes that she keeps dying, keeps coming back, but she crashed on a planet, so she wants to leave. But you can't leave because you can't send a signal because something's blocking your signal for a emergency like SOS. So her journey is to find this whatever's blocking it, which leads her to a like the last remaining alien of a species, basically in a coma, and it's tied into a machine that's basically blocking signals from leaving the planet. So she has to fight it in her mind because it's a psychic being. So she defeats it, kills it, and is able to send and turn off the machine. It allows her to do SOS signal. She gets saved. She goes home. She has a family. She grows old. She's like has her like with her wizened fingers playing a piano, and she finally dies. And then it shows the grave and getting lowered, but it keeps going until eventually she wakes up back on the planet.
Yeah,
and she has a complete mental fuck up. She's like, I left. I won. No. So
yeah,
every time you do that fight, kill that alien, she does do the same thing. She gets saved. She goes through her life. She dies. She comes back, and every time she just gets more and more broken. And the enemies you fight, and as the story goes, you can see her getting more and more broken. And one of the coolest things, I'll just kind of here, was you find messages from previous timeline versions of yourself. Some of them are like you, like a couple days back. Some of you are like 3 months into this thing, and some of them are like you're listening to like a complete madwoman, where she's like speaking of singing songs, or speaking of like having to do some horrifying things and saying how sorry she is. And your character is like having a hard time coming to terms with like, this can't be me. I can't become that. So it's really cool. I think even sometimes you fight your own corpse. Like it comes to kill you. Like it comes back to life and tries to kill you. Mm-hmm. So like,
it's a. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
Well, I guess, and these messages I should imply are actually bodies you find with like black boxes with audio clips on them. So you just kind of like find your own corpse, like turn it over, and you get an audio clip. And
Yep.
It's a mind fuck, and that's why it's really cool game.
Their next game is coming out next year. Saros.
What's Saros?
Yeah, from the same guys. No idea what that one's going to be about. But yeah, that's Housemarque. Housemarque is very, very interesting when it comes to bullet hells and stuff like that. Returnal was cool.
Bullet hell.
I thought it was.
It was a good roguelike, by the way. Just because we start with that being roguelike, it's a sucky roguelike. It sucks.
Yeah.
It played into the whole dying thing, storyline wise, fantastic. Items, trash. If you play a roguelike game, you're like, I found an item that's randomized. What does this one do? And more than half of them go 10% increased damage, 10% increased HP, 10% increased resistance. You're not excited. New runs aren't exciting. It just means, I guess I deal more damage. That's kind of nice. Roguelikes done correctly, you enter a room, you get an item, and you're like, how do I make this work? And then you find something that makes it work, and you're like, oh my god, that's amazing! Like, that's the experience I want out of a roguelike. And they did not make that happen. at all. Like they did a great job storytelling, great job world building, great job mechanic, great job gameplay being beautiful. But when they got to the actual meat and potatoes of a roguelike, they just fucking bare minimum. They're like anything, 10% more damage, just shove it into the shop. Fuck it. So that's my one negative about the game. Is one of my major negatives is that aspect. The itemization was garbage.
Ryan's pick for 2021 was Resident Evil Village.
Fuck you, I like it.
You're not supposed to, apparently.
Oh,
I don't.
well,
I don't like Resident.
A lot of people
Evil
liked
Village.
it. Probably, I guess most of the stigma against it I'm hearing is from Brian. Most of the time.
I am
think
not
that
the
game,
only person
I
that
know you're not the
dislikes
only
Village.
person. I know that, but I think as a whole, it's a pretty beloved game. I would say at this point, it's got its issues. It's not as good as 7, which is like
Good.
the next coming of it's like the next great Resident Evil. But 8, it had some good variety. It had some good gunplay. It had one scary part, which I think that particular part is actually bad for the replayability
It
of the game
does.
as a whole.
I
Even
beat
though it's good for a great first playthrough.
I beat the game
think-
3 times, and you're right. It gets worse every subsequent time.
I think that was
Resident
not
Evil
there.
game, I think it's bad, right?
Yeah, RE4 you could play it infinite times, and I feel like
Have a better
it'd
time.
be more on par with that if that particular section wasn't there. But otherwise, I had some really high highs, and I like. I'm too Resident Evil pilled. I have Resident Evil brain rot, and I like Resident Evil Village. Thank you.
I like
need to play
Resident.
it. I have it.
You should
I
play
haven't
it, John. I'm curious to see how you feel about it. Between my 3 playthroughs, by the end of it, I liked 25% of it. One little fourth of it. One little slice.
Oh,
That's
damn.
it's too low.
I-
Don't listen to him.
I liked
Shut
one
up,
little
Brian.
slice, the
No.
last of the 4
No.
lords. That's it.
He speak only lies.
The final boss was kind of cool, I guess. The boss of the first area is fun. But yeah, in terms of how much I liked it, I liked maybe 25% of the game after 3 playthroughs. But yeah, I was not a fan of this one myself, but there were definitely people who liked it for sure. There were loads of people who liked it. That's definitely true. I'm excited for Requiem next year.
Mm-hmm.
Requiem.
Day 1.
Well, I guess since we're in the Ryan and Brian disagreeing about things thing here, we'll move to 2020 and we'll talk about Final
No,
Fantasy
please.
VII Rebirth or remake. Sorry, remake, not rebirth.
Hold on.
Ryan and I agree.
Wait,
about
Ryan
Rebirth.
has remake as his item
Let
on
me
the list.
explain.
Yes, I would
Ryan, you
love to.
betrayed Brian.
Let
You
me
did.
explain.
I felt like the knife through my
Listen,
freaking heart, dude.
I
What?
still hate it. I still hate it, but I can't not love parts of it. I can't not. There's some parts of FF7 that are like, this game has like replaced canon parts of FF7 in my brain because of how well they were remade and how fun and cool they were. And then there's parts that are like, this is probably the worst shit I ever saw done to anything. And I wasn't playing that year was weird for me because that was like deep into, we were trapped inside.
We were playing
was-
Siege together that
The
year.
Siege
a
is
lot.
like, Siege was a big game for me back then, but I doubt it came out that year.
It did not.
I was not playing games that year. I was stuck inside. I was super like gym broing, so I was just going out and lifting and coming back and playing Warzone like a friggin' NPC. And I think FF7 was like the one game I played that was real that year, and I was so like,
I'm actually
Yeah, hyped
surprised
for
you
it.
didn't pick Warzone for this year. 'Cause
I hate Warzone.
You hate Warzone? I thought Warzone 1.0 was good. What?
it was fine, but I hate that shit. That was awful.
He would know. He played it so
I was
often.
trapped. I was trapped in a genjutsu. But FF7, I was really excited to love it. I spent a long time wrestling with my thoughts with it for a long time because I was like kind of giving myself like I was like, nah, that wasn't so bad. That was kind of cool. And I was just like convincing myself it was good for so long until finally I just like one day I had this like really I just came to terms with it, and I was like super depressed about how bad it was for a while. Because that last hour was bad, dude.
You
It was
know,
not good.
I'll jump in on that
But
one too. You
I wanted
you
to like
finish,
it
you
so
finish.
much. No, I just wanted to like it so much, and I loved so much of it, and that's why it hurts so much to not like it at the end of the day, is because of how bad they fucked it up at the end.
When you put
But I
this
couldn't not love it
When you put
certain
this on the
times.
list, I was like, there's no freaking way. There's no freaking way that this is the best game of 2020 for Ryan. I was about to have a Rayl Deal crash out on this channel about this this freaking game. I agree with you though. So yeah, this is one of the rare things Ryan and I do agree on in terms of
Mm,
just the quality of games between Remake and Rebirth, because I agree with you in terms of many parts of this being really cool in comparison to the original. Like the Honeybee Inn part is excellent in Remake. I love it in Remake. And Rebirth also has some of that, but because of that last hour of Remake, Rebirth is just polluted all the way through with the ghosty ghosts
a
and
lot
the
of really important
whispers.
scenes get ruined by those ghosts too, like their
Uh,
first meeting and everything. And I don't know. I
there's
was letting it slide for the longest time.
there are so many like very important emotional bits that I'm not going to talk about because actually I'm going to talk about them. There's no way John
Talk
will
about it.
remember these plot points by the
Sure.
time he ever plays this game.
Goldfish brain
La la
activate.
la 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 la
um,
la 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 la.
the part where the Avalanche members don't die but don't die, you know, it's
Right.
like what is it, Biggs or Wedge, the big guy? I can't remember which one he
That's
is.
Wedge.
That's Wedge. He doesn't die in Remake, and
Ghosts are trying to push him out windows for like a second.
the the loss of those characters
Because
is a
it's so bad.
it is so bad. The loss of those characters is like a very small detail
Mm.
that is important for character building, and of Barrett and other characters in the game. They do mess up some parts of the game for sure. Like I think the Shinra Tower, that part where you have to like jump over a bunch of broken buildings for this whole like hour-long dungeon sequence that was not in the original and didn't need to be there, fighting flying helicopter enemies. As I was saying, that part where you have to like jump over all of those dilapidated buildings, that late chapter is so boring, and
Oh
it
yes, I'm
is
being sad about FF7 right now.
yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
and is the example, like, is the basis for many of
God.
the dungeon designs in Rebirth, which were by and large all terrible. So I'm very happy that this is only here because you didn't play a lot of games in 2020.
I did actually. I liked part 1 so much more than part 2, honestly, too. Though.
Yes, and
Just,
outside of some boss design or gameplay things, I would agree with you. I think Rebirth expands the gameplay in cool ways, and the boss design is maybe better in Rebirth. But as a paying homage to the original, Remake
the
does
tone
better.
of 7 is just messed up so much further in
Yeah.
Rebirth, and
It's okay.
So-
We may play the third part, and I may
We
put
are
out
playing the
another
third
1
part.
hour video
you are doing that.
that gets me a lot of hate again. I'll step in front.
We're too deep in it now to not.
I will step in front of the hype train and
Attempt to
fail
block it.
attempt to suplex and fail.
No.
Again.
Just Ryan, like, he doesn't get underneath the train. He's like caught by the cow catcher, so he's like,
I am
A monkey or not.
I'm
"He's
not
already dead."
I'm not
I'm not quite
quite
sobbing.
not quite sobbing. That's what I was gonna say. Anyway, John and Jeremy both put a roguelite for their 2020 pick, which was Hades.
Oh yeah, Hades. I fucking loved Hades. Hades was a fun experience. I enjoyed Hades. I never truly beat it. I got to I beat the final boss several times, but I didn't finish the storyline, which is kind of like the true goal of the game. But I basically I feel like I played a lot of the actual main gameplay loop, and basically eventually kind of got burnt out. I was like, I'm done. Just kind of like I had a good time with it. Jeremy can explain.
I think to get the true final ending, you have to beat the game like 10 times or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you get through it. But the big gist with that is just they've written so much dialogue. I think it's actually more dialogue in that game than like Lord of the Rings has total. across all the books.
Wow,
I
really?
thought
Yeah.
it was Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones would be even more impressive.
Right.
I think it was Game of Thrones. I think it's more than Game of Thrones.
Wow,
The
really?
entire
Time to look it
series.
up real fast.
That's incredible.
It's
How
incredible.
much?
I'm playing Hades 2, and I'm kind of like, so right now I'm currently playing Hades 2. I'm progressing through Hades 2 much faster than Hades 1. I have some theories as to why that is, but I've been really enjoying Hades 2 so much more than Hades 1, for multiple reasons. But it's kind of reminding me of like how much I enjoyed the loop of you do a run, you lose, but you also get that benefit of being like, oh, I get to progress my character a little bit better. I got some ambrosia to get some more character interactions, and I get to have more interactions with the characters. Every time you die, you have more discussions because it seems to have like an endless supply of just different conversations. You have different characters with different over different matters. It was a really satisfying. Also, the characters are really cute and just have really well filled out interactions, very human interactions. I really enjoy, which is a surprising thing to say about gods, but it's like it's it feels natural and it's so well made, so fucking well made. Hades 2 just fucking took that and multiplied it by 10. So I've been having a blast.
So, word count for Game of Thrones, almost 300,000 words. Voiceover in Hades, word count, over 300,000.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that.
And
Yeah,
yes,
it's insane.
and the way they handled it is basically every set of dialogue has a condition to add it to the pool. And when you interact with the character, it pulls something random from that pool. So it's not not necessarily a branching thing or like in a specific order. It's just every time you interact with them, you will get something, and certain things will add to that something.
Cool. Yeah, that is really
Right.
cool.
Gameplay was satisfying for Hades 1. It does have an issue of at some point it just kind of gets very repetitive, but
Yeah.
technically all roguelikes will have that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the issue it runs into, it doesn't have there's some fun interactions, but oftentimes they're forced interactions. You have to get like duo boons, which straight up tell you that these two boons interact, or two different gods' powers interact, which is how the game handles it. Games like Binding of Isaac, they make so the stuff has certain keywords or certain ways they interact. Like at the end of the tier, this happens. This tier acts this way, and the Edmund McMillan's insane and made it so that he tried to cover every possible interaction. It's absurd, and you have to discover them yourself. Hades literally just goes, yeah, they won't interact unless specifically they have a fun like pushback into this is good, or they'll straight up tell you this makes this happen, and that's the only time. And you have to unlock it too, which is what makes it kind of frustrating. You have to get lucky with it, which is what's kind of like feels good when it happens, but because you can't just discover it, it just like feels bad.
Well, so the duo boons, the way I remember it working is you had to get a certain from Group A and a certain from Group B for the duo boon to be available in the pool to select from, and it has to actually come up in the pool.
Yeah. And that's a very rare event.
Yes and no. It's hard to force it in outside of like you get the rerolls and such. You're going for a specific one, it's very hard. You're going for a duo boon, it's not the worst. But the other thing that I learned after watching the Hades 2 stuff with John is that Supergiant Games has stuck with the same composer for all of their games, and that is like the only thing he's actually done in his professional career, and he is amazing.
He's the Bastion guy, right?
Yeah, Darren Korb has done all of their games. He's worked with Ashley Barrett, I believe is her name, for everything. And then Hades 2, they've added a few more vocalists. But all of their work is amazing.
Hades 2, Hades 1, I didn't get that far into. I played it, I don't know how much I played it, but Hades 2 caught my eye. I want to play Hades 2.
I enjoy it. It's a very cute game.
I like the particle effects.
Characters.
The
very beautiful too.
It does look very beautiful. The particle effects have me like feeling like I'm ADHD because they keep catching my eye all the time. Like I'm doing stuff that are getting me. They're
funny.
just very successful at what they're doing.
Hades 2 is great because while you're playing it, it automatically pulls up, what's it called? Subway Runner on the top right of the screen. You're not playing, but it just runs.
I
so
see.
that
I see.
your brain rot brain has something else to distract it while you're playing the game.
John, my
It's
brain
pretty
is not nearly as brain rotted as yours.
Oh
not
my
even
god,
close.
I got destroyed by fucking YouTube. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
That was-
John would be a skibbity 6'7" kid these days, probably.
If I, yeah, I would have been, yeah, but I escaped that.
Oh, my pick for 2020, and it is I believe my second favorite platformer of the century. I'd have to think. I'm pretty sure it is, and that is Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time, and this is a direct sequel to the 1998 Crash Warped. It's a direct sequel, a direct narrative sequel, and it's more of a narrative sequel than a mechanical sequel. There's some things about Crash 4 I don't like as much as Warped and Crash Bandicoot 2, but it has some really cool levels. They're long levels, but really cool levels, a nice cast of characters, and fun boss fights, and a completionist loop that, if you wanted to, will take you a very, very long time indeed to get through. I have never 116% completed this game, or whatever it is, because I don't want to, but I do enjoy playing through several of the levels over and over again, because Crash Bandicoot as a franchise is one of my favorite platforming franchises for sure. It is, there's a lot of reasons to hate Bobby Kotick. There's a lot of reasons. One of my like personal gamer reasons, like with things he stopped.
Gamer reasons.
Gamer reasons. The things he stopped from being made that I wanted. So outside of the things that actually matter about why you should hate Bobby Kotick, is that he canceled the Crash Bandicoot 5 that was going to be a crossover with Spyro. That's something I've wanted since I was very young, and I will never get it, probably. Although Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 or 3 and 4 remake came out, and that was canned too, so maybe they'll revisit it. I hope they do, because Crash Bandicoot 4 is not the best Crash Bandicoot game ever made, but it was deserving of the numbered title, and it's a very, very solid platformer. I hope at some point we can play through Crash games together, because that would be a lot of fun. It's a very unique platforming style that I really have not played anything like it, honestly. There's a lot of people who try to emulate, like Mario and a lot of other things. They try to emulate it. They're not super successful, but they try. I've never seen anyone even try to emulate Crash's specific style of platforming. So that's my
segue time.
What's that?
It's my segue time.
Your segue time. What are you gonna? How are you gonna segue out of that?
Speaking of games that are worthy of their next
okay. Yeah, I see
title,
where you're going with this.
We're gonna talk about Devil May Cry 5, motherfucker. This game kicks ass. Pow pow pow, ching chang. Jackpot.
What's your favorite? This is... I don't know at all.
He didn't commit. You can see he kind of faltered at the end there.
That was kind of strange.
Devil May Cry.
We're in 2019, just so everybody's aware.
Okay, rate my segue, please.
It might be worse than my bad one.
Good.
Oh no!
It was good until the very end.
Jackpot? What? No, Jackpot.
Jackpot's funny.
Jackpot's
a funny DMC joke, but that's a DMC3 joke, and you gotta have to save that till later, buddy.
Oh well, I didn't choose DMC3. I think I'm stupid.
Oh well,
but I like
well, we'll talk about it later.
Spoilers, guys.
Yeah,
Spoilers.
Yeah.
I like the new character in 5. I like V. He plays different, but he's not. He didn't play as good.
He's not
as
a new character.
Nero. Just okay. Well, in his current form, he is. Maybe not a new, but he's a new face, and a new play style. And he plays not as good as the other guys, but he plays fine. I like the Nero sections probably best. Dante plays good as always. This game is kick-ass. It's a great return to form.
What is the best weapon in DMC5?
Best weapon?
Yeah.
Just the Red Queen, dude.
No.
What?
It's
Well, what am I forgetting
it's
then?
the freaking chainsaw bicycle, dude.
Oh, I like that one too, but I like how
The
it's
motorbike
like
that you
hero
split
click.
into half into 2 chainsaws is the best weapon in the game.
All right, that's pretty cool.
Not played
Well,
it. That sounds pretty epic. Yeah.
Yeah.
the MC5 is what helped prop me up to be so disappointed for FF7. 'Cause I was like, oh yeah, the stuff I like is coming back. They're treating my shit good. And then 7 came out, and it kicked my legs out from under me, and I realized, no, my stuff is not being treated good.
I was in the same boat because
So-
I really liked DMC5, except I didn't get let down near as much as you did. I got stuff I wanted. That still came out.
Well, anyway, that's all.
DMC5 is
Hope
good.
you
It's
just
it's
suit-
it's got loads
What
of
else came out
really
that
cool
year?
bosses.
Mhm.
I also really like DMC5. It almost won the year for me as well. In fact, this year was the hardest one for me personally.
It's a good year.
It was a very good year. 2019 definitely would place, if we were ranking based on like how good the years were for video games, 2019 would place quite high, honestly. So DMC 3 or 5 was very high on my list of things to pick. I picked all mine first, so Ryan picking it didn't impact my decision. And then RE2 Remake was very high for me as well, but I ended up settling on Sekiro Shadows Die Twice for my 2019 entry. And I believe I'm the only person here to have beaten this game. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I love that game too. I almost thought about picking it, but then I was like, I'll be a poser because I didn't actually finish it for some reason, even though I was like full steam ahead, just no breaks, enjoying that game, and then all of a sudden something happened and I never went back. I don't know. That game's great though.
It's a wonderful game. The final boss. There's 2 potential final bosses. One of them, and I know John plans to go back to this, so I won't talk in any specificity about him. One of them is still my pick for hardest From Software boss ever made, even with Promise Consort Radon in comparison. He is a boss that's easier to find. Well, if you look up a guide for him, I'm sure you could figure out how to beat him much easier. Just like if you look up a cheese build to beat Promise Consort Radon with.
Yeah.
But figuring it out on your own, I found him very hard. This is the game that made me love parrying, though. I did not like parry builds or messing around with parry mechanics that much until Sekiro came out. Sekiro really made me like that mechanic as a system, and now it's been kind of a meme in our friend group and on the channel periodically that if there's a parry mechanic, I try to parry everything in the game quite stubbornly, to the point of
So
just
you'll die,
walking
like,
in
60 times.
walking in and just sitting there and trying to parry without trying anything else until I die and reset. But it comes from Sekiro because it's so satisfying to learn how to parry things and then master the system and continue. It also, there was kind of a, in terms of mobility tools, grappling hooks were kind of a big consistent design idea in 2019, 2018, and 2020. That's why Doom Eternal has the grappling hook itself in 2020. And I felt like the way Sekiro handled that in conjunction with light stealth systems and the parry mechanic, it all just came together to create another masterpiece. I mean, From Software, starting with, the late 2000s, early 2010s, they were just dropping masterpiece after masterpiece. And Sekiro is very much one of their better games they ever made. I would say personally. So, yeah, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. That's my 2019 entry. I am having a brain fart. What was I
I can
thinking?
insert here how much I hate Sekiro. Here we go.
Oh,
Dab.
John.
Based on my wish list.
John
It's on my
coming
wish
in.
list.
So I was one of the people who fell into the trap that a lot of people fell into there, which is FromSoft was their own worst enemy because they released they did Armor Core games, Armor Core, which I never heard of, never knew that existed. There's some fancy thing they apparently did that Brian knows about that I don't even know exists.
Are you talking about Kingsfield?
Kingsfield.
Kuon.
So Kuon.
You want me to keep going?
No, please stop. So it's more along the lines of like I played a lot of Souls games. I played their Souls game series. So to me, they were the Souls game people. Meanwhile, in fact, they've did fancy games and Armored Core stuff, and Souls game is something they kind of like did recently, but they do variety. It's in Sekiro died twice. I don't think they necessarily, at least for me, in my attempts to avoid spoilers, didn't realize that wasn't a Souls game. And because of their like I played Souls 1, I have Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. I had an absolute blast. I was ready for the next Souls game. Sekiro dies twice, looked like a cool reskin, played it. If you go into that game thinking it's a Souls game, you're going to have a trash experience. It is horrendous. The game punishes you so goddamn hard because you're trying to do dodging when the game wants you to parry.
Yeah, that's the trap. I was gonna say that's kind of the trap you fall into. If you gotta unlearn dodging and relearn parrying, and that's the main issue. But
it's that, and also as my own understanding, because FromSoft, because I suck at parrying, and that was a major problem. But also the game was like you have to parry, which is also why I stopped playing because I was like I don't want to play a game that makes me parry. Third thing is I was my own worst enemy, but also kind of the unfortunate game design choice of FromSoft, which is the whole mechanic of the game is shadows die twice.
When really
you have 2 attempts every time or more. Except for I found out when the first time I died, they go, old man that they make you love because you give you new arm, and he's a happy old man. He starts coughing because you use the resurrection mechanic. So I thought I can't use the resurrection mechanic or I get the bad end. So I was playing the entire game not using the shadows die twice mechanic because I assumed if I used it, happy old arm man died. So I was
as a
playing
Dark Souls
game
gamer, can you really expect any NPC to get a good ending ever?
No,
you just have to expect.
And Elden Ring fucking kicked my teeth in with fucking the seamstress guy. What's his name?
People around you will die and play the game, John.
Oh my god, he's the reason I literally like stopped a run and restarted because they made me kill him.
This world.
Because they made me kill this Bach, whatever his name was. Man, he really important to me. I remember his name. But all I know is I was my worst enemy. First of all, I was trying to play a game that was a parry game, avoiding the parry, which is immediately like bad news bears.
Oh yeah, that's
and then second of all, the whole point that goes, hey, you know how you die and that sucks? FromSoft got you. You can resurrect. And then I just went, nah.
Yeah, it's
I'll just do the run back repeatedly. So then I encountered Mr. Horseman, and I had the worst experience of my life. And I hate that character so much. Here's the thing: if I went there with a parry mindset, I probably would have had a blast. But I went in there being like, "Oh boy, he looks very dodgeable." No, he's very
no, he's not.
I hated that. That was the most garbage experience of my life, and I was like, I hate this. So I have to say, I'm going to go back because I played a game called Grime, which is a 2D game that's a Souls-like Metroidvania. I'm not sure it's much of Metroidvania. Let's just cut that apart. It's a 2D 2D Souls-like that is entirely built around parrying. No! I'll look stupid!
You make a big deal about knowing what a Metroidvania is and doesn't even know what a Metroidvania is.
I don't even know what it is. I'm too stupid to know. Here's a data point that you can use as your I'mRight.com to say John Downing doesn't know what Metroidvanias are. Grime has taught me that, hey, parrying can be fun and doable. So I feel like I'd say hesitantly I want to play it because I've had experience with games that have taught me how to parry. And I feel like that's the kind of game you got to approach having gained experience from previous games to be able to interact with, or at least go in there knowing it's a goddamn parry game. Like, that's very important. Holy shit.
There's 3 separate things that you talked about in there I want to talk about. It's kind of ironic that by the end of the game, it's really Sekiro Shadows Die thrice because you get 3 or 2 revives, right? It's just a funny thing. But I also like when you're dead, you can stay dead long enough that the enemies think you're dead, res, and then assassinate them.
For a free hit.
With stealth, yeah, for a free hit, sometimes a free pip against a boss. But then the final thing I want to talk about is the dodge mechanic is also sometimes a parry, because you can unlock the Mercury counter, which is a
I hated that.
specific type of attack that you have to dodge into, which is a unique way of framing that mechanic. But then also you have attacks that you need to jump up and kick them in the face to stop, because you get a second jump kick. So you like
Okay,
jump
I
in
think
the
I
air.
may not play this game.
You know, it sounds hard. It's all very satisfying when you get into it.
It
I
is,
swear to God.
especially when
Okay,
you get the
okay.
ninja tools, which I think a lot of people underrated the ninja tools when this game came out. The reason why people underrated them is because they are primarily useful against only certain bosses or enemies, but the way that they interact with those bosses is quite cool. Very, very cool. Like using
Like creatively done.
very creatively done, like using a spear
Like the firecrackers against the horse.
against the oxen, or horse. Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
example. Or using a spear to pull a centipede out of something, right? Because there's centipedes everywhere. If you don't know, centipedes in like Japanese mythology are a sign of corruption and evil. So they are
I can
tied.
understand why.
They're tied into the kind of mythological framing of some of Sekiro's later parts, and you use them you'll like stab and pull this gigantic centipede out of something and start striking it. So it's a really cool, honestly, it's a beautiful game, really, really well designed, a spiritual successor to Tenchu in a lot of ways, but it takes that later From Software influences from the Soul series, and it implements it in some ways that mix very well with some of the Shinto iconography, the Buddhist iconography, and a lot of the other things going on in the game. I thought it's gorgeous. It's one of my favorite From Software games that they've made. It's not my favorite overall, but it's I would have to. It's quite high. It's a really wonderful game. John, your game was Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Oh yeah, that
Typical.
was. I have not played. That was my first Castlevania game, or Castlevania-esque.
You could.
don't think it was
I think
actually
it's fine to
Castlevania.
call it a Castlevania game. It's
Made by the same fucker who made Castlevania, and he's like, "This is my love
Yep.
letter to Castlevania."
and he's a boss in the DLC. I think he put himself in the game as a boss.
Is he the guy who has the red wine and goes, "Ah ha ha"? and
Yes,
just does something
yes,
stupid and
yes.
That's funny. I killed him. Gladly. I had an absolute blast with that game. That was a complete fucking joy to play. I fucking loved exploring it.
Mhm.
I love the mechanic of like it gave me Pokemon vibes where I kill enemies and gain their powers.
Yes,
because you can play.
that's from
So I love that
Aria of
aspect.
Sorrow.
I really enjoyed it. I every aspect about it. I love the exploration. I love the boss fights. I love the collectathon. I love the ability gather. I love the just literally just going on a. I need to kill this thing 12 times to gain its powers. I'm gonna go murder little imps. Here I go, woo, and just murder them all. I loved unlocking like passives and abilities and using them, and then discovering secrets. It was so fun. I loved it. It was a good game.
Yep.
I just fucking and the bosses. Oh yeah, the bosses. Oh, like the fucking splitting dragon thing.
Oh
that,
my
like,
god, yes, the splitting dragon.
so creative,
Yeah.
so good. Some of the boss fights were just weird. There's a random wizard on a platform that spun, so you're like in a 2D but going to a 3D environment. And he's just like, "I have to stop you," and it was weird, but because they use the same mechanic of it's a 2D game, but you're on a cylindrical surface. Creative. They're like, we got to use the code from the dragon to make this happen.
Did you ever play Symphony of the Night, John?
I have not.
Okay, so yeah, I mean this is a Castlevania. It's not a Castlevania game in terms of IP, but it's a Castlevania game.
I'm not. Yeah.
It is. It's the same designer, and he took the best parts of the GBA games like Aria of Sorrow and Symphony of the Night, and he put them together in his own fresh indie game after separating from Capcom. He actually did what the Inafune, the Mega Man designer, was trying to do. He separated from Capcom, and he was going to make his own game, and he made that crappy Mighty Number 9, right? And this guy...
Play that for me.
What?
We got to play that for our Mega Man completion.
I don't know about that one.
No. No.
But I think it's Igarashi. I think that's his name, but I'm sure the commenters will correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's Igarashi was the Castlevania guy. and he was sick and tired of how he was being treated at Capcom. He left, and he made the Bloodstained franchise because there are a bunch of 8-bit, like NES Castlevania type games for this franchise as well, and they're kind of good. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night's proper sequel is coming out next year. It's called The Scarlet Engagement. I might want to... I'm very interested in it. I hope it wins my poll for the community. So if you're a community member and you're watching the video and you see Scarlet Engagement show up, you should vote for it. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night was good, though. This is
I don't think that's how democracy works.
well, you know.
You can heavily put your finger on the scale.
Yeah,
What can you
know. What can you do?
What can you do?
Anyway, this is an excellent game. I was happy that John chose this one. This is 2019 was such a good year. This is like possibly top 10 2019 game for me. It was a good one. Slay the Spire was Jeremy's entry.
I love Slay the Spire.
Yeah,
God.
I think if you don't know Slay the Spire, you just need to go play Slay the Spire. It's great. Is it the best game ever? Probably not, but...
And if anyone says otherwise, specifically someone whose name rhymes with Ryan Bale, they should shut the fuck up.
Christian Bale?
Wow.
Yeah, Ryan hates this game, obviously.
Ryan hates this game, bro.
I can't believe he said that. He's usually so into cards.
Bale.
Yeah, he usually really likes card games, but yeah, Slay the Spire, he's never liked this one. Funny fact, this one also comes out, the sequel to this comes out next year too, which is funny. That's kind of ironic. Maybe DMC 6 next year as well.
Well, I heard the Slay the Spire got delayed because of one of the characters in the game.
Really?
I'm actually excited for the sequel, so I am the one that did not like the first game. If it wasn't obvious, it should be obvious.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with you if you didn't get that.
Cheat sheet right there.
But yeah, I'm actually excited for Slay the Spire 2 because it has everything that I should like in a game. But I just kind of got bored of this one very quickly. I reached the end maybe once, and I played with a bunch of the characters. It just needed more characters. That's all it needed for me to like it. And
it has gotten a fourth character since release, and the fourth character is a little bit busted.
Very busted.
Yeah. Literally enters a state where it deals 2x damage.
Wow.
And it has a different state it can enter where it deals 3x damage.
Wow. I wish there was eight characters. That's what I want.
Holy fuck.
That's what I want, man.
Each one has its own set of cards.
I know.
I liked its own mechanics, its own relics, and it's possible to. I believe it's possible to get other characters' cards in your deck.
There's some alternate events you can have.
Yeah.
There were some like neutral cards, like evergreen cards.
There's some neutral ones as well, but I think there is a relic that lets you get other characters' cards in your own deck.
Yep, there is. It's called the Prism.
I like playing the robot.
The robot is good. That's the only one I Ascension 20'd.
I liked the fire thing. The Ironclad, is that the name of it?
Ironclad is the base red one. Yep.
I really, really like that one. That was fun. I also like the poison. Is there a poison guy?
Yep.
Poison, you can do poison builds.
The green one.
The green one.
The Silent, I liked the Silent, but I hated her at higher Ascensions because she legitimately just every build you could possibly pick cucked you. And like you're like, I'm gonna do a poison build. And like it's
Shivs, poison, or the discard build.
Which is not actually a build and is a lie, and you should avoid it at all costs.
It's
not real.
Kind of work fine. Poison takes a little bit and then is busted, and discard is not a deck.
It's not a deck. It's never a deck. It pretends it's a deck. There's 5 cards to say this triggers on discard. Ignore it. It's a lie.
I do believe
a card pick.
I believe if you actually got the deck assembled,
that's why it's dangerous. Because it pretends like it would be a good deck, but
you can't get it assembled. You can't get it assembled.
You'll never get it assembled. Ever. Especially on higher Ascension. It's never happening. Why the fuck would you think so? And that's why I hate the Silent. Because she has a third archetype that's there as a fucking red herring. It's just...
So, historically for me, I've not really liked roguelites that much. Or likes.
How fucking dare you?
But I've turned around a little bit on them. Because
I'm going to argue that Slay the Spire is as close to roguelike as possible.
What's a roguelite?
Realistically, realistically, the two things are picking a character and when you level them up to get the extra cards. But the leveling up you could do quick enough that I would discount that as a thing.
Well, it's that argument. Is like roguelites, technically speaking, once you unlocked everything, become a roguelike.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't further upgrade them. I think in Slay Spire you can reach it fast enough that it's kind of like possible to reach that state at a faster pace, which is nice.
Okay.
But like, so you could technically argue with like some of these games you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's the roguelike game that is just that's like the name of the game, and I'm trying
it's
to remember
Rogue.
exactly
It's just
it.
Rogue, a 1980s game.
Not the
Oh.
original. I mean, like it's a newer
Rogue
one.
Legacy,
and it's,
is that what you mean?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
There's
one,
Pod
yes.
Mine.
I think it is Rogue Legacy because there's a Rogue Legacy 2.
Yeah,
I
there's a Rogue
hated
Legacy
Rogue
too.
Legacy.
And yes, eventually that one gets to that point, but that's not like, oh, I hit that. I don't. You're not gonna.
99% of your gameplay is in that part of the game.
Right.
Yeah.
As I would say, Slay the Spire, you probably are playing about 30 runs, but if you actually like the game, you're playing like hundreds or thousands of runs.
The point what I was gonna say is games like Risk of Rain 2 and Balatro, Caves of Quud, they've kind of turned me around a little bit on it. I don't have what John has, where he's like, I like to sit down, play, die, play, die, play, die, over and over again.
I love it.
I like to sit down. I like to experience a nice 10-hour, 20-hour, 30-hour experience with maybe some replay value, some level mastery, because I like boomer shooters. Like, that's part of the boomer shooter loop, right? But I've come around a little bit. When I played Slay the Spire, I was very much not into roguelites. So eventually I got very, very bored of just doing what I viewed to be the same thing over and over again. So I'm excited for Slay the Spire 2, and I'm open to have my mind changed. Because a lot of people do really like this game. And a lot of the things that they talk about make it seem like something I should like, and I don't know. Like, it just didn't click for me that in a way that Balatro did, for example. And I'm excited. It'll be on one of the polls next year, and if it wins, I'll be excited to really dive in and enjoy this one.
Fine, let's rate it.
I don't know if it's going to win, guys, because it'll be against Fatal Frame 2 remake.
It.
Well, for 2018, which was another amazing year. What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
2018, which was another amazing year. I think the way we should approach this is...
Oh, God, we're at 2018 now.
2018, I know.
We're talking a lot about these things, eh?
I know. Some of these years will be much quicker than others. Jeremy, Into the Breach, 2018. Why?
It's a good game.
Why? Defend.
I like Into the Breach because it's technically a puzzle game where you have your squad of mechs, they're placed on a board, enemies spawn, and you get to see every single action that every enemy will do, and you have to figure out how to kill them enough, move them around enough, get them to kill each other enough to prevent the buildings from being destroyed. And it's very satisfying at least for me, to see a puzzle and to sit there and say, okay, sometimes it's super easy, and if I do this and this, everything's dead and I'm good. Versus there are more enemies than I can deal with. What can I do to try to prevent the most damage possible? And the mechs are in teams, and each team has its own shtick. Like, one of the teams can't deal damage. They freeze enemies and they push them around, and they have to get the enemies to kill the enemies. And it's just a very weird and fun way of tinkering with the same basic mechanic and making it interesting.
This was
another one sets them on fire, and you set them on fire, and then at the end of the round is when they take the damage, not during the round.
This was the FTL guys, I think, right?
I want to say yes. I
think this is the
Same
FTL
here.
guys. I played this one as well. pretty much for the same reasons Slay the Spire. I just wasn't really into roguelikes. I bounced off of this one pretty fast. But it's something I need to try again probably now that I'm a little bit more open to the genre. John, you picked Celeste.
Ooh, yeah. Celeste was a fun game. I had a blast with it. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Well, not very, very. Not as bad as. Let me finish this thought. It was a difficult platformer. It was the whole shtick is to basically navigate a world. Her gimmick, I believe, with Celeste is that she's able to grab on. She's a climber. She's a rock climber trying to climb top of the mountain. You're able to climb on the side of walls, but you have a limited time frame. You can hold onto the wall, so you're kind of like on a time limit. And your hair would indicate like how close you are to falling. Oh, actually, no, the hair color indicate how many jumps you had. You can use double jumps or triple jumps, each one indicating like every time you do the jump, the game would give you a nice visual indicator if you've wasted it. Because if you wall climb, if you haven't touched the ground yet, you don't get a refresh on your double jump. But you're also in a time limit because she has only so much endurance to hold onto a wall. And then you combine this with a whole bunch of other mechanics in the environment, such as platforms that would launch you, so you'd have to jump just right so you can use the momentum to make angle shots. Some environments required you to jump through a space-time thing that would force you to, when you dashed into it, to remain dashing through the entire block and reach the other side. And if you hit something on the other side, you died instantly, and stuff like that. It was a very satisfying platforming game. I really enjoyed it. I also enjoyed the few interactions with NPCs and your character's story as they went up the mountain. It literally stripped a story of self-discovery, and I really enjoyed it. I beat the game, but there is a, much like Super Meat Boy, it has a dark side or harder version of each map. In this case, it's a cassette tape that you can find in the environment as a unlockable that you do they call it the B side of the cassette. Mm-hmm. And it's a more difficult version of each map where your goal is to find more collectibles. I never did that part because I was quite satisfied and did not want to...
Didn't want to grind away at it.
I didn't want to grind away at it. I had my full experience. I think I did it one time during like a Christmas break and I had a really good time.
John is the platforming king. That's what he's known as here. I'm sure he could get all them strawberries if he really wanted to.
Maybe, yes.
I
had a blast.
Ryan's pick is Monster Hunter World, which I know 3 of us have played. I don't know if Jeremy played this.
I've considered it, but I've heard horror stories from someone.
John did not like it. That's what he's referring to.
It used to be worse. Monster Hunter World was like one of the first like super easily digestible Monster Hunter experiences. I've been on Monster Hunter for like ever, and it's been like a nightmare. And this one is the one that's like it made it easy to play with friends. It wasn't a total drag to play. It's like an easy on ramp. It looked nice. I don't know. I didn't play a whole lot of games that year either, but as a big Monster Hunter guy, that one, it was refreshing. It was like a refreshing take on something that has been like a love-hate relationship for me.
2018 was a pretty solid year. It had like RDR2 and God of War 2018 and stuff. It had a lot of honestly really cool stuff in it. But World, I thought was one of the better games of the year too, and I never even finished it. I got to one of the dragon bosses and stopped playing. I thought it was cool. I did think it took a little bit too long to get the items you wanted, and it really felt like at some point you had to lock in on one weapon. And one of the things I like about Wilds from this year is that it's much easier to be able to play multiple weapons at high level because it's so much easier to get stuff, right?
They continue to make it easy for like newer players and stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of being a psychopath like on PSP like I was.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of Monster Hunter diehards don't like Wilds because of that, though. So,
They're just gatekeeping. They have their own franchise.
It could be. I don't know. I liked Wilds for that reason, but even I think, would say World was more interesting in some ways because some of the bosses felt way more like impressive because they were really hard to beat the first time, like Anjanath, for instance. Or is it the big dinosaur Anjanath?
Yeah.
But I enjoyed my time with it. I never finished it though. I played it for 60 hours, which is more than is about the same I played Wilds. And with Wilds, I beat the game and had high tier equipment with most weapons. So it's a massive difference. So, yeah, World was cool. What was your favorite monster in World?
Monster World. I'm a Devil Joe boy. You know,
Devil
I
Joe.
like that.
I never got the Devil Joe.
The
Really?
angry pickle.
Yeah, Angry Pickle.
Angry Pickle. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
He's an angry pickle.
One of
Big Angry
the
Pickle.
one of the last ones I fought was the B2 bomber.
Yeah, I like the bomber also. He's a good boy. That's where I quit. It was his harder.
Oh, his
enhanced
harder,
mode.
his enhanced version. Well, my
I bounced off that game hard. That's
You
all
did,
I can
you
say
didn't-
for
I
it.
don't-
bounced off it so fucking fast.
I don't know if John even got to Anjanath.
I
It's
got
fine.
like,
Not for anybody. It's not for everybody. It's
not
kind of
for
a.
everybody. But well, that
and I,
that
and I,
is
played,
true
and I
of
started
all-
after
everybody,
Bloodborne
pretty much.
as well. I went from Bloodborne to that, and that was not a good you went from the smoothest gameplay possible to the gameplay that was made purposely rough. And it was just like, I didn't go in there. It's like Sekiro. I wasn't there. I wasn't prepared. I needed half these games. I need to have like a fucking like real quick like what are the controls?
By the way, you're playing this game.
You got yeah.
Legitimately, because half the time you go into these games and half the time it's like you enter it and you're like, okay, I'm ready to play, and you bounce off like some things that just don't quite match well with what you're used to, and like that game went out of its way to stick to its roots aggressively, and its roots were fucking to modern gaming awkward.
I would disagree. I think they.
Well, okay, if I have a
blended it
sword and I
pretty
press
well.
the sprint button in any other game, I keep the sword out. And I run at the enemy and swing. In that game, they forced you to, when you press the sprint button, to stop everything, put the sword into its sheath, then begun the sprint action. So you can then...
It's an interesting gameplay.
Why?
I'd agree.
Yeah, John.
If I knew about that going in, I'd have handled it better. But I got fucked over by enemies so many times. Also, I need to know that the mapping was ass. If I knew that the mapping was ass, I could maybe look up like guides or get prepared, but I didn't know. So it's just like
I was the one
enemies run away from you.
I was the one selling John on this, which was terrible because I had never played it. So
You
I-
just bought me 2 copies.
oh
Thank you.
don't
You
even
shouldn't
don't even. I got in big trouble for this, by the way, in my relationship at the time. But I bought myself a copy. I bought John a copy. I
No,
bought
you're
Ryan a
so bad for
copy,
that.
and then Ryan didn't get his copy, so Amazon sent another copy. So I have 2 copies of Monster Hunter World sitting on my shelf. One that was the leftover copy, and one that was my copy. And yeah, that was funny. I got in trouble for that. For buying that many copies.
That was a stupid thing.
But I had fun. I had a really good fun time with it. I did that because I was like, I want all my friends to play something, and I'm sick and tired of us not playing games together, so I'll just buy all of them. And yeah, it was funny.
The Monster Hunter Crash Out moment.
Yep.
Oh god, yeah.
My pick is a game that I'm pretty sure everybody has played. Maybe, I don't know. But Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is one of my most played games of all time. I played this so much. Honestly, initially, because Super Smash Bros. Ultimate came out so late in 2018, I wasn't even thinking about it because 2018 has plenty of games to pick. But yeah, as soon as I saw this came out that year, I was like, "There's no way it could be anything else." This is my favorite Smash game, which out of the whole franchise, I have no idea how they'll top this if they ever will.
Sakurai, they'll get together in a boardroom and decide that Smash Brothers needs to come back eventually. but
Yeah, it's a
there.
it's a console seller, man. I bought the Switch for this game. That's why I bought the Switch.
I
And
bought
then
the Switch for the game coming up, and I still haven't actually finished the game.
the game coming up that we will segue to here in a second is the second game I wanted on Switch. But it wasn't enough to make me want to buy the system. But Ultimate was enough to make me want to buy the system.
Got a funny point about
so-
that for me.
You don't even have a Switch, do you?
No. So, well, see, I played Breath of the Wild. That's the game we're talking about,
Okay,
right? It's
we'll
Breath of the
go ahead and
Wild.
transition to
Right.
2017. We're already here, but yeah, go ahead and start talking about
I played
your
Breath of the
pick, Breath of the
Wild
Wild.
on the Wii U.
The Wii U, yeah.
You psychopath.
So, yeah, that's right. I'm that kind of gamer.
I didn't even know it was for the Wii U.
Yes, this is a Twilight Princess
It was
situation,
fun,
which
too.
I'm not going to sit on because we'll get back to Twilight Princess.
Yep.
But it came out on both the previous and the next gen at the time console, so it was both a Wii U game and a Switch game, and it ran better on the Switch, if I remember right.
I would assume so.
Did we cover everybody's game for 2018?
Yep,
I
yep.
segued into a different game.
We're in
Okay,
2017. Breath of the
Nice.
Wild is Ryan's pick. Nobody else picked it, which
Yeah.
is maybe going to get us some hate, but I do think the Breath of the Wild is the greatest game ever made. Wave of YouTube is well past. That was a thing for a
I agree
while.
with that, but I liked it. I liked also RE7. It was hard for me to not choose RE7 here.
Oh, it's a
Some
hard
good
year,
games
honestly.
this year.
This year was loaded. 2017. I said 2019 was a really good year, and that's true. But 2017 may be a better year for games than 2019 was. It was an insane year. Our discussion here isn't going to reflect that because we coincidentally many of us picked the same one. But this year had like Nier Automata. It had an insane, just suite of video games constantly coming out. And Breath of the Wild is one of those. It's undeniably a really good game. I don't fall with the main consensus on Breath of the Wild myself. I prefer Tears of the Kingdom, which is not the popular opinion. But yeah, I'll let you guys talk about it because I don't have much to say. Breath of the Wild didn't grab me as much as others, even though I definitely like it quite a bit. It just didn't grab me as much as a lot of the other people who are super fans. So I'll let you guys talk about it.
Big.
I don't like
Large.
open world games, is what I've found.
Big.
For the most part, open world games do not gel with me, and
I was just
often
chilling with that game, man. I was, just exploring, chilling out, getting stuff, doing all those little mini dungeons, which are like really refreshing from the big, long, typical Zelda dungeon that were like a few hours each, just like a little tiny puzzle here and there. Everything in that game kind of worked how you would expect it to in terms of like the physics you would expect. It's like it let you be creative with your solutions. It was a good time. It was pretty. And it had good music.
Yeah, I can see if you don't like open worlds, that would not be necessarily the good game for you, because that game, legitimately, I did the same thing with Brian. I just kind of went out and just kind of like, I'm like, oh, dungeon, did that. I'm like, oh, that was fun. Okay, I'll go over here. I'm like, what's that? And the game always rewarded it every time. You're like, that's a weird thing. And the little guy's like, you earned a piece of my poop. And I'm like, I didn't know at the time. I'm like, wow.
I can't wait to get all of these.
Hey, oh boy, what's the reward for all of them? And I'm collecting all of them. It's just kind of like, I love that kind of like, just like, kind of just listless traveling around, which is what drew me into Skyrim. I think this was feeding off the Skyrim energy, which is just like, you keep going to different locations and keep getting like more random things, more dungeons, more random quests, more random things, and I had a blast playing it. It was a fun little game. I think the only thing I remember I didn't like about it was the fact that you'd find like legendary swords behind a
It's the fire sword behind the waterfall. Oops.
a waterfall, and then it shatters after like hitting like a stick 3 times, and they're
Hey,
like,
goblin.
okay, your legendary sword's gone. Go ahead and try to. That's one of the frustrating things is you'd be like fighting enemies and they burn through weapons faster, and every time you kill one, they drop like a stick, and you're like, and you look up and it's like a blue macablin, and you have your stick, and you're like, oh no.
I did kind of enjoy that aspect of the game, just kind of like, making do, figuring out how to approach things with all the different crap you have on you at the time.
It didn't happen too much, but it did have a couple of times, especially at the beginning. I think it's about once you get into it enough, you learn to deal, so to speak. But like at the beginning, it's just like rough.
That's kind of what I was, in some respects. That's why I'm struggling a lot with open world games. Is like just the very beginning of, okay, get me to a point where I'm comfortable with the game, where I have enough stuff that I feel like I can actually fight things well. And I remember specifically for Breath of the Wild, I ran into the Guardians, and I just couldn't interact with the Guardians, and I got killed like 8 times by them, and I was pretty sure that was like where I wanted to go, and
This game of Elden Ring you. It does Elden Ring you, where you just come across stuff and it's like you cannot defeat this, which is unheard of in a Zelda game.
I hate that as a thing. Like, I get why people do it, but if you're gonna give me a starting area, and you're gonna tell me, oh, by the way, don't go in 8 of these directions, you pick the 9th one. Like, just shove me to the 9th one. Don't do the open world thing if you're just gonna make it so that most of my decision making is wrong.
I
Wouldn't say it's
beat
wrong.
the game start to finish in 20 hours.
That's
a
nice, Brian.
psychopath.
Every
time you play
And by the way, I didn't know that you could tame horses until like hour 19.
I'm gonna beat the hell out of you.
I was
watching Brian play these games is insane. I'll watch this man lose half his health to a single bokoblin who's been chasing him for 12 miles, and he'll lose his health. He'll be like knocked down from climbing a tree or a rock. He'll like eat apples because he's losing health and won't kill it because I asked him to, and he goes, I don't have time for that. You wasted time eating apples. You lost time trying to climb the tree and failing because he hit you with a rock. And Brian's like,
I beat this game. I beat this game. I actually beat this game. I think it probably was before Sekiro, but I beat this game just because I discovered those big plants in the jungle area that give you armor, and I gathered up a lot of those.
I've seen I've seen a couple videos talking about the balance of the game, and the gist is armor is busted.
It's busted, dude. It's super busted. I got through the game, and when I beat the final boss, I had literally broken my last weapon on him.
Damn.
And I beat the boss. I got the Master Sword. I did get that, but barely. I had just enough health to get it. And didn't discover most of the things on the map, which is probably why I like Tears of the Kingdom so much. It felt like a fresh experience for me by the time it came out, which
I think he has no idea who he is. He just knows he must kill.
Yep. I was like the whole time. Literally I put most of my first levels into stamina so I could run more.
I do that too. Yeah.
Yep.
I think I had like 3 bars of stamina and like 4 hearts.
Yeah.
Like that's how everything one shot me, but God was I able to explore like crazy.
When I get into one of those like 15-hour gaming sessions where I'm like laser focused, grinding to the end, it's sometimes a sight to be beheld.
That's why we gotta get you streaming again.
Because I beat Breath of the Wild in 2 sittings.
Fuck.
Couldn't imagine.
Yep. I did the same with my pick for the year.
That game was how I relaxed.
Not me. Yeah. I was running. I had to get it back to John. He let me borrow it, and I was like, I'm getting it to him next weekend. My pick is I beat it in 2 sittings as well, or maybe 3. It was Hollow Knight.
Which ending?
I have no idea.
I might have picked Hollow Knight.
What was your final boss?
I did not beat Radiance on my first playthrough, but I have played this game more than once, so.
Okay, so we got the bad ending.
Yep. It doesn't matter to me. I had a blast. Hollow Knight was amazing. It was by far my pick for the year. Nier Automata was close.
No, it was my pick for the year.
No, it was my pick of the
year. With Hollow Knight, I mean, pretty much everything that you could say about Hollow Knight has. It's a great Metroidvania. I personally, I need to finish Silk Song because I really do want to finish it. But Hollow Knight is very different from Silk Song, in my opinion.
Oh yes,
they're very different.
It has quite a few differences.
Yes, and I, as of this moment in time, like Hollow Knight better.
I can see that.
So, that's all I need to say about it. It's got cool bosses. I like the way it blended Metroidvania design, Souls-like ideas that were very common in that 2010s period, and then also created it something that felt new. So, I like that.
I absolutely loved Hollow Knight. A beautiful game. I had an absolute blast exploring that game. The game rewarded you so much for exploring. I love the lore of the game, the world. I love the creative things that it included. I love talking to the new bugs. I love the different challenges they put in there. The boss fights were amazing. The DLC stuff they added was awesome. Not as much of I didn't was much of a fan of the boss rush at the end. I was just not much of a fan. Um, I enjoyed the game mainly for just the exploration aspect and the boss fights you find via exploration, not just using the guy who swings a sword and sometimes can cast a spell to fight 20 bosses in a row. Just wasn't that as interesting as if I were to do it like a Dark Souls game. But I love the game. But nothing like I think remember we were discussing games we could pick, and there's several of them. And then Brian mentioned Hollow Knight. I'm like, well, unfortunately, no matter what else is on the list for this year, Hollow Knight fucking wins.
Yeah, I mean,
pulled open the 2017 list, and I'm like, yeah, Nier is okay. Cuphead is fine.
Yeah, Cuphead is
I enjoyed PUBG for a bit, but that was just with friends. Yeah, no, Hollow Knight.
Hollow
Hollow
Knight.
Knight.
Yeah, Hollow Knight was a winner.
It's Hollow Knight.
Easy. For time, we'll speed up a little bit here because we're getting into some pretty easy discussions, I think. For 2016, my pick was Doom. It's my favorite game in the franchise. There was no way this one wasn't going to win. Doom Eternal wouldn't have won 2020 over Crash Bandicoot 4 for me anyway. This game just takes everything I love about boomer shooter design and then also takes it in a new direction that feels modern while also maintaining that old identity. So that's why I like it so much. John and Jeremy both picked Stardew Valley.
It's just a fucking good fucking game. I mean, most people could just agree with it's just such a feel good game.
Oh yeah,
It's fun to play by yourself. It's fun to play with friends.
Mm-hmm.
It's just fucking it's something you'd play and you just like mellow out and just have a comfortable time, and that's just fucking so good at that.
I got the 100% completion.
That's nice, Brian. Yeah, I think the only reason you wouldn't like Stardew is if you don't want a cozy game.
Yeah, it's very
Like a
interesting.
high
throwing
octane.
Grenades.
Where cozy has become a curse this
It is
day and age,
sometimes.
but
Yeah.
Stardew deserves to keep the title.
I like it. It's great. I buried Penny.
Well, let's go with chill game.
Chill. I like
instead of
chill.
cozy.
Chill's a good name for it because cozy could be literally anything. Any game that makes you relax and makes you feel safe
Elden
and
Ring
nice.
for me is a cozy game.
Yeah.
If you use that
If I see
definition.
one more cozy farming game at one of these game awards, I'm gonna scream.
This is a nice.
Yeah.
This is definitely
Would
the
be
example of a good farm PG for sure. Yeah.
And I think that's the like if somebody makes a game and it's so popular it spawns like 20,000
Yeah, yeah,
variants. Like
That's
Slay
really
the Spire
good.
did that. Stardew Valley did that.
Well, you know, Harvest Moon
Breath
Walk's
of the
Stardew
Wild.
could run, but yeah.
It's funny because exactly what Ryan was saying, where Stardew Valley is the byproduct of Harvest Moon, which was kind of this farm PGs have been around since the 90s, and it's been kind of a niche until Stardew Valley came out. Stardew Valley blew the doors open on the
because he
genre.
fucking did such a
When
good
is
job with game
Chocolate
feel.
Factory coming out?
Yeah, that is a question, right? Game feel. The game feel was amazing. Every aspect just feels so good.
What-
The sound design, the animations, I don't know, it's a cute game. Oh my god.
What makes this game so good is it is a hardcore and casual game-friendly game. You can min-max to the insane in this game. There's completion
Dig, pigs,
requirement. What?
Epic truffles. Epic truffles.
You can roleplay. I married Penny in my playthrough, but to complete the game, I had to make her depressed by ignoring her. She becomes depressed because she starts to view you like her abusive mother.
Oh my god.
It's horrifying. The story is great.
Oh my god. Yeah, like that. Just like that, those small details. It also makes the game just fucking good.
We're talking about...
At any rate, Haunted Chocolatier will be released at some point.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That's
But-
the next
that's a-
game from the same creator.
Yeah, that's his next game, and that's from his website.
Okay, so the other game we got to talk about from
Swamp Souls 3.
for this year is Ryan's pick, which was Dark Souls 3, which Hollow Knight from the last entry was a sequence break in our rules for John and Jeremy by default. But this is Ryan's first sequence break here, which is Dark Souls 3. So Ryan, why Dark Souls 3, a game at least back in 2017 I was convinced you didn't like?
I mean, it's a Dark Souls game. That's the same reasoning I gave you for Dark Souls 2. Might not
Okay.
like it as much as the rest, but it's like it's fine. It's Swamp Souls 3 Swamp Edition, more swamps, swamp harder. It's it's greatest hits. It's Dark Souls greatest hits, so it has like Bloodborne kind of bosses. It feels like you're playing against Bloodborne bosses in Dark Souls.
Yeah, I
Everything's
got that
faster,
vibe. I got that vibe. Yeah.
but it was good. I played it multiple times, despite what I say about it. But
I
it's not
love
this
it.
thing where I was like, yeah,
Played
I
like
mean
4 or
that's
5
fine.
times. I had a fucking blast with that game.
Yeah, it's I love it. I love it a lot. I don't have anything else to say other
I
than
don't
that. I love
dislike
it.
it. I like it. Probably
I
less.
marathoned it right after 2, so I don't remember which one's 2 versus 3 for a lot of it.
I remember you hating Yorm.
Yorm,
Yorm is the only thing I'm remembering, and I'm pretty sure it's from 3.
Yeah, it
And
is.
Yorm was I
He's
didn't get the
stupid.
gimmick, and Alex was in the Discord, and he was doing hee all the whole time, and I was just
Oh
like,
yeah,
That would
that's
be
very
that'd be
frustrating.
frustrating.
Yeah,
yep.
I
So
I'm
had
I
not
ran
able
fun.
in,
to
I
use
picked up
that.
the thing, and then I died. And that
That's
was
bad to me. I died like 5 times because I kept trying to fight him, and then like, why am I just doing chip jam? I think I got him like through like to 1/3 of his HP before my weapon broke, and I'm like, there's something fucking wrong. And I looked it up, and like, you know that thing you picked up and it flashed on the screen for 1 second because you're hitting A because there's a giant sprinting at you from across the screen. I'm like, yeah, go look for that and use that. And it turns out that's the magical stick that kills him for
It's
It's
four
whatever
shots
it's
reason.
then.
it's worth noting that this was before you played Demon Souls, right, John?
Yes.
So this would have been your first gimmick boss.
gimmick boss using that specific the Star
Like
Slayer, yeah.
you get a weapon that cancels the boss.
Yeah.
That's what I
That
think.
way, yes. I think that
Ruler
the
boss.
tree from the first one is technically a gimmick boss.
Maybe, but I think within the Souls community, it refers to the idea of picking up a weapon that cancels the boss, which happened in Demon Souls as well. There's a big boss for that, and it happens in Night Rain and Elden Ring, and
And Night Rain, it sucks ass. And
Elden Ring
Dark
gets
Souls-
actually pretty cool with Rykard.
Yeah, I like that one.
Elden
Rykard
Ring,
is cool.
I like seeing the Storm Ruler.
Elden Ring was the
time.
like one time I really fucking enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it with Rykard, but they also fixed it. They made the weapon scale like equipable by anybody. You didn't need to
Yep.
go through these hoops to use it, which you do in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, so Dark Souls 3 I really enjoyed as well. Not as much as some of the other From Software games we're actually going to get to right now with Bloodborne for
Really?
2015 for John, Ryan, and myself. This
Bloodborne.
is my favorite From Software game.
Yeah.
My favorite From Software game, and actually my second favorite game of the decade.
Yep. It's right up there for me too. It's got the best bosses, it's got the best music, it plays the best, it's got the best levels. Everything is the best.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I've been
good.
hearing an increasing number of people that are like Elden Ring is better than Bloodborne.
They're wrong.
I think it
Fuck 'em.
really is just probably ignorance, like they didn't play it.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
ignorance.
Well, ignorance in the dictionary definition, which means you actually do not know. You like have not been informed about the thing,
I can see
right?
people
You've not
thinking
been
that.
informed about your own opinions of 2 games.
If they haven't played it, yeah.
Bloodborne is fucking amazing all the way through.
Recency
and
bias.
Elden Ring, I had an amazing experience, but I think it is recency bias even for me because I enjoyed Elden Ring a lot. My first playthrough, fucking amazing, and that's the reason for me it beats all the other Dark Souls games. It's Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
And that DLC. Oh, mamma mia.
Bloodborne
The
DLC
best
is
thing.
really good.
Oh, it's so good, except for the fire guy. Fuck the fire guy. I hate him. His
Oh,
hitboxes
Lawrence.
are garbage. Lawrence. Because he
Norm.
swings, he goes like this.
Yep.
And
Orange
then-
isn't real. It's
And
okay.
then 2 seconds after the swing, it still hits you. You're like,
You guys know that
The
you guys realize that the magma dragon things in Elden Ring have that same attack. It's just now fixed.
Hmm.
Where they crawl on the ground, leaving the fire behind, but now it's
That
fixed.
part wasn't the worst part. It's the first fucking part of the bastard. Though.
I had the
Pain in
problem
ass.
with when you break off his legs and he's leaving fire everywhere.
That's the part where it got easy for me. I just, like, for me, whatever reason, my brain broke every time he went. And there was a hitbox that lasted 3 seconds. I don't know, understand. Like, the entire game, you go and you dodge through it, you're fine. But because there was a little fire that goes, your character goes, ah! Ah!
John, if you can dodge the Abria discharge, you can dodge that.
Fucking.
What do you guys?
I don't know.
What do
I
you?
don't know. I can do it. Everything else was fine. Fuck that guy.
What do you guys think
I'm
of the
glad
giant?
He's optional.
The giant horseman
He's the
with
best.
the holy moonlight sword.
Legendary moment. The most
my God,
legendary
he was
moment.
such a fun fight. Oh
He
my
is so
God.
good. I love the cutscene where he's
Oh.
like, "Oh, there you are," and he pulls it out of his own body.
True mentor.
Yeah, God, fucking yeah.
I love Bloodborne. It is my favorite From Software game ever made, including all of their other works since the 90s.
Jeremy, I'm gonna keep offering. You're gonna keep saying no. I got the
Yeah,
2024. I got my goddamn PlayStation 4 with it in there.
I was gonna make jokes like, oh well, why isn't it my favorite game of the year? And it's because I haven't played it.
It's so good.
Just
Honestly,
get it
I
on
should just-
PS5 so it loads good. Because
I
it's like
don't
the
have a PS5.
borrow one.
Hey John, can I have your PS5?
Yes,
Just take
John.
Just take the PS4.
Honestly,
Mark I
I
have
should
against
probably
Bloodborne is the loading
get
times.
your
The load
PS4 from you, but
Yeah.
Jeremy's pick was Undertale.
Sure.
sliding that in.
Yeah.
It's like
Um,
fucking segue. Beautiful.
Over Bloodborne.
Uh,
He likes Undertale better than Bloodborne. You heard it here
But
today.
then,
objectively, right now, I like Undertale better than
think that.
Bloodborne
People
because
think
I have
that.
not played Bloodborne. I believe I'm one of those people you called ignorant.
Well, ignorant in the sense that you haven't played it, so obviously you don't know it yet.
Yes.
Like
I
if
have
you don't
played
read a
Undertale.
book, then you're ignorant of the contents of the book. Yes.
So I have played
Ignorance.
Undertale, and I do remember starting it, stopping at some point, and then saying, "Oh, I should restart this," and getting Flowey's whole, I think you did something weird with your save. Were you trying to cheat?" And I was just like, "No, I just want to restart from the beginning because it's been like 2 years and I don't remember."
John, I'm going to explain because I feel like people are taking me the wrong way. Ignorant just means that you don't know something. That's all it means.
yes, that's my interpretation of it. So for
Yeah.
me, all I know is you keep defining it. It's like
Well,
ignorant.
because
most people
the-
don't know
the
that
problem
ignorance
is-
means not knowing
John,
something.
John, you're just ignorant of ignorance.
No, the problem is
shit.
the problem is it has picked up a connotation over the last 5 years that it means stupid, which is not the same. They're not the same word, but some people treat them like they're the same word.
Well, it has the same energy as
There's
somebody
a
going.
piece
It's,
to
it's,
it.
it's the same energy of somebody saying, "Bless your heart, bless your heart." They're saying you're like.
That's
like,
the connotation, though. That's not the actual meaning of the word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When somebody says "bless your heart," they just saying they think you're stupid or something terrible about you, but they're just like they're man. But I mean the best.
It's literally just because of political discourse online that the word has changed. But what I mean is, you just haven't experienced it yet.
Right.
That's
I
it.
have seen
And you're
like
stupid.
speed runs. I've seen a bit of stuff, but I have not played the game.
Yes, that's what I mean.
And-
So
And at some point, I will borrow John's PS4 or PS5 or whatever and play Bloodborne. I just haven't actually done that.
yep. I was just explaining because if you don't know that, the audience or whoever doesn't know, it could make
I
it
don't know.
sound
You guys can.
mean,
Hey,
but-
I like Undertale better than Bloodborne. Full stop.
true statement for you right now. That is true.
Come at me,
Yep.
bro.
I won't.
In
Undertale's
Ryan's
a good game.
comments.
Undertale's a good game.
Undertale's
It's
a popular game.
I
It's a
enjoyed
popular
it.
game.
I had a blast playing it. It was a very cute game. I love all the interactions. I mean, fucking Sans and fucking Papyrus. I fucking love the characters.
I chose Tunic over whatever the hell. I'm not gonna make fun of you. I'm gonna give you shit.
Yeah, I know. It's a good
chose
choice.
Tu-
Honestly,
Tunic
I was
over
going to pick
Elden
Undertale, and then Brian said Bloodborne, and I was like, well, fuck.
Yeah, Undertale, I never actually beat. I got to the Flowey boss that closes the game every time you lose. I got annoyed by that and stopped playing.
The meta-ness behind the game is also very, very cool.
Yeah, I killed the Sans' brother,
Hmm.
I'm pretty
Papyrus?
sure.
Oh, you killed Papyrus?
Yeah, I killed Papyrus because I think I didn't know that you could keep him alive.
Which is
you
you
don't
just
have to
put-
kill a single hero or a single thing.
You're supposed to not know that. The game gives you the
Yeah.
option, but they
Yeah,
very
that's-
heavily try to make you think you can. They're trying to make you play a second time.
Yeah, so I think the game is like, hey, you should kill stuff. And when you realize, oh, I don't have to do that, and you restart, that's where I got that Flowey message of like, oh, you're trying to do something cheeky by restarting. And for me, it was just there was enough time where I didn't want to like jump back into the same save file. I wanted to
Oh, I
just start
see.
over.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
game's built under the assumption that you'll watch on YouTube as well, because if you dodge Flowey's pellets, he'll think that you watch a YouTube video and will challenge you on the matter. Because
there's a lot
he
of
tells
that.
you they're friendship pellets,
Mhm.
and you're supposed to absorb them, so he sends them at you, but they actually hurt you. But if you dodge him, he goes, "You're not supposed to know this. How do you know this?"
I think it's first time's like, oh, you know, no, just let it hit you. It's fine. And then you dodge again. It's like, you gotta let it hit you, kid.
I got that just because I didn't trust him. I got that.
Yeah,
message.
most people wouldn't, because Flowey's fucking creepy on purpose. His fucking music's creepy too, on purpose.
Speaking of creepy, we're gonna go into 2014, and we're gonna dive deep
Can't
into.
keep getting away.
We're
Such
gonna,
a segue.
we're gonna
No,
dive
no.
deep into the depths and talk about the very creepy leviathans in Subnautica. For John.
The best game ever made, and will never ever return.
Hey, Subnautica 2 is still on the release schedule.
We praise that Subnautica 2, or the corpse of Subnautica being puppeted by another company who will die a brutal death at the very beginning.
Subnautica 2 would have been scarier for me than Brian's game selection this year.
Well, you see, I was gonna make a Ship of
Would be
Theseus joke and
scary.
the fact that it's a water planet,
Well,
but
now
I
it's
guess
done.
I guess
It's
we can just
canceled.
go right to Alien Isolation. Is that's the segue you're doing, and not even give John a chance to talk about how much he likes
I
Subnautica?
No,
like how
I'm
you're
just-
pretending like it's Ryan's fault while you
You're
just
assuming
enable
this
it.
is a segue, but I assure you it's not. John, fuck Brian. Keep talking about your thing.
Subnautica, amazing game, world exploration, beautiful alien world, alien music, fucking.
Oh my God, the
absolutely
segues.
Amazing. I will destroy you.
That was a
Fucking
good
keep your
segue.
segues and shove them
John,
up
that
over
was
your
that was
butt.
an excellent segue.
God
Speaking
damn
of
you.
alien worlds, and
Speaking of
shit,
alien worlds, let's
Yeah,
ignore
so
what
my
I was
pick is
talking about.
Hearthstone.
Yeah, fucking exactly. Good game. I loved it. It's one of those games. It falls into the category of games where I wish I could just delete my memory of the game and play it again. Like, it was that good of an experience. I absolutely fucking loved it. I love finding new environments. I love the gameplay loop of, like, you had to, in order to go deeper, you had to upgrade your submarines to go deeper. But in order to get them, you had to go to dangerous locations to get these unique resources that only appeared there, which always tended to coincide, strangely enough, with uniquely dangerous and creepy monsters and environments. So you had to kind of like, the game's like, see that thing that you were trying to avoid? You have to go near them now. And you're like, I don't wanna! And I love that gameplay loop, and I fucking loved it.
I would shit my pants trying to play that kind of game.
It's creepy. But the
Water
creepiest
stuff
thing I
scared me.
remember, the creepiest game, Hearthstone's the worst, is the creepiest game that I ever had was I was in the middle of the night on my submarine in my Seamoth, which is like a tiny little submarine, and it was pitch black, so I couldn't see anything. Middle open ocean. But I got the sonar function, so I could hit beep, and it would send out a grid view of anything it bounced off of. So, but here's the thing: the Leviathans could hear it and would roar at me every time I did it. So I hit, and then a roaring in the distance. And the worst moment is when the boop hits something, a new mountain Leviathan I've never seen before, that's 2 times as big as the one I saw before, called a Ghost Leviathan, appeared on the sonar in the distance and then disappeared into the darkness. And I was like, and turned back around and flew back towards the Leviathans I knew.
This is a good game. I found
so good.
I found out in real life that I'm not thalassophobic, so this game doesn't really bother me that much when I tried to play it last year, I think, because I actually have swam with sharks before.
Okay, humble brag here.
yeah,
humble
humble.
brag swimming with sharks. Brian
It's
here.
the best
swam with
moment of
real
my
sharks.
life. It's the best moment of my life. I have to talk about it sometimes.
Flexing the vocabulary too. What-ophobic?
Thalassophobic, which means fear of deep water.
I'm not afraid of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Deep water you can't see the bottom of.
It's oftentimes associated with the fear of the unknown.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, Alien Isolation.
Yes, so
Now,
my pick is
speaking of
Alien
alien
Isolation. We don't need to discuss this. We can't, because John and Ryan have not finished, and we are going to have a massive discussion next year about this game. So,
Does someone have a
Massive.
video on this game?
oh, I've got a video on this game. It has almost,
Very-
at the time of recording, almost 500,000 views.
Andy's swam with sharks. That's crazy.
And I swam with sharks. Isn't that insane? But
I wish I could be Brian.
this is one of my favorite games of the century for sure. It's one of my favorite games ever made, period, full stop. But we will actually definitely discuss this next year. I've got 2 videos that'll definitely come out and possibly a third next year. So, yeah, we're going to be playing this one together. I know John and Ryan have played it a bit, but just so we don't retread old ground, we will save that for that discussion video. Ryan's pick was Super Smash Bros.
I'd like to point out I got to the place where you say most people quit, and I quit.
Yes. That is Medbay.
I
That
read that,
happens
yeah,
to
yeah.
people all the time.
I got past Medbay at least. So it's good.
Did you?
Better than Jeremy, confirmed.
Oh, you did, because we streamed it. That's right. So you did actually
Well,
get past
My
Medbay.
first time playing, I got past that. My first time playing through it.
Okay.
But it was stressing me out.
Yep. I'm excited.
Wicked
I'm
hard.
excited. I love it. I have 100 hours in the game. I love it.
What are you measuring?
Those are big.
John's measuring.
numbers.
I'm measuring how awesome you are.
He's measuring how cool your
Wow.
next pick is. Super Smash Bros. 3DS, Ryan. Why is that better
Whipped
than
out that-
Ultimate?
It's
I
only
whipped
this
out
good.
that because it was mobile. I was going places. I don't know. I didn't play a lot of games this year. This is another big year for me, not even completing
This is a
things.
big Magic year for you, right? Magic the
Yeah.
Gathering.
I was kind of trapped in that genjutsu for a while, and I was just bringing my 3DS with me because people also had it for 3DS. I remember. So, I was a big Smash boy. I was just playing Magic and Smash.
hmm
So,
Magic and smashing. There's a joke there
Magic
somewhere.
off Smash.
Anyway, Jeremy his pick is Hearthstone. Talking about Magic the
Yeah, with-
Gathering.
There's like 3 asterisks attached to Hearthstone because actual 2014 Hearthstone was great. I did get into the beta, so I actually played it a little bit prior, and the gameplay was phenomenal. I think as soon as they said the word random on cards, that's when things started to go downhill quickly. And I'm curious, Brian, do you know the discover mechanic from Hearthstone?
Man, I don't know anything about Hearthstone.
It's
So-
pseudo random.
Yeah, so the discover mechanic, it's interesting in principle, but also makes a lot of issues. Instead of giving you a random card, it would discover a card, and what that means is it would give you 3 cards from a pool, and you picked one, and that's the one you got.
It's like a digital-only
Not
mechanic,
Magic.
basically, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's
you also-
Hearthstone. Everything is digital, so they can do all
No,
that
they
stuff.
can get away with a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that is better or worse than just getting a random card?
I mean, it's better. You know what you're getting, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I played Magic, dude. I played Magic. Card quality and economy and card choice is sometimes better than and card draw. Sometimes it's not always, but sometimes card choice matters more. In Magic, that's especially true because selecting cards over lands. Hearthstone doesn't have lands. Is that right?
Hearthstone does not have lands.
Yeah.
You have a 30 card deck, max 2 copies of non-legendaries, 1 of legendaries. You get 1 mana each turn up to max of 10, and they refresh each time.
Mm-hmm.
But the discover mechanic was very interesting in terms of like reducing the amount of randomness while keeping it there. But people quickly discovered that the mechanic
It
is
sounds
broken.
broken. I mean, it sounds broken. I haven't played this game, but I played card games. This
Yeah.
sounds broken
Yeah.
to me.
So just over the course of time, Hearthstone is kind of
Talking about games that go through multiple iterations, we're going to go to 2013, and John and Jeremy are going to talk a bit about Path of Exile.
Oh yeah. So Path of Exile picked for this year is mainly picked because I played Path of Exile probably much later than its first full release, and I had an absolute blast. So this is not a representation. I'm just say that out loud for me. Like, this is not necessarily a representation of like, hey, in 2013 this is what I played. It's just from that year is one of my favorite games ever that happened to come out that year, and I fucking love Path of Exile. Holy fucking shit. Holy moly. It basically is the best action RPG ever, and will and just chews up and spits out all the Diablo games and all the other games I've tried. Gloom, whatever the name it was.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that ARPG, that Gloom something or other. That,
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought it was like Grim.
Grim Dawn. That's
Grim
the
Dawn.
one.
Grim
Yeah.
Dawn. Those games do a good job. Some of them not so good. Like Diablo 4 was kind of awkward. Immortal was a cash
man.
grab. But like Diablo 3 was really good.
I'm not an ARPG
you stayed
fan.
down there.
I'm not an ARPG
Yeah.
fan. I liked Diablo 4, which is probably a sign that it wasn't a good ARPG.
Well,
So,
here's the thing. I didn't
liked
enjoy
it.
it because I picked a class that I hated, and they didn't have much variety. And this is where, if you go to Path of Exile, you get the exact fucking opposite.
Hey, John, I found a new build that I kind of want to try in Path of Exile today.
Mm-hmm.
It's cast on Portal.
Is that a thing?
Technically. So the way this works,
crazy. Okay.
the way it works is he uses a ring that says when you cast a spell, you take fire damage.
Okay.
He casts the portal skill, which upon taking damage cancels it, which allows him to immediately recast it because it's something that's supposed to channel for a second, and when you take damage, it stops the channel. So, because he uses 2 of these rings and it deals enough damage and lots of other mechanics, he's using the cast on damage taken skill gem everywhere.
Yeah.
And so what happens is, it's like 5 times every server tick. He casts every single one of these spells and heals to full.
This is why they like
this
Path
is what the
of
game's
Exile,
about.
man.
Path of Exile is immensely
my eyes
is
glazed
immensely
over.
it's immensely complex. But as a result, though, the amount of combinations of skills and abilities you can have, and the kind of builds you can create, is immensely vast, and is an immense draw to the game. For someone who's is a casual like me for Path of Exile, I think Jeremy's kind of like he plays a lot more than me, but I think
I'm like one step up.
Yeah, one step up. There's a lot of the game is so complex. Oftentimes, you need to get third-party tools in order to be able to interact with it and have a better time, which could be considered negative. But I've enjoyed the game so much, I was willing to do third-party. And when I say third-party, I mean things like here's a build order.
Yeah, there's a community-made path of building app that you download to your computer, and it updates every single league, and it has all of the stuff, and people will import builds, and you can follow along.
So you could consider that negative, but shows how much I love it.
That would be a negative for me, which is probably why ARPGs just this particular one especially I've always been kind of leery of. If I have to open up a guide for something, it's usually I usually consider that a knock myself.
And Path of Exile would be a negative. I would, if I were to say for a first time player, oh my god, this game will rip you the fuck apart.
Technically can. Day9 has done his guideless thing, and I don't know what all he did at the end, but he technically got there.
Here's the thing: he had to hit. Could he get there in the first place? Is actually pretty great.
Yeah. If you know anything about this game, the word skill trees come up. It's got skill trees everywhere.
It's got a sphere grid.
And the other thing that makes this game very specifically great compared to like the Diablo stuff is periodically they'll release a new league where they have a whole new mechanic that comes with new items, new gems, new crafting, new bosses, new everything in the end game. And that's usually why people come back and actually play it periodically. Mm-hmm. Even some of the people who do this for a living, they hit a point in the league where they're like, I'm just done. I'll see you guys when the new one happens again.
Mm-hmm. I get burned out of on these type of games.
Yeah, it's a great game, but it does have some issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nope.
Ryan's pick for this year was Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which is another character action game.
Yes. What a weird game. This game is iconic. What a strange freak thing. I don't know how this game came to be, but I'm glad it did. So basically it feels like kind of like Bayonetta mixed with DMC, I know you said you don't like this game before, Bri, but I think this is
Yeah,
like...
I'm not a big fan.
I think this game
I
is so
think I've
satisfying.
I think I saw Jerry play this during Dark Souls.
Oh, I have played this.
Yeah.
So,
Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, the game. So like you fight the senator, and you fight a senator as the final boss. Honestly, this is what a lot of Americans are feeling nowadays. Is this? What
Yeah,
they're doing.
you're
Yeah,
right.
I've never actually beaten the final boss because I struggled with the sword angle thing just for a cutscene,
I
basically.
can see why you would like this, Ryan. Now that I know what this is, holy fuck,
The
it's
doggo?
fucking insane.
this
Doggo.
game is good to see.
It has
And I'm
that
here for it.
really cool, like slice mechanic, like cutting
Mhm.
mechanic, which is
Yeah.
cool. Even me, I am not the Revengeance fan, but that system is really cool. I always wished another game was going to pick that up and do something with it because it is
Some
a
part
cool
of me-
system.
Some part of me wants like the original vision for Revengeance that you saw in early trailers. Because it's not that game. That's not what happened with this game. But I like what it became. I feel like I would have been happy with either timeline. But
Was Kojima involved in this game? Do you know?
yes,
He
but
he was
like
involved. Okay.
he just couldn't get it figured out, so he called upon Platinum for their help.
Nobody talk.
Back when Platinum
Austin.
was at the peak of their game there,
Yeah.
Revengeance.
Brian, what's your favorite game of the year?
My favorite game. Sorry.
You're good. I'm
Oh.
saying Kojima was like, I guess I'll just let it be a Bayonetta because he couldn't figure out a direction for it.
Yeah, Bayonetta is a good game. We won't be talking about
It's an
Bayonetta
insane
again.
story to try to do. Oh my god.
My favorite game is Tomb Raider 2013. I borrowed this from one of John's sisters, and played it the year it came out, and loved it then. I love it now. I'm actually not going to talk about this game right now to any level of depth because I am working on a very lengthy and extensive Tomb Raider franchise video series right now. So I'm going to save some of my more complex thoughts about this game for that. And we're just going to move right into 2012. And
Two quick one. 2013 was a really good year for
it
games.
was a really good year for games, yeah.
And two, do you know if there is talk for Tomb Raider coming out past now?
There was a game in development. There is a board game in development too. Those are the only Tomb Raider projects I know were being worked on. They did remaster 1 through 6, and they have been re-releasing the PS2 ports of Legends, the reboot trilogy recently. So I think it's possible that they are gearing up. They're basically priming people to get ready for another one. This is what companies do all the time when they re-release old stuff. They're basically just priming people for new stuff. So I could expect this franchise to return, and I'm excited for it because I do like this franchise quite a bit.
Yeah, I liked the 2013. I liked the one after that. So I was just curious if there was plans for more.
There was one in 2018, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It was fine. It was kind of just like a average game, I would say. And Rise and 2013 are better. But I liked it. I liked the game for what it was. It's very different from this franchise has 3 distinct eras. So just because you like the Survivor era does not mean you'll like the core design, and it doesn't mean you'll like the reboot era. But I like all 3. So 2012, Jeremy, we'll go ahead and stay with you. 2012, Dishonored.
Yeah, Dishonored was great.
Oh my god.
I feel like half the time I'm like, this game is good. And John's like, yeah, that game's great.
Yeah, well, John really liked this game, that's for sure. You ghosted this game, right?
Oh, I love this game so much. I ghosted it. Yeah, I ghost every Dishonored game. There's not much to ask, but yeah.
It's 2 games.
Did you do Death of the Outsider?
Did not do Death of the Outsider. I need to.
Okay. So yeah, there's technically a third, but that one is much shorter.
It's one of the standalones, right?
Kind of, it's standalone DLC.
It's
but
its own
separate
client,
storyline.
at least on Steam.
Mhm.
But yeah, Dishonored was great. Just the different abilities and all the different ways that you can play the game it was very cool.
Mhm.
I think I just played through it the one time, and I think I tried to do low casualties.
I played through
Dishonored 2, I definitely did not.
I played through it once. I preferred Dishonored 2. When I played Dishonored 3, I played a lot of it during a Twilight Imperium game that I got tossed out of within the first hour. So I played the first like 6 hours of this game while John, Jeremy's dad, and some other people were playing Twilight Imperium. And then periodically I'd turn around, I'd walk over, and I'd be like, I do this, and I pass my turn because I couldn't do anything else. I had played the War Sun people. I entered a star system. A random event destroyed my War Sun on my
Which
very
is his
first
only
turn.
transport unit to move people to take planets to get resources.
That was my very first turn in an 8-hour game. And so I was literally like one planet the whole time. I couldn't do anything. So I just was like, can't do anything, pass. And I was playing Dishonored.
I mean, at that point,
the
we should have
whole time.
restarted if you felt like we fucking couldn't play. We should have done that at the time.
Oh, I don't like asking people to restart, but I was out of the game 30 minutes
Do you
into
like
the
that game?
Twilight
Do you like that
Imperium?
game still? Yeah.
Yeah, I like Twilight Imperium. I want to play.
Yeah,
I'm
John-
excited for the digital version coming out next year, just so we're clear.
John, my first experience was a friend from middle school had glassed my homeworld.
My first experience is when your dad brought in his War Sun after he saw that Jeremy Burke had teleported his War Sun from across a black hole into my right near my homeworld. And your dad's like, I want to use my War Sun, and that's his only excuse. So he brought in his War Sun and blew up my shit. And then a third person across the thing went, he has no defenses. That's a free home world for a point. And then I had a third War Sun from across the galaxy take my home world.
Everyone's first game goes terribly, and they're all like, "This is the best game."
That was
And
not
that's exactly
that
what
was
happened.
not
It was
my
like the best
first
game.
game. That was like my third.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, my first game was actually very positive, which is the only reason we got to play this more. If that was my first game, I wouldn't have played it anymore. But my first game, I had a very good opening, and Jeremy played the like homeless werewolves, and just took over everything.
Yeah,
But I
he doesn't have
loved it.
home world, so you can't stop him.
I played the cat people on my very first play.
Yeah.
Dishonored is such a good game.
Dishonored is a good
Dishonored
game.
is such a good
That was a
game.
tangent.
Anyway, my favorite game is Dragon's Dogma. For the
But, yep, Dragon's
Because-
Dogma, great game.
because previous it's my favorite 6 out of 10 piece of shit game. It's the best 6 out of 10 game there ever was. Because previous years got me used to putting up with weird experimental RPGs. One in particular that you can probably think of. These games held together by duct tape that ended up being beloved. And these years were kind of plagued by movie games and shit. Brown Call of Duty ripoffs. So I was playing Dragon's Dogma, even though it half worked. And I loved it. And I loved it because it was a video game.
We're already...
Not just a fucking garbage pile that you're like, it's a video game.
It's a good game too. It's a great game with great physics and stuff. I like it myself, but this is that era ended in 2013, so we're actually already in this era of just movie basic. I don't like this whole time period, but there are some good gems in there like Dragon's Dogma, Dishonored, John's pick Diablo 3 is. Actually, I spoke a little bit too fast there, but Diablo 3 is John's pick for 2012.
Is Ryan done?
Yeah, no, it's a fun RPG. You climb on stuff, you get swords, you go into experiments. Masterworks, all it can't go wrong. Your turn.
I like stabbing cyclopses in the eye in that game.
Yeah.
Brian likes talking about eyeball stuff. Strangely,
Yeah.
Diablo 3. I played that during college. I had an absolute blast because it was my first time really truly diving into an action RPG, and I fucking fell in love with it. Because even then, I was very much a brain rotted, and a game that goes, you kill things very quickly, and they go into colorful explosions of gear. My brain went, yeah! And I love
John
it.
claps his feet together like a big baby.
Legit, so... I mean, my experience turned into eventually I had a build where I played as a warlock, not warlock, but as a witch doctor, transforming into a chicken, running at 2,000 movement speed, sprinting at enemies and detonating into an explosion of AoE stuff that dragged them towards the center, and dots on top, as well as 3 gargantuans that kept punching them while they were like.
You were chicken bombing people, bro?
I was chicken bombing, and I was using it to farm Dragon's Death's Breath. Death's Breath resources in order to build up my gear more, and it was super satisfying gameplay loop that I loved. which is why Diablo 4 disappointed me so much because it was nowhere near that same kind of experience. Because that was my experience. I'm like Diablo 3, and there was like Path of Exile, and I'm like they're like 4, but it's supposed to be better. And I'm like here I go, and they're like. It's an MMO, huh? So the FPS went from 60 to like 2. Every time some guy was like click clap click clap click clap through my screen, my game's like we have to simulate him 2 FPS. It was just terrible. I just like fuck that. So I fucking love Diablo 3. So good.
I've played Diablo.
John, do you know a game that you hate even more?
What?
Brian's pick.
XCOM UFO or Enemy Unknown. I almost said UFO Defense, but Enemy Unknown.
I hate that game.
It's okay, John. You survived my playthrough.
I did. I existed in his game. And
Yep.
I lived.
I wasn't actually friends with Ryan when I played this game yet, so he's not it. He wasn't in there. I didn't know Jeremy that well either at this time, 2012, because I actually played this in 2012. I didn't know Jeremy at all, I don't think. So neither one of them were in this playthrough. They joined the XCOM 2 playthrough. John has always been my Pink Ranger in these games. He's my Pink Sniper.
And I deserve that spot.
You do, dude. You survived 2 full games. Legitimately. Never died.
Hiding like a bitch bat in the back. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes that's the best place. Because my favorite XCOM story is my sniper getting mind controlled, shooting, killing a guy, triggering the get an extra action to shoot and kill another of my guys, triggering getting an extra action to shoot and kill the last guy. And I'm just like, oh, he literally just squad wiped me.
Sounds like kind of a weak point for people who can mind control you.
Yeah.
Wait,
You gotta beef those brains up, dude. You cannot let them be brain rotted. John is brain rotted in real life, but my RPG version of John is not brain rotted.
Brian's claiming if we were in a group together and aliens showed up, I'd be the first to be mind controlled instantly.
Then you snipe and kill all of us somehow.
Well, apparently I'll also be wearing a pink jumpsuit. That's
Hey, man.
That's the sign of the end times, is John in a pink jumpsuit.
This is how XCOM 1, there's 2 of my friends who died. 3. Alex blew up in a gas station explosion. Cole got his freaking head shoved in by a giant, and then my brother sacrificed himself in a cutscene. And then I continued this same story group of people to XCOM 2, and then my backline in XCOM 2 was Pink Ranger John and Blue Ranger Ryan as my backline in that game. And then I was in the front lines with a shotgun. And I love XCOM Enemy Unknown. I love the XCOM franchise, UFO Defense, Enemy Unknown 2. I love all of them. But yeah, this is definitely my favorite game from 2012 for sure.
Great game series.
Great game.
The same issue for me is Darkest Dungeon, where I don't handle little games where I get attached to my Pokemon. In this case, the Pokemon is a very muscular man with a shotgun, and I get very sad when he shoots a thing at 99% chance of hitting, misses, and then an alien through 3 walls with a pistol with a 1% chance fires, headshots, instantly kills him. The game goes, too bad. Now Asia has left.
Find a new Pokemon.
You'd hate Baldur's Gate 3.
I think I do better Baldur's Gate because I don't know. I think it's like the mentality of the dice make it feel more. That plus my experience with D&D has been it's helped me. But when I first played that game, oh my god, I was not
You want to see the dice help you visualize more easily why the 99% miss?
Legitimately, yeah. At least I also have an idea because at least you have AC versus this, not this weird fucking just a percent chance.
If it hits, it deals damage, and the question is how much damage, and the answer is I don't know.
It's and for whatever reason your guys freak out because they got tickled on their bum and they're and they kill their friend with a shotgun because they somehow get 100% accuracy in that exact moment.
Oh man,
that fuck.
Panic status, dude. Oh, that's a killer when people start panicking.
I hate that game. And here's the thing, and because there's permanent consequences of that bullshit, I was just like, nope. I'm not putting any more time into that.
Consequences. It's so many hours of work to get to that point.
Yeah.
All of that hours is gone, but the game just keeps going.
Yep. I personally love that stuff. I only save scummed for for the RP. So if my character, like me, my avatar died, I would save. I would load, right? But if anybody else died, I just kept going. And then I wrote. You can
That's how
write.
Brian sees real life.
You can write backstories for your characters in XCOM 2, and I wrote the backstory of, and I gave myself like a scar from the final battle, and I was like, my brother died, and then I continued, and it was like I also aged up us, so John was a little aged up, and I was aged up, and then all the new people, all the new friends of my life, like Ryan, were baby-faced little men.
Looked over at my pink ass suit hiding in the bushes, and I'm like, first time.
Oh, you can't wear pink because it reflects the light? Well, I'll tell you something. The aliens actually can't see pink, which is why I'm dressed like this.
They're fucking dumbasses. Meanwhile, they can see pink super well.
Oh, all right. Well, for time, we're going to keep moving on. 2011, Dark Souls 1. We're finally here.
Here it is. It's Dark Souls.
It's good. I mean, we did a whole
old friend.
2.5 hour From Software ranking. We talked way more about this game then. So right now, let's just talk about what's your favorite boss in the game, John. This was John, Ryan, and
God, you keep doing this shit. What's your favorite thing? No,
You're on the spot. Choose.
Ryan, go first.
Oh shit, I'm on the spot.
I'll go because I already know. It's Sif. Sif the Great Wolf. I love Sif. It's my favorite boss in the game. Favorite character probably in Dark Souls 1 as well.
I like Artorias. You can't go wrong.
Artorias is cool.
Artorias, if we're counting DLC stuff.
We are.
Artorias is pretty fucking epic, and I have to say that's a pretty good choice. I would say... I don't know, man. Artorias, that's a good one.
Ornstein and Smo is a good boss fight, too.
You ask these questions, I now have to recollect every boss in the game and compare and contrast them. I'm not fucking ready for that shit.
No. Just no.
I don't know it either.
Not all of us go through life with their lists. Like, I don't have it.
Just start making lists. Be list pilled.
That was good. I remember the Four Kings was a major break point from when I played because I actually just didn't have the deeps.
My first playthrough was just a big old Havel idiot, and so I just walked in there and killed him. Oh my god, John!
I did magic, and I literally didn't have the magic to kill them in time.
When I was in the room with you when you fought Artorias, or when you fucking
hold
Artorias.
on. You were in the room when we fought Artorias. You're like, this guy's hard. Oh, I got stuck there forever, and I literally just stun locked him.
And just one. Just fucking R1.
My second attempt on the boss. The first attempt, I didn't register that he was gonna get buffed so much with his like dark buff thing, and he killed me when I was attacking. Second time, I was like, well, I'll just heal through this, and I just drank the Kool-Aid while he was hitting me, and I survived. And then the way it worked is I would like swing twice, heavy bonk, he staggered, swing twice, heavy bonk, he staggered, and do that 3 times in a row, and then reset and do it again, and I killed him so fast. And then
my favorite jank RPGs held together by duct tape.
Oh, I love it. So
unfinished games.
What
a great.
My second favorite memory from that game is when I beat Ornstein and Smo on my 7th attempt. John was sitting in my room with me, watching me fight these guys. He watched me die 6 times in a row. He left the room, and my brother's house, which I was living in at the time, is not a big house. But he left the room, and before he got to the front door, which is just through the living room that my room connected to, I had killed the boss in 30 seconds after he left. Because John has this emanating wave of silly, goofy goober crap that makes me bad at games every time John's in the room with me.
Is that your excuse?
It's a real thing, dude.
Go watch the Mega Man series.
Go watch the Mega Man series. It's a real thing. I can't do basic things when John is near me.
But when I leave, Brian can actually focus.
When I leave, I'm just like locked in, win instantly. Breath of the Wild would have taken me 80 hours if John was near me. It took me 20 on my own.
Yeah, you would not have progressed.
Alright, I gotta be the voice of dissent, because I love Dark Souls 1, but I put Deus Ex Human Revolution.
Which is a
Uh,
kind of a
You
unique
son
pick
of a
for
bitch.
2011. So why?
So the first time I
The
played, I
original
actually did
version?
not.
Well,
What
The
do you mean by
original unfixed version. I know that game was broken when it came out, wasn't
well,
it?
there
They
there
made
was
it
more
look good.
than one. There was one that was broken, but I don't think it was this one. I don't know.
I don't know. I played it at the start of college, or sometime in middle college, because I do remember the first time I played it. I got to the first boss, and my choices did not line up with killing anything. I chose like the long range, put them to sleep choices. So when it put
Yeah,
a
that was
brick
one of the
wall in
issues.
front of me,
Yeah, I remember that. That's also why. That's why I quit that game. I got to the first boss. I was enjoying it. And I
yeah,
was like, this game kind of is not good right now for some reason, so I'm gonna stop.
yeah, the
Even though I
first
was having
boss
fun.
being a brick wall when you're like, I'll try to put him to sleep from long range.
Well, that's what my first
Doesn't
experience was
work.
too. I stopped playing
Doesn't
after
work.
that.
But I replayed it at some point, picked just the Murder Man, got past it, and have enjoyed the series up until the end of the following game, Mankind Divided, because it just stopped abruptly. It didn't continue, and they needed to make the next game because the story is going, and it just stopped and rolled credits, and I'm like, why?
Man,
Oh,
It wasn't
you
even all
ain't
that
ever
long
getting
of a
that
game.
game. You ain't ever getting that game.
I know.
Crystal Dynamics has moved on, dude. They're gone.
Mm.
They got bought up by Embracer Group actually, so that's long gone.
Brian, how good are you at writing stories?
I personally think kind of mediocre, but according to everybody
Okay,
who's read my manuscripts, they really like them.
We're gonna pick up the Deus Ex IP and we're gonna finish it.
Honestly, that would be a great thematic story to follow. I love those like transhumanism themes that show up in stories like that. I've been meaning to play these Deus Ex games, like the whole franchise, for a while, and just never gotten to it. Let's go ahead and move on to 2010 here. We got only 2 games to talk about in this, and that is Fallout New Vegas and StarCraft 2. Let's start with New Vegas. That was John and Ryan's pick. Was New Vegas.
Fun, big, many choice. Yes. Explore. Yes.
It was my
Open
second
world.
Sums
choice.
up really well.
Open world bad.
Fuck you,
Fun.
Jeremy. Good shit.
There's only
Fun.
2 directions
That's
in this
right.
open world. You go left or right. That's it.
I did playthroughs where I fucking did all the directions.
I love goofy playthroughs where you choose like 2 stats to boost, and then
Bust.
I like that. I like playing as the lucky idiot,
Lucky
strong
it's
lucky
fun.
idiot.
That's a fun one, yeah.
It's
I have 90
That's the-
minutes with the only achievement being complete. Ain't that a kick in the head?
the first mission.
Great music in that game.
This is
Iconic.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All the
You're
music,
good.
yeah.
I was gonna say.
What, John? Speak for me.
John, just talk.
Give real sense.
Take the power from me, John.
Fallout.
Just speak.
I'll speak for Fallout New Vegas. I'll represent Fallout New Vegas. Fucking good shit. Fucking amazing different kinds of builds. Jeremy can die. Continuing. We're going to proceed to experience the fun time of shooting lizards in the head. Great time. Watching
Death
NCR
claws.
and Legion fight each other. Kind of cool. Conflict of interest. Slow, red tape-filled motherfucker NCR. Hyper efficient but brutal and morally not very ambiguous, just morally wrong Legion. Fighting over a spot, pretty cool. Love the old world aesthetic of Fallout. Really comes through. Absolutely fucking highly like represented in the New Vegas world. It's really cool to see these like mutated animals in the desert combined with the old world technology of these random like robots and shit. And I absolutely loved it. I loved all the wacky little storylines and little small parts. Every bit was just so fucking just good. I
Love
loved
being
it.
jump scared by Boone every 10 seconds when he decides to snipe a bug out of the sky.
Oh my god, the Cazadors, dude.
Oh, the cat! Oh my
Oh,
god!
God,
Yeah.
the
That also
Cazadors.
that feeling. The fucking like some of the enemies like Cazadors and Deathclaws were just something where like legitimately like my first encounter with Deathclaws, I was told not to go there. I thought they were talking about Rad Scorpions. This is my first Fallout game.
It's your first Fallout game. Okay.
And then, so I didn't know what a Deathclaw was. I walk down, I hear a roar, I die, and all I see is a claw hanging over the death screen. I didn't see it. All I know is I died instantly. And I'm like, I'm not going that way.
Got his ass.
Got him.
Legitimately.
The Cazadors are new to Fallout New Vegas, and they're probably one of the best new enemy additions. They are so terrifying.
Oh my god.
When they start buzzing towards you, you're like, oh, I hear my death.
Yeah.
I've got a funny
Go into
story.
VATS as soon as you can. See what you can do in VATS to kill it as soon as possible.
Yeah. Hoping
Reaches
to
you
God
not.
that 33% chance hit. Hit the wing! Hit the wing!
It's funny because there's so many of them, but it only takes one. It only takes one to kill you. I have a funny Fallout New Vegas story. What John? This is actually kind of the start of John's and my fresh friendship. We became friends in 2009, but this was very, very early into it. And so John would tell me about New Vegas all the time. Now, I had played Fallout 1 and 2 before this, so I knew kind of what he was talking about. Yeah. But I was just a stupid early high schooler, so I didn't know what a fat boy was at the time, like what it actually is. And so I knew about Nuke, right? So when John told me that he picked up a fat man in a pool and shot it at a Deathclaw, I thought in my head, as a stupid early high schoolers, that he picked up a fat man and like threw it, because I was like, well, that's totally consistent with Fallout. That seems possible. Because of the rocket launcher for Fallout 3, you know?
You launch any objects by so you're saying the fat man count as an item?
Oh, I thought you looked down in a pool, because you mentioned a dead body there too. I thought you looked down at a pool and picked up a fat guy and threw it at the enemy. Because I did not know anything about New Vegas.
It would have been more beautiful, but no.
But it was
What's
still.
the Lester game
funny.
you guys picked for this year?
So it's very ironic.
What's the inferior
We're
game?
only talking about my top 2 picks from 2010. I was almost a New Vegas Andy myself, but I picked StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Just because I think StarCraft 2, in terms of its gameplay design, is a bit superior. Because New Vegas, one of my critique of New Vegas is that every playthrough, even though there's multiple endings you can get, are essentially the same. Because you have to just resolve the same 4 quest lines. But StarCraft 2, I felt like, at least the way I play it, which is not caring about build order or stuff like that, feels like every match is unique and fun. So, Jeremy actually is the one who knows way more about StarCraft 2 and can talk way more about it.
I put in many hours in StarCraft 2. You
have?
I have played through the campaigns multiple times on getting to the hardest difficulty, which genuinely isn't actually that hard if you play the game. I did competitive in terms of I was a bronze leaguer until I tried really, really, really hard, and then I got to silver and I stopped because that was a pain in the butt. The co-op is the only thing I do recently, but the commanders are all just vastly different from each other. You have Stetman, who comes with a hero unit that is Gary, and he plays mechanical Zerg units, and he sets up satellites to like be the creep. You can play as Arcturus Manx, the main bad guy for the entire series, and he can inscript his workers to become soldiers, and his units are pseudo-hero units and gain experience and level up. Or you can play Jim Raynor and just make Marines and medics, and that's the entire strat there. So each of the co-op missions is like from the game, where you have one where it's the dead of night, where you have to go kill all the structures. But it introduces like Left 4 Dead type of things where there's special zombies. And then you have the great train robbery where you gotta stop trains from going through. So I enjoy the game. I have put too many hours into it. I still suck at the game, but it is still fun. And I think free.
Free right now? Really?
I think
the gameplay mode you're talking about is free, but the game...
Yeah, so co-op is free. Some of the commanders are not. I think you can play the Wings of Liberty campaign for free. I think Heart of the Swarm and Legacy
Yeah.
of the Void are
You can
paid,
play base game for free.
and I don't know about the competitive.
I'm not sure. The reason why they did that was to get people to be able to play competitive, because they make their money off of the not campaign stuff these days, I think. So they made the ability to be able to play the game free, pretty much. And then you can play the campaign one for free, which I think is them trying to entice you to buy the other two. But it's cool. I really do love StarCraft 2. I think I like StarCraft 1 more, but it didn't come out this century, so... StarCraft 2 is my second favorite RTS of the century, probably. There is another RTS we're going to be talking about here soon, but I would say AoE 4, StarCraft 2, and then the one we'll get to in 2008. 2009, if we're ready to move on for everybody. Actually, 4 games, so we'll move kind of fast through this. I'll start with mine because I only have like one major thing to say. Dragon Age Origins. I played this game through with every single Origin at least once, except the Mage Tower and Human. And then some of them I played twice, because if you play male or female, it changes the roleplay significantly. The City Elf is a great example of this, because in that Origin, which this is where the Origin system comes from, where when you pick your background, you actually play through the background of your chosen race or whatever, and it can change the roleplay when you return to that area later. With the City Elf Origin, the idea is that a lord is coming into your City Elf slum, and he's going to take the right of, I can't remember what it's called, but basically the right to sleep with your wife first at your marriage. And so then you go, as the man, you go and you choose kill, sell your wife to him, or just cuck out. And those are your 3 choices, okay? If you pick the woman path, you are the one who is taken, right? And then your choice is submit, kill, escape, or sell, right? These are all very different options that, when you return, impacts the way the city elves were treated by the lords upon your leaving. If you gave in to the lord's demands, they're fine. There's another plot line going on, but they weren't hurt because of that. But if you killed him, they are devastated as a result. So it's really cool RP. It's not as good as that's the second favorite Origin. My favorite is the Dwarf Noble Origin, which I think is amazing if you play male or female. So Dragon Age Origins, in terms of roleplay systems, I don't think a game tops Origins in terms of that.
It's pretty crazy. I've seen my sisters play basically every single possible variant in Origin because they love the game so much. And yeah, it's insane amount of variety.
Yes. The part where I think Origins kind of fails is the gameplay department, which a lot of CRPGs kind of do, Western RPGs, for a long time. I kind of have this problem where the roleplay and choices matter is really, really define stuff, but then the gameplay is just kind of like that hurdle you go over to do it. Now, I don't think Origins is terrible, but it's not as good as like BG3 in the gameplay department, right? A game with excellent gameplay, which was Jeremy's pick, is Batman Arkham Asylum.
Well, I'm going to say the gameplay of Dragon Age was the thing that kind of made me stop after not all that long, as it just felt like combat was a slog, and I couldn't keep going.
I could see that. I honestly can. It was never enough to make me not play the game like 14 times through. So
I didn't get into it was the big thing, but I did get into the Arkham series because the combat is phenomenal. Yeah. The phrase "it makes you feel like Batman" is accurate, and I mean, at some point you don't necessarily need the best of stories to just say this was a fun experience.
Yep.
I probably would struggle to tell you much about any of the individual games, in terms of like the story, but I do remember enough to say it was a fun series to go all the way through.
Arkham Asylum has beautiful design elements. This is where the free flow combat comes from, which is the name that was ascribed to like Arkham Asylum, the Spider-Man PS4 like Sony games, the Shadow of
Remember
Mordor
this game?
duology.
This combat system's probably gone, by the way, after
Oh,
this merger. After this
Yeah,
merger with
I
Warner
don't
Brothers.
know. I don't know when the last time this combat system was used.
2023 in Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Spider-Man 2
Okay.
has the same system. So whenever Spider-Man 3 comes out, and probably Wolverine from Insomniac, because they've kind of picked up this system.
Mhm.
So it's probably going to be back again. But it is a
I don't know if
dying
the
breed.
Wolverine would feel quite as.
I don't
Mad
know.
Max.
I don't know
Mad
about
Max
that one.
attitude.
We'll see. But yeah, Arkham Asylum, this is a wonderful game. This is actually the game that made me like Batman. I didn't like Batman before. I didn't like DC Comics at all before this game. So that's not worth nothing. I was attracted to the game because the trailer for it showed up on a lot of DVDs from like 2009. So I'd see the trailer all the time. And I was like, well, I don't really like Batman, but this looks like a fun video game. And I don't need the story to be fun for me to like the game. So eventually I picked it up years later, played it, and like, oh my god, dude, I played it in like 2 sittings, or 1 even. And then the very next weekend I picked up Arkham City and Arkham Origins, because they were both out at the time as well. And I played both of them in a weekend as well. So
Shit, damn.
Getting the good ending though, or the true ending to the whole series is stupid. I did not do that. I have no desire to.
That's an Arkham
Is it
Knight,
the-
right?
I don't remember.
I think you have to
Is it the-
100% the game twice.
Oh,
I remember you have to get every Riddler trophy and do all of like the Ubisoft control area stuff. And the cutscene is slightly different.
Yeah, I didn't really care for Knight that much, personally, but Asylum, City, Origins were amazing. I loved all 3 of them. They're amazing. John's pick is actually a fairly unique one, but one I'm very happy that we get to talk about today, and that's Bowser's Inside Story.
So Bowser's Inside Story is something I played all the time as a kid on my DS. I had an absolute blast. I remember having, but I don't remember much from the story. Admittedly, I think that's the only time I actually played one of those Mario RPG games, and I that and 1,000 Year Door are the only times I've played the RPG-esque mechanics. And I loved it. It's a fun little game. I love how those games involve the whole like your inputted actions extend your skills or give you more options. You have the ability to dodge. I absolutely was in love with the fact of that game that Mario and Luigi worked together to do some super silly mechanics. That was fantastic, and I love the world of that game.
What?
I want to play this game now.
This game is excellent. There's actually 3 types of Mario RPGs. You have the Mario RPG from the 90s, which is its own separate kind, and the remake of it. You have the Paper Mario style, which is what 1,000 Year Door is. And then you have the Mario and Luigi style, which is what Bowser's Inside Story is. Bowser's Inside Story is either the 2nd or 3rd game in that franchise, the Mario and Luigi franchise. Superstar Saga was the first. This game is excellent. You go inside Bowser's body, you mess with the mechanics of his body, which changes the way he controls outside. Things that he's doing outside, like drinking water, will impact Mario and Luigi inside. The final boss fight happens both inside Bowser and outside Bowser in tandem. It was amazing. This is honestly, legitimately
3DS
one of my
was doing some
favorite
creative
DS
things, and it's hard to recreate some of those as 3DS game moments that made you go, wow.
Yeah, well, I don't even
3DS was
know.
doing shit.
This is a DS game, and 3DS is the same thing. Like, you cannot design games the way you did on that platform anymore.
That's why I chose one of my games next for it's coming up here, because
Well,
3DS.
Well, you know what? This is perfect then, because we'll talk about your 2009 entry and then go right into your 2008. So your 2009
Demon's Souls.
is
You know it, you
Demon's
love it.
Souls.
It changed this whole fucking industry as we know it. The foundation for all these games you know and love is Demon's Souls. It wasn't perfect, but
I've never finished
It was a
it.
weird experience playing. I played the remaster, and it was surprisingly short, but it makes sense. The bosses were very unique, and that was what made the game kind of a cool experience after I played all the other Souls games, only to come back
Lots
and
of gimmick
play
bosses in that Demon Souls one,
a lot.
but you know, I don't mind it.
I enjoyed it. I
I
enjoyed the
love Demon
playthrough.
Souls. It made me love video games again because video games back then were freaking bad.
Yeah.
Could you say that if you take the bad ending in that game, that the world ends with you?
I'm gonna scream. World Ends With You is one of my favorite DS games. It's a little RPG. It has great tunes, great art style. It's by the Nomura guy. By your guy, your guy
We know
Nomura.
Nomura. Kingdom Hearts. We'll talk about him later.
It's like you have two characters you control. One of them you kind of are using buttons to control your top character fighting a bunch of stuff, and then you kind of use your stylus to control the bottom guy. So it played kind of funny, but once you get used to it, it plays really well. It's got. Say what?
I was just saying we're in 2008, just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
A
world.
long time since I played this game, but it was very unique.
I never finished this game, but it was kind of cool. It had a really cool aesthetic to it and everything. John and Jeremy both chose Super Smash Bros. Brawl for 2008.
Yes.
That
That game was my freaking like high school childhood. I played so much of that with my sisters. I played a fuck ton of that at Camp Buffalo because we were all dumbasses and allowed people whoever won to stay and whoever was the lost the most to be removed, which was a bit of a dick move, but it did mean I got to play all the time, and I love that game.
It's just the easy, like, we have people together, we're going to throw on a game that people are going to cycle through, and it's always this game.
It works,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
It's like one of the perfect, probably alongside Mario Kart, like the perfect party game. This is actually the first one I ever played. And I was never a Nintendo kid, so when I looked at the roster, I was like, everybody's stupid except Yoshi. So I picked a Link.
I do remember, this was playing Melee with the neighbor kids, and only one of us was actually good at the game, and everyone else picked Kirby. And it annoyed him so much that we never actually did stuff proper because we didn't know how to play the game.
It's a fun fighting game series. It really is. I love Super Smash Bros. As a series. It's kind of crazy how unique each one of the games are from one another. But Brawl is I have good memories of Brawl being my not only my first Super Smash game, but well, actually, now I think about it, it was my second one because I played the original N64 once before that.
I think we played a lot of multiplayer together.
Played a good bit of Melee, but badly as a child. I had it, but not like it was something I knew how to play. Just kind of button mashed.
Yep, John
Yeah.
John and I played Melee after the Brawl days, but
Remember PlayStation All Stars?
oh, I do remember PlayStation All Stars. We played
Oh, my
so
God.
much of that.
I love that.
We did, dude. I had a PlayStation 3. I didn't have a Wii. And so my brother got PlayStation All Stars because my brother, he's a gamer, but he's not like super into what's going on in the industry all the time. What's releasing, what's good, what's considered good, what's considered bad. He just buys things he thinks looks cool. He saw this. He's like, oh, it looks like Smash Bros, but with PlayStation characters. He got it. And I'll be honest with you, that game has problems. It does. But we played a lot of it. We played an insane amount of that.
It had to draw that a lot of the characters had some unique mechanics that made them very fun.
They do, yeah.
The game was weird because you
Funny.
couldn't kill anyone until you used your specials. They were just impervious to death until you used your specials.
And that's
I
honestly
always called
the
Smash
flaw.
Ultimate. I always called Smash Ultimate the true Sony PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale because it had Snake and Cloud in it, and that game didn't.
You're right.
You're
Snake
right.
was also
There was.
It's like, go ahead.
I was gonna. Well, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was gonna
You're
say that that was really one. It had two big problems. One, it didn't bring in the icons: Crash, Spyro, Snake, Cloud. It needed those. Two, it didn't. And it's not that Sony couldn't have done this. Sony was it has been top of the industry game forever. They could have done it if they wanted to. And two, I appreciate that they were trying to.
They could still do this. Any
They
day
could.
they could do this.
They could.
It gets easier every day.
It does.
Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
appreciate that they were trying to make it unique from Smash, but the kill with a special and that's all you can do framework was not good.
No,
you know.
and it also made some characters just genuinely just better or just garbage if you couldn't kill confirm with your first
Yeah.
move.
Kratos
Or
was
some of them were
sorry.
fucking your fucking the what was it, his name boy
Sackboy.
Sackboy. Oh my god, his fire things was
Yeah.
basically a guaranteed kill confirm. You could not avoid it. Brian was allowed to just basically like just free move a icon that if it landed on you, you instantly died because it spawned inside your hitbox.
Yep.
And then it would then fall down the screen as a bunch of fireballs. So it was possible for you to get killed by that, respawn, and then instantly die because one of them lands on you.
Yeah.
It was absurd.
They had 3 tiers for specials, and we eventually had to ban people from doing the 3rd tier because Sackboy's 3rd tier turns everyone into a bubble that if you touch, they die. And the way it works is if you're fast enough on the stages, which eventually I got to that point, you can kill everybody twice and start killing them a 3rd time before the end. It's unfair. Unfair. It's super unfair. Kratos was broken. He was actually the most broken character in the game.
Oh my god.
Like, Alex would play Kratos all the time, and eventually we had to straight up just ban Kratos because he was so unbelievably busted. So the game...
He was a DLC character, so they upscaled
No,
him
he
like
was a base roster character.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't have
never
DLC
mind
with this game, so we
Something.
didn't get...
They had 2 characters this game with DLC. 2.
They added 3.
Zeus and so. Oh, who else was it?
I think they added... Didn't they add Cat? They added Cat.
Oh yeah,
From Gravity Falls, and
Cat's an
Isaac
actual
from
witch.
Dead Space.
Yeah.
So
Had Bad Dante had Raiden.
Yep.
Revengeance, surprisingly instead of
Raiden!
So we had to ban Kratos. We had to ban level 3s.
This is a weird tangent to go on.
Yeah.
It is, but it's kind of a game that doesn't get
Memories.
talked about, so it's worth it, I think. But yeah, it was not an amazing game, but yeah, it was fun for what it was. My pick for the year was Command and Conquer 3 Red Alert, which is the 3rd RTS and the bottom of the 3. Command and Conquer is a great series. Unfortunately, I've not played all of them. I really do want to play more of them. But I love Red Alert 3, dude. This game is great. Tim Curry's speech where he's like, the only way to escape capitalism is to go into space is so good.
Oh, yeah.
I love that line
I
so
saw Danny and I
much.
play this, and it was so stupid hearing that.
I
Oh my
freaking
God.
love this game. The design of the RTS, like just the gameplay, amazing. The voice, like it's like intentionally bad voice acting, right? Like it is not voice acting. The voice acting is great. It's like intentionally cheesy storytelling, and it is so fun. I love it so much. It's actually the place where some stars that would be on Mandalorian came from. Like that one, the girl who like uses the minigun. She comes from this game.
Canceled.
I guess I don't know anything about that. Whatever happened to people on that show, but she comes from this game. George Takei's in this game. Tim Curry's in this game. The guy who would later be the High Sparrow in Game of Thrones is in this game. It's a freaking stacked raw cast of characters. This is actually my favorite Tim Curry performance is in Red Alert 3.
Interesting.
So
Good to know.
All right.
I love this game to
Fun
pieces.
Brian trivia.
I love it. I love the fact that the 3 teams are like Russia, USA, and Japan just has like giant mechs, and Russia has like mind-controlled bears and big tanks, and then the US
silly.
has mind-controlled dolphins and airships. It's so freaking wacky and fun. I love this game to pieces, dude.
It's what happens when you inject them with meth. You can control them.
Oh my god, it's so...
I found out that doesn't work.
I was sad when Command and Conquer didn't win my franchise poll and Tomb Raider won, even though I love Tomb Raider 2 as well, is what I mean. Because Command and Conquer as a franchise is so bonkers. It's unfortunate it doesn't exist anymore. But I guess that's a good time to transition to 2007. Let's talk about Super Mario Galaxy first. So Ryan and I picked Super Mario Galaxy. John said he probably would have picked it if he had played it, because you like the
Never
look
played it.
of it. This is my
It
favorite.
looks really fun.
This is my favorite platformer from the the century, actually. And it's beautiful. This is actually the game that fixed Mario for me. I played this in 2020 for the first
Oh
time.
yeah, you hated it.
I hated Mario forever, dude. All Mario platformers, I don't know what it was. It was the whoos and the wahas that would just absolutely
Your audio cut out when you did that. Wow.
the woohoos and the wahas and the whoopies that would just make me so mad. This character rage baited me so hard all the time that I literally raged so much playing every Mario game before Galaxy, and then Galaxy fixed it for me, and I went back and played all the other Mario games. So I love Mario Galaxy. Ryan, why do you like Mario Galaxy? Ryan is not here anymore.
Ryan has died.
Okay, Jeremy, why did you pick Call of Duty 4?
It's such a out of left field if you know me. Um, in terms of Call of Duty in generic terms, it's always been the zombies that have been the fun stuff.
Yeah.
I recently, like in the past 2 days, have found out they're all the way up to Blops 7 with zombies.
They are.
And that's concerning to me because the last one I knew was Black Ops 2.
Is this the one where the zombies was the credits sequence?
I don't remember zombies in Call of Duty 4 at all. I think for what you're talking about is Black Ops 1, where you unlock the map 5, which is John F. Kennedy and Castro and them in the Pentagon.
Okay.
But Call of Duty 4 and Call of Duty 2 were games that I played in high school, and I just had fun playing them with the classmates, basically. And I didn't find anything else in 2007, and I have not played Super Mario Galaxy.
Okay. And for 2007, John, your pick was Pokemon Pearl.
Yeah, Pokemon Pearl was just a really fucking one of those. This is one of my Pokemon games when I used to just really enjoy. I think it's the one that the only one I played that followed after I really got into Pokemon Sapphire and Emerald, and that was kind of like the most recent one. And just if it falls after that, I'm not sure. I don't know. But I really enjoyed it. I got really deep into it. I enjoyed finding Giratina, finding all the different 3 fairy Pokemon of wisdom and whatever you need to find. Just Pokemon. It was just one of those games you just played when you had way too much time as a kid, and you had no problem or compunction issues with spending 2 hours of your day trying to train your Pokemon to be level 5 levels higher than the gym, so you can get in there and just pummel them and win and move on. And just doing 2-3 playthroughs because you wanted to try different starter Pokemon, and just really enjoyed it. I had a fun time with it. But as you can tell, it wasn't impactful enough for me to be able to be like, oh, I remember this part or this part.
I feel like Gold, Red and Gold are that way for me, where I can tell you all about those games, but sure.
Hey, you're back.
I feel like
I gotta wait, yeah.
I feel like everyone's first Pokemon game is usually their favorite, or they're like a major fan and play a bunch.
Yeah.
I would say my favorite's probably Soul Silver, which I didn't play till well after that, but I'm not a big Pokemon guy, so anyway you slice it, I'm not a huge fan. 2006, guys, 3 of us picked Twilight Princess. John, Jeremy, and I.
I'm assuming you guys all talked about Galaxy without me.
Well, I didn't realize you were gone, so we did.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it real quick?
Sorry, it's hard. No, it's fine. It's Galaxy. It's where it stole Nintendo's soul, and that's where it remains. So
I agree. Movie is coming out.
it's still there.
It still remains. It's glittering in beauty, but forever in the past.
I forgot with the New Vegas entry, I was going to mention the fact that season 2 of the Fallout show is apparently supposed to be the New Vegas plot line. Forgot to mention that.
Yeah, I think I heard that they don't technically have the rights to it.
Oh, well, I guess that's a conversation for a new day.
That would make sense, since they were made by different people, I guess. I don't
They
know.
were technically, but they're both
That's
by
awkward.
Microsoft now. Whatever, doesn't matter. Twilight Princess.
Shut the fuck up.
The Lord of the
Princess.
Rings Zelda game.
And the Bad Wolf Zelda game.
The bat.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
I
is
see
it.
what you're saying. Okay.
lots of wolves
Mm-hmm.
in this era.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Following
Before we
certain
talk
Zelda
about,
formula.
we'll talk about wolves and the Zelda formula here in more in a
Mhm.
bit. I really like
Sure.
that gear power you get, where you're like sliding up on the walls with the
Yeah,
Oh,
I
the
do
gear.
too.
top.
Yeah, the
I wish
top.
you
Top was
used it more
great.
than once.
Yeah.
You mean the one that you used twice?
Yeah,
and never
yeah,
again?
that one.
Yeah.
I like the double hook shot. That's cool in the dragon boss fight.
That was fun.
Spider-Man.
I enjoyed that. I
When he
enjoyed
used
that one.
twice, that's true.
Hey, shut up. You
It's
use
fun to
that
use
more
it
than
later. When you explore. It's
Hey, I
fun when you
love Twilight
explore
Princess.
later.
Twilight Princess is one of my favorite games. It's got the best Zelda character in the
Midna.
franchise in it. Yeah, and it's got a good aura to it. The vibes are there. It feels neat.
It
But,
also has that kind of like that edgy aspect from like
Mhm.
from a Zelda game, like oh, there's dark beasts, and you turn into a wolf
Yeah,
or
it's
a
cool.
wood.
Xant's a
The
cool
original
villain until he's
Ooh-woof.
yeah. Xant's a cool villain until he's
Zant
not.
was
but
a
it's-
Yes.
disappointment.
It's
was
cool,
a-
and then his helmet comes off, and you're just like,
He's like,
And
what
then
the
he's-
wah, wah,
who's
wah,
the
wah,
real
wah."
guy?
and he's supposed to be lame. That's the point.
I
That's the
never
point of
cared
it.
about
Except
Zant.
for they play up as he's not lame.
Like
80%
Ryan was saying, he
of
was
it.
cool, and then he took the helmet off,
Mm.
and then no one cared.
Here's the thing.
It's the opposite of Bane.
Until he
is
tells
opposite
you,
of
until
Bane.
he tells you my dad is Ganondorf, and then he says, "Daddy Ganondorf will be dealing with you now."
A giant spirit head of Ganondorf looked at me and went, I choose you to be the one who wins all the figgy pudding. And then they just, I became God. And you're like, what the
Yeah.
For
Zant
Cool
literally
moves
throws
in
a
that
temper tantrum.
for
Oh,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
psychotic. I kind of like him for that, but he's not the. He should have been the main villain. Don't got to do the Ganondorf thing every time.
Mhm.
No,
For
you
me,
have to do the
when I
Ganondorf
played this, I played it 2020, I think. And I, by that point, already knew Ganon was in this game. So when I
Yeah.
came across Zant, one, I didn't know he existed. So I was like, well, that's probably not a good sign if nobody talks about this guy. And then two, I just never found him compelling, even just on his own. I never cared
I
about
like his
him.
aesthetic. What I like most about this game is it's got the cool Zelda aesthetic. I think by like far for me, and I wish they would revisit that. Maybe give us a darker iteration of one of these Breath of the Whatevers.
The drawback to that damn thing was the fucking every time you look at it, it's so ugly. It did not age well.
I disagree.
God.
I really like the
think
way
it's
this game
fine.
looks.
I think
It's
it's
everything's so gray and gross.
It has
Everything, and
it's-
then you go out of the way to make it grayer and grosser as like an environmental, like it's evil, so it's more gray.
Yeah, it's not as pretty as
raining, so
Okami,
more
but yeah.
gray.
Well, before we move to Okami, I do want to
Yeah,
counter a little bit.
Okami.
I like the way that the games from this era kind of approach like smoky ideas, like a ghostly texture with the
Yeah, I like this
with the way
game's
they did
aesthetic.
it.
I
So,
like how it looks.
so it is definitely showing that trend that games would follow very soon after this being brown, gray, and everything. But I think this one is trying to go for the Twilight aesthetic.
Yeah, I
so-
wouldn't call it brown or gray. I would call it just like yellow. You know?
Yeah.
They're going for that yellow.
Like it's showing the setting of an era, so I understand why somebody couldn't like it or wouldn't like that now.
Well,
but
it's when I look back at it. I mean, at the time it didn't bother me, but whenever
Yeah.
I look back at it, whenever I look at images of it, I'm just like, man, that is ugly.
It's got my favorite aesthetic. It's got my favorite dungeons probably still of the Zelda franchise. It's just a little too easy of a game, and you don't really use the items a whole lot outside of their respective dungeons. That's
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
opinion.
they just really fancy keys for 2 doors every time, and then you're just kind of like, you did it.
Zelda as a
Use your
franchise.
Beyblade once.
Sorry, go ahead.
Use your cool. That's all I was saying is use your Beyblade like once. Use your cool, frickin' your cool statue wand one time, and you don't have to use
Oh
it
yeah, you
ever.
use it only once or twice.
And then you use
I
it to
don't
get
even
like a
remember
heartbeats
that.
outside.
Yeah, you use it once.
That's from
you
my
use it to-
favorite temple, which is the taking over statues, right?
It's a good dungeon, but you don't ever get to use your cool stuff ever again. It's like they
Oh, yeah,
just.
there was
don't-
another one. Yeah.
Oh well.
Most Zelda
Great game.
games are pretty easy. They're not really that hard at all. I think.
Yeah, but this one is like especially easy.
Yeah, I guess I don't
most.
remember. I don't remember that well. But Okami is a great game. Also pretty easy, but pretty good.
Yeah, harder than Twilight Princess, but it was long.
Might be
it was
right, I don't know.
pretty. It had such good music. The aesthetic is outstanding. Like goddamn,
I agree. It's a
God
wonderful
what a
game.
game!
I didn't game over once in either one, so I'm not. I guess I shouldn't say that one is easier than the other. I don't know. They're both easy, but
Yeah.
it's the best non Nintendo made Zelda game for sure.
Lots of good Japanese mythology.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to say about this game.
Say more.
great.
Don't
It's amazing.
stop.
It's an amazing
Is
game.
it getting a remake in
Keep saying
2026?
more.
It's getting a sequel, not a remake. A sequel.
Okami 2.
Close enough.
Okami 2. I'm excited for that actually. Well, 2000. Sorry.
Go ahead.
2005 was an insane year as well. Like we're getting into just banger year after banger year here. 2005, my pick was DMC3, which
Which is
like
the wrong pick.
well, hold
One of
on.
those don't
You
make me
just
choose kinda
you
years.
just need to slow your roll, little man. Okay.
Roll, John.
I feel insulted that you didn't pick mine.
Well, you
Good.
should feel insulted,
I would be
little
surprised if
boy.
you picked mine.
Little boy.
Little boy, little
Eyes
little
in my
boy
smooth
man.
cheeks.
Hey, I don't care if your cheeks are full of beard. Okay, you're still a little man.
So much beard.
So much
Talk
beard,
about-
but it
talk
can't
about your
cover
game.
up the fact that you're a little baby boy. Okay, who hasn't played Devil May Cry?
Under all of that beard hair, you're just
Yeah,
a
where
baby
did
boy.
Where's your Devil May Cry playthrough, you stupid baby? Hasn't played
I haven't
DMC3.
played. I haven't played.
Are you
yet.
even a gamer?
He's not.
Oh, I'm not.
Anyway, Devil May Cry 3 is amazing. This is my favorite character action game I've ever played. It reuses a lot of level design, so you can definitely tell that they were trying to cut corners in terms of how to manage their funding. But I think the thing that this game does well is all of the weapons, all the combos, all the boss fights. They are all amazing. And yeah, I would be really stretching to think of one thing I don't like, and that's actually the thing that tips it in its favor over DMC5 for me. Whereas like DMC5, I can think of maybe one thing I don't like. This game, I actually just cannot think of anything I don't like. So that's all I gotta say. DMC3 is amazing. I'm always singing the praises of this game. There's loads of people that are. So if anybody
I played this
doesn't,
game late too. I played this game like way late,
you did.
and it was like, wow.
I watched
But most shit.
I watched my brother play it all the time back in 2005, but I didn't actually play it until like 2019 or something myself. But I watched it all the time. I watched this be played like 10 times through in 1 week. Because my brother was
Jeez.
playing this all the time. He was playing the original American version too, which was significantly harder. So,
Mm.
it's a weird case where the American version of this game was actually the
Yeah.
base difficulty was hard mode in Japan.
I was about to correct you and be like, no, it's the opposite. But then I thought about it. It's like, wait, yeah, they did do that. Oh,
Yep.
That's weird.
That's why they had to release the Dante's Awakening version. So, yeah, there's another game that he played all the time. Ryan chose this game, and that was RE4.
RE4. So this year I had to unfortunately not choose KH2 or Shadow or DMC because RE4 is here and RE4 is iconic. RE4 changed the whole landscape of third-person shooters. And to this day, it remains one of the greatest games ever made. And that's all I can say about it because everything that's been said about it has been said a billion trillion times.
What's
by
better?
everybody.
OG or remake?
Well, I'm gonna stick with the original, of course.
Okay.
I like that remake, but I just think it's a bit
I've
more
only played the
replayable.
remake, so I think the remake's pretty good. No idea about the original.
I love the remake.
There's
I've heard some of the changes that they made, but
I think isn't remake the first one I ever played. The first. I
maybe.
think it's the
Probably.
first.
I don't know.
I think it was the first Resident Evil. I had a
may.
fucking blast with that.
Maybe.
did you do it before or after the Halloween thing?
You may have
maybe
played
after-
RE2 remake first, but not all the
I
way
think I did
through.
RE2 remake, but I didn't do a full playthrough.
Yeah. RE
It's not like an FF7 thing where I'd be like, just play the original. It's like I could tell you if someone was to play RE4, I could be like, yeah, just play either or, whichever one you
They're
get your hands
very
on.
Like, there
different
is a weird
games.
storyline.
Yeah,
They're not
different,
even.
but you know,
Yeah, they're not even close. I like RE4 myself too, but there is one thing that's always stopped me from replaying it, and it's just my biggest pet peeve. I freaking hate QTEs that make you rewatch cutscenes. I can't stand it.
sure. That
So
was just the time period though, but yeah,
It and God of War are
The
the
one thing about the game that doesn't really last
yep.
or age well.
It and God of War were the reason that QTEs were such a big thing for so long, and QTE, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole
I
right
think
now.
all gamers hate QTEs.
Yeah.
The
All
back
only
then.
place I can think that it makes a little bit of sense is the Until Dawn.
Well,
Where-
that's like, yeah.
Until
I
Dawn's the
agree with
example
you.
why I hate it. Until Dawn's like the worst example of it because Until Dawn like ties like these QTE events to like entire storylines. If you don't like notice that they're like she starts tripping on something, they're like press A or she'll fall, and you're like and you press the wrong one and she dies, and you're like okay, that's the.
And
Until
that's
you do
that's
another.
why I think it works in that game versus you just failed it and okay, start over again. I think the start over again is just absolutely pointless.
I guess so. I just hate every aspect about it. I despise, and for me, that aspect for that specific game is the quintessential worst example of it.
Yep.
Because can you imagine your entire gameplay, success is failure for every single character is entirely reliant upon your reaction time? Holy fuck that! Can you press R2 fast enough?
What game
Oh,
did you
wait,
That's where you
experience
start
this on?
tweaking the windows and such, but
But even
State your
then,
game now.
my game.
Well,
State
actually,
your game
before
now.
the Trump
hold
Bugle.
on. Let's
okay.
do Jeremy first. Psychonauts.
Jeremy first.
no,
Yeah.
Psychonauts is just a weird game. I do remember getting stuck on the stupidest part when I first played it, and then once I got past that part on a different playthrough, it's bizarre. I mean, the whole story is
weird games.
Everyone likes
Yep, I am the milkman.
Mhm.
My milk is delicious.
My milk is delicious.
There's some messed up stories in that game, like that girl who burned down that orphanage. Or I only played it once, so I can't remember.
She didn't do it herself, but she couldn't save them.
She couldn't
could hear
save
them
them or
screaming.
something, and she's
Yeah,
traumatized by it or something like that, right?
Because she's working at a camp full of children, and it turns out she was associated with a orphanage at some point in her life where the children burned, and she heard their screams, and that's like locked in her brain, and you had access to it.
And you had to
I'm
like
trying to remember
free
if
it.
it's that character or if it's someone else.
It's that woman.
It's a woman. I only played it once, so I can't remember.
She just
the area I'm thinking of might be the milkman area, so it might be the secret agent.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly,
but there's some crazy stuff associated with mental health stuff in that.
It would be a good game to analyze the themes and story of, but me personally, Psychonauts was okay. I thought it was okay. Not necessarily worth the accolades it got, in my opinion, but I'm happy it got a sequel. People seem to like the sequel.
16 years later.
16. What happens, man?
Wait than ever.
John's pick was Star Wars Battlefront 2, which is the game that made us friends, actually.
Yeah. Which is why I'm insulted. That Brian didn't pick it himself.
Cry, sobs, breaks down.
I value good game design over nostalgia and memories.
Oh my god.
Fucker.
I'm hearing he would throw you into a volcano for a good game.
Oh, just...
Jackpot.
Jackpot. Ding, 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 ding. Worth. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was something me and my sisters played a lot. Ended up, me and Brian, turns out we both played it. We ended up having an absolute blast fighting each other. I remember fondly the times where we would do space battles. It was just us flying past each other and destroying each other's ships' defensive arrays and blowing up each other's, basically all the internals of our ships. And that was the same fight every fucking time. It was, because it was the best play.
The fight that never ends.
It literally never ended.
It just halfway finishes the fight is more or less how it works.
Yeah, because otherwise you have to wait. Because you're basically relying on your AI to do the rest of the work, and they literally cannot approach their ship because they're too stupid to handle that the enemy ship can shoot them. So if you blow up their defensive array, the ship can't shoot them. So that your AI can actually help.
Yeah. So John and I, what we would do is we would do that to each other's ships. And then one of two things would happen. We either just do dogfights in space until the end of the round, which honestly that would determine the winner, whoever was winning those more, or we would just kill each other in a base.
I would repair my own. What I would do sometimes is Brian would be blowing up my ship, and I repair the auto defenses, and then Brian would be like, "I'm getting hit. How's that happening? Oh God, you turned it back on." And then he dies because he's just a bomber by itself, flying over the ship, so all the turrets go. So
It's a fun game.
But I had a lot of good memories with it, and a mid-late, this is nostalgia, but mid-late didn't have many choices to pick from, and then Brian pointed that out, and I'm like, that one.
Yep.
I picked Psychonauts.
I think it's a great game.
I never
Just
played
to be clear.
I enjoyed it a lot. I'm not gonna pretend like it was a good game. The AI is stupid. Everything moves slowly. There's certain maps that are just like so rote in how you have to approach them, or otherwise you just lose. It's insane. Like the Genosians, there's a certain route you do, or you lose on Genosha. But I mean, it's still an absolute blast.
Yeah,
I love the different characters, the different abilities. Unlocking shit was a fun discovery. I absolutely loved. Where you're like, oh, it turns out I got a better shotgun or better this. And then I'd unlock a better sniper rifle and then hate it because it's worse than the base sniper rifle. Because it goes from a one-shot to just a really short-range laser.
Yep. The laser's kind of cool because you don't need to aim anymore. You literally, if you press the trigger, you kill anything. If you body shot them, you just have to hold it for a second, and you can.
But it doesn't have enough range.
Yeah, you're right, and it's an interesting thing because
it's a side grade.
Yeah. The upgrades in that game were cool. The campaign was cool. The levels design was cool. I really like this game. I would call it a good game myself. I wish that the remaster performed better. That way more people would be playing online because I always wanted to play this game online. But
they did a bad job. I don't know what the fuck they did.
It's so weird. There were some issues with it, but it was the PS2 version, and many of the issues that people were talking about, I was like, well, to me, that just existed as a part of the game because I played the PS2 version. So there were some complaints about the Battlefront 2 remaster that I thought were dumb, but it did also come out a little rough in the multiplayer department initially, which is not good. So yeah. 2004, guys. We'll start with Ryan. MGS3.
What's there to say? It's MGS3. I can't keep saying that about games, but this was like
they speak for themselves.
I don't need to explain anything. It's MGS3.
Right. I'm fully convinced Hideo Kojima made this game in the future and on old hardware and found a way to bring it back in time to our little pea brains back in the day. Because this game is from the fucking future.
If it were, its control scheme would be better.
Shut up. It's got a unique control scheme.
Yeah, I don't actually mind it. I was just making the joke.
It has the same controls as the horse from.
It's worse, John.
No. Impossible.
The game controls takes some getting used to. Doesn't make them bad.
I agree. I actually agree with you. I was just making a gab.
Okay.
I was just having a laugh.
Metal
I was
Gear
just
Solid
playing a
3
lark.
is such a great, such a detailed game. So much shit going on with that. So many little systems, mechanics.
I do love how if you change your like console clock or you just step away from the game for a while, one of the bosses dies of old age.
Yeah. He was the only one out there doing this kind of stuff.
Yep.
He had all this unique stuff he put into his games that really gave him all this soul. They were
crazy bastard.
Crazy bastard.
I have one memory of John's 2004 pick, and it's me playing multiplayer with John, and him just steamrolling everybody because he gave us a controller. He's like, "Oh, let's play." It doesn't explain anything about the game.
Did I not?
It's myself, Francis, and him, and I believe one of his sisters, but I can't remember if one of them played or not. And we were playing Metroid Prime 2 multiplayer,
which is
walked in and just killed us all instantly. And I'm playing with a GameCube controller for the first time, and I'm like, "What the heck is this thing in my hand?"
I'm an asshole back then. Holy shit!
He gave you the Mad Cats and everything.
Oh my god!
So I've technically played this game a little bit. I played half of the campaign on the Wii version, but John, you take it away and explain why Metroid Prime 2 is a great thing that you were willing to just waffle stomp all over your friends on the multiplayer
Well, that
mode
speaks
with.
for that speaks for itself. Just come on, everyone wants to just destroy their friends
Let's-
without them
let's
being able to
find-
fight back. I mean, come on.
Let's find the
second
source of the reasoning of why you would do this to your friends. Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes, the real thing. Metroid Prime 2 is really fucking good. Oh my
Yes.
god. So Metroid Prime 1 is really, they made a remaster. People really enjoyed it. But I would argue that Metroid Prime 2 is like 3 or 4 times better than Metroid Prime 1. A lot more content, a lot more complicated boss fights. They get very creative with world design. Not only is there an aspect of like you are exploring alien, like a leftover like world, like technology of aliens, but also you get to see a dark version of every world. So which is a very that releases them creating really interesting enemy, boss design, world design.
I don't like their dark worlds back then.
You think you did or you didn't?
Nintendo was. I'm saying Nintendo was big on dark worlds back then. It's like
yeah, 'cause
every
they had
game
a lot
was
of
like a
stuff,
dark
didn't they?
world.
It was like because it's kind of like I guess for them it's kind of like free free
real estate.
You just take something you redesign and just like add some gloop or darkness and like add one guy who has a different skin color from the base enemy, and there's like dark world, and you're like okay, but I mean I appreciate it.
You guys are kind of
I
touching
loved
on an interesting point of discussion about Nintendo because they were in dire straits in that GameCube era. Actually, like the Wii saved Nintendo, and then the Switch saved Nintendo, but GameCube was not doing well. Back.
Weird because there's like
It's technically the most
GameCube
powerful
is-
of those systems. It's technically more powerful than the Xbox or the PS2, and it was cheaper, but it couldn't play DVDs, so it lost the sales war right away. And
Some families were using it for the Blu-ray player.
Yep, and because they use a proprietary disc, people didn't want to learn how to design for it. And there were loads of other reasons. Nintendo wasn't considered the cool kid at the time because they had a lunchbox system, right? So there's a lot of like things beyond the system that hurt its sales, but that meant that they had to cut corners in game design, which is why Wind Waker has that area at the end where you have to like grind up money to buy stuff to be able to end the game because they were just trying to build content to stretch it out, right? And then it's also why Metroid Prime 2 probably has its whole like second, and why Prime 1 also has that part where you're like look through the whole game to find these things, right?
It's not necessarily a positive thing because they have the same thing as Metroid Prime 1. I think Metroid Prime 2 I remember was easier, mainly because I already knew about it from Metroid Prime 1, so I was not as caught off guard. But I absolutely love
It
it.
was still so polished though, for what it's worth. Those games are like
So pretty.
basically perfect.
If
How
you compare the
polished they were.
final,
Nintendo
final
polish.
bosses in both of them, it's insane. Like, let's ignore Dark Samus because she kind of shows up at the end of the random like ta-da! There's more to it than the end. Let's ignore her. In the Ing King, guy fucking was insane in comparison to like just the Metroid Prime fight from the first game, where it's just like I'm gonna charge at you occasionally. You gotta get in the troughs. And then I use magical different colors. And then you fight the Ing King, and it's like, I have 3 forms. And you're just like, oh, God. Like, it's so good. I cannot praise it enough. They added some really fun like mechanics for the bosses. I absolutely, like, I love the freaking, like, I loved, like, the thing where you get the Annihilator Cannon from the giant robot. That was so cool. I love the fact that you fight a larva, and then it transforms into a butterfly mid-fight. I love the giant worms. Fighting them in the darkness, so you have to constantly take tick damage. So you're fighting them, and they'll take away your safe zones to fight you. And they had that terrifying moment because you're in an environment where things are hurting you all the time while you're running from a fucking worm that will explode out of the ground in these enormous arches. So you're just like, oh shit. So I don't know. I can't praise it enough. I absolutely love that game.
Yeah. I really want to replay it. I'll actually finish it when I replay it. But yeah, I've got a fun memory of that one of John laughing while I'm like, "What are the controls?"
And the controls are fucking weird.
Yeah,
if
they're
you didn't
weird.
play Metroid Prime 1, you would have.
And if you've never held a GameCube controller before, yeah.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Jeremy, your pick was Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories for 2004.
Yeah, that is my. I'm gonna go with that's my Kingdom Hearts placeholder because I needed something else for the year Kingdom Hearts 1 came out. And I have finished
Got you.
the first one and Chain of Memories, and I'm gonna count. I think it's 365 over 2 days.
Some shit name like that, yeah. Some horrible name.
Well, there was one that was released, but on the Steam version, it just shows all the cutscenes.
Yeah.
With no gameplay at all. And I was very confused when I started this up, because I'm like, oh, I guess there's just a really long intro.
You're supposed to care about the plot.
Where's the game? And that kind of killed my motivation to keep going, but at some point I will continue with Kingdom Hearts 2 and on.
You just play 2 and then leave it at that.
I played that whole franchise, every single game in 2019.
Oh.
It was not worth it. It was not worth it.
Not when it ended at 3,
no. I don't know, man. I thought some of the games were fine, but I'm not really sold on Kingdom Hearts personally.
Say I'm a big Cage fan, and I'd say most of those games
are
horrible.
You fight all kinds of stuff, dude. Don't even ask me to try and remember what you do in these games.
Fight a car.
You fight a boat.
You fight a boat. You fight everything, dude. There's just everything. My pick for 2004 is Mortal Kombat Deception, which is my favorite game in the whole franchise. It started my love of the franchise. I don't really need to say anymore because my friends cannot discuss this game with me. They've never played it. And if you want to hear my thoughts on Mortal Kombat and this game, just watch the other 60 videos on the channel.
Yeah, easily said.
I talk about this game all the time. I've talked about this game left, right, and center, and I'm going to do a massive review on it again in the future, and I'm going to do a story analysis whenever I get to it. I'll do it later. This game is amazing. I love it. It started my love of the lore, but it is a game that is going to be down to taste. Some people will not like it. So we're going to move into 2003. I think we'll start with my entry because it's another one that's down to taste, and that is SmackDown.
I'll be right back because I do not care.
Okay. SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain is my pick. 2003, it's a wrestling game. Wrestling games are actually kind of fun. This one is often shows up quite high in rankings of wrestling games because it's amazing. It's a role-playing game and a wrestling game all wrapped into one. You get to craft stories, you get to craft characters. I had a character for John in this game, and I had, it's like XCOM, I put all my friends in it. John's the only one worth talking about here, because he's the only one still around. He was a choke-slamming menace. And he rode in on a motorcycle.
Personality.
He rode in on a motorcycle. Because I was a very young child. See, John and I knew each other before we became friends in 2009, and I had no friends growing up, so if I knew somebody and had a positive reaction with them, I counted them as a friend. So John and I actually had met in like 2001, so I made John a character in this game when I was like 8. So
oh god, he knew me.
I knew you, dude. I knew you. Which is why they paired us up in like 8th grade and all the other things that formed our friendship. So that's my thing. We can talk about John's little nostalgia game, Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut.
God, what a beautiful mess it is.
More artistic in my choice? I can't tell. We'll have to argue about that.
It's a wonderful game because the first level you play, there is a ramp that when you meet Orca jumps over it, so it's a beautiful shot. And as you go around the loop, if you do no inputs, you clip through the ramp and launch into the deep ocean and die instantly. So you restart right before a spike gate because you keep hitting the spike gate every time because you get, this is something if you play the game a lot, you encounter a lot. So I've hit that spike gate a lot. And then if you try different inputs, you try to prevent yourself from flying off, you launch up out of the ramp's hitbox and then go through the orca's anus and then through back down into the void and die. Eventually, you find it's just the right angle. It's kind of just however you get through feel to make it through. And that kind of just represents the entire game. There's a lot of instances where just like Sonic or his friends just kind of clip through existence. There's just weird voice lines when the characters talk. They go, and their eyes go like this to represent them talking. So like, oh no, Sonic! And it's amazing. I got obsessed with the Chow garden thing where you raise chows and you feed them animals. They consume the animal's essence, gain powers.
Did you
And
abuse
the
the
game
chows
just
to make them evil?
some of them, only a couple. Those poor chows, but they looked way cooler, so it was worth it.
What
Um,
statement do you think the designers were saying by saying if you hurt and abuse something, they always become evil?
I do wonder. I never got into. I never understood why. But no.
What are they saying? What's the deeper messaging, John, of Sonic Adventure DX?
But I think really the true goal of that game is to play Biggs Catch Froggy game. I think that's truly the
Oh,
goal.
yes, you're right. Biggs the cat.
Biggs the cat. You can play as Amy and have really annoying music. They have one music playlist for Amy, and it's just da 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 da. And your goal is to, in her gameplay, is to run away from a giant robot that she can't kill until the very end for reasons.
What's your
Like
favorite
it-
voice line from Sonic Adventure DX?
My favorite voice line from yeah, you know what it is.
I
It's
know you can
it's
answer this one.
It's Eggman. Fucking. The wonderful thing is, it's this is just a janky game. So what they do is they cut the voice lines over top of each other because there's no like smoothness to this. So Dr. Eggman, one of his robots he fights you with, he just launches rockets at you, and he always goes, "Get a load of this! Get a load of this!" But every time he fires it, he says it faster. So towards the end of the fight, he's get a load of this, get a load of this, get a load of this, get a load. So it's just like young John, just that he just became part of my part of who I am.
It's part of your lexicon.
It's part of my lexicon. It's get a load of this. That's impossible.
Yeah, nostalgia makes up for a lot of things, but sometimes games
Oh
can...
fuck yeah! If you try to be
Yeah.
like John, play this now, and this is the first time I met, I'd be like,
Hey
what
man,
the fuck?
maybe someday. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Good time.
Ryan, your nostalgic choice was Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, which I actually hear is a good game, by the way.
I played. That was like my first game I ever spent like all day playing as a child. That was like my first big like to 2 a.m. gaming sessions came from that game because I just got so into it.
Those are a
You know,
special moment.
Yeah, I was making dinosaurs, getting velociraptors to fight. But yeah, I could never get into the city park sims before this. But I think adding sprinkling the dinosaurs in there was just the sprinkle of autism I needed to get into the genre, And that's still the only one I've ever played, is that one particular game. I haven't played the new ones or any of that shit. This one, it was good.
I want to cover this one on the channel sometime. I do. I genuinely do, because I want to play all those Jurassic Park building sims. The only Jurassic Park building sim I've played is the GBA Jurassic Park 3. That's it.
Didn't know that even existed.
It's a like a, I think it's 16-bit pretty much, but 16-bit park builder. And I love park builders like Zoo Tycoon, Roller Coaster Tycoon and stuff. So I would love to play this sometime. I'm gonna put it on the list. It can go on one of our polls eventually if you guys do want to play that after we.
I interrupted a bit. I wanted to talk about my game.
No, you talk about your game. Talk about it.
No,
Do it.
I wanted to
Fucker.
recreate it.
Do
I wanted
it.
to
Well,
recreate
it's
the
too
real
late now.
Jurassic Park movie.
So you try to recreate the original Jurassic Park? Would you
Yeah.
actually try to release the dinosaurs and try to have them kill people?
Basically.
Yes.
You could do it. Well, you did have tornadoes hit your park and stuff and destroy fences, and the T-Rexes would get out. It was already eating everybody.
That's real rough.
As a child, you just kind of panic and you don't know what to do about it, so you just start having all your dinosaurs shot to death.
It's just like
Now
a
you
happy
control
little vegetarian dinosaur being like, I'm
You
sorry.
And you
He's a
could-
danger to society. Put him down.
It was funny trying to like
Old Yeller.
have vehicle tours. You could make a vehicle tour in the games, but you could put it in like you shouldn't put it in certain pins. So I'd keep trying to have like a car vehicle tour in like the T-Rex pin, but it would always just like destroy the car and eat everybody. I don't know. was
Ryan
fun
would
to-
have problems with the lawyers. in
Yeah,
Jurassic
the red
Park.
tape.
No,
bad.
anytime a lawyer came by, you say, okay, we'll take you on the tour, make sure you know it's safe.
Jeremy, your pick was Superstar Saga, which is the
Yes.
first Mario and Luigi game.
Superstar Saga is an amazing game. Because I like it, I would like to play John's pick of Inside Bowser's Castle. Yeah, it's an amazing game. I don't know what to say about it. Great.
It's great, yeah. This is a wonderful game, and I'm happy that it's very easy to play on Switch. You can get it through the GBA, I think, on there. They need to bring.
You just still have the cartridge.
Or just have the cart. I played it on Wii U. I bought it on Wii U and played it that way. So, yeah, Superstar Saga is great, and Bowser's Inside Story is great too. Jeremy, we can start with your 2002 Age of Mythology.
Yeah, this is the thing that beat up Kingdom Hearts. Was just Age of Mythology was my childhood. I'm fairly certain I got it. I got like the demo on a disc in like a random magazine, and I tried it, and I'm like, this is amazing. And that's what got me to get the actual game, and more recently the retold version, which I don't know what retold really means, but some of the question from earlier of like hard counters comes from me playing this game of just like, if you want to kill a building and you have no siege damage, you are not killing that building like at all.
Oh, really? I did not realize. Age of Mythology is the Age of game I played the least, actually.
Yeah.
So,
If you have a myth composition, myth unit army, which is the most fun, and the opponents have any amount of heroes, you will lose at least half of your army just in that engagement.
It counters mythic creatures.
It counters it hard.
What
And
counters
the
heroes?
Egyptian, probably guns.
oh, you want to be a
everything.
hero today?
Not today.
I don't think the heroes had any bonuses against like anything else. I think it was just myth units. So, and for the most part, it doesn't matter because I don't think you in multiplayer. I don't think you had very many heroes except for the Egyptian units. The Egyptian faction could just spit out priests, and they were pretty much worthless outside of myth engagements.
Okay, that makes sense to me. John, what are you laughing
Father
about?
Gary versus a Hydra. Go, Father Gary!
Father Gary
Power
wins.
of Christ compels you!
But if you give a 2-year-old a stick and call him a spearman, Father Gary dies.
That's funny. I love that.
It's just that easy.
Yeah, no, the rest of the Age of series I would not say is that severe with counterpicking.
I just remember like trying to destroy certain buildings, like especially a town center. If you brought in your whole army of just like spearmen and archers and cavalry, it took actual minutes to destroy this thing. Whereas like 2 siege units would just demolish it within a minute.
Archer arrows have never been good against buildings in the Age of series. You're not supposed to use them for that. But yeah, everything else. Infantry actually gets a bonus against buildings in Age of Empires 2 and most of the other games. Some of the games they will just pull out torches and set fire to them. So you give a fire debuff to buildings in Age of Empires 4 with villagers and infantry. So yeah, that's not really a thing there. This is, like I said, the one I played the least of the 4 of the, because it's kind of a side one, so I didn't play much of it, but it's always been on my radar to play. I've had it in my library forever.
Yeah, I'm just remembering it did get one expansion,
which added Asian, like Chinese, right?
It was Chronos stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I'm remembering one of the units was the automaton that when it died, it just made like a corpse. And other automata could come up and rebuild it from the corpse. So you could technically have infinite of them, and they would just never die.
Oh, Jesus.
But they weren't super good. And if you had your encounter in the middle of the map and you lost and they're coming at you, these corpses aren't going to help you at all.
Yeah. That's cool, though. John, your pick was Metroid Prime.
I broke the rules!
Hey, man, by this point, you've broken the rules several times. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of feel like I already talked about Metroid Prime.
You kind of did. I forgot that you had it here.
Metroid Prime is what introduced me to my love of exploration in games, especially with like I love the alien aesthetic, alien worlds. I love the ecology. I also kind of introduced my love of like lore-based stuff because I was exploring this world and I was really in love with it. And I also love the fact that I could scan things and they tell me like a little story, like a little bit of like details about the lifestyle and weaknesses of certain creatures. Or if you scan a console, it can tell you like the research notes of the aliens, and it got me really obsessed with that kind of stuff. Also, got my
Like
first
how you
introduction to
can-
kind of horror
I
because
like
you
how
got
you
the
can look up and the rain tinks upon your visor.
Oh yeah, that's very.
Oh,
that's,
that is
yeah,
cool.
that stuff was also that stuff was good. Or the sound design when you enter the water.
Mm.
Yeah, like
What about-
it's?
What about her scream when she dies?
Why do you got to talk about that?
Because
Don't
it's
remember it too
iconic,
much.
dude. Like, you die and she's like,
here's the thing. John is so good, he never died. So
Well,
he
I
never
sure.
died. I think
You're
I
right.
died a couple
That.
times.
her like
remember it,
visor
Oscar.
cracks.
John, trying to make you better than you
Oh
are.
yeah. So you can see her. You can see her visor. Like her. No, I do know if you do the chart shot, and you hit a wall, you can see her eyes.
Yeah.
flicker on the visor. They put a lot of detail into the
They
visor
did.
A
specifically.
lot
I
of
love
detail.
that.
It's a very detailed game.
I love the game. I absolutely love the game. It was such a fun. I love finding the secrets, except for when I didn't know about the secrets at first. I actually stopped playing that game for like I think 6 or 7 months after I couldn't find all the ways to get all the keys. Then I came back a long time later and just was able to do it. I actually tried searching and it was easier once I actually started reading the descriptions.
Hmm.
But absolutely love the game. Fucking so good.
That start screen menu music lives rent free
Oh
in my
my
head.
god, the music,
It
yes.
always plays. It's always playing in my head.
And yes, and then like it has like the different cells popping and growing off of each other, and like it's kind of got that creepy feel to it. Love it.
Yeah, Prime was a really good game. I played it for the first time and whenever the remaster. Well, actually, I had played most of it through the Wii, and then I finished it with the remastered that came out on Switch. Great game. I was not as high on this, playing it with that in mind than than I expected to be, and I think it came down to the fact that I just really didn't like that part which John was talking about made him put the game down for a while, about
Yeah.
needing to refine everything. So, other than that, I thought this game was great. The final boss was kind of weak, but I didn't really like the final boss that much. John was there when I beat the final boss, actually.
It's fine because Meta
final-
Ridley happens right before.
Yeah, the Meta Ridley's pretty epic fight. The final boss is kind of meh. Yeah, it is not, especially after all the work you did. But then again, Meta Ridley was part of that, as Ryan pointed out. The world that you reach, that environment down there is creepy as fuck.
It
though.
is,
like, all
yeah.
like the teeth growing out of the ground and like biological stuff.
Why couldn't they have done that with Metroid Prime 4? You know what I mean?
I don't want to talk
But
about
here's
it.
the thing: I haven't looked at anything about that. I have no clue if they continue the storyline since I played Metroid
I have
Prime
no,
1, 2,
man.
3. But there's like I don't know. It's
I don't know, man. I don't know. But you know, I am a try it for yourself
know,
kind
but
of
you
guy.
know.
I don't know. I don't know. You don't know either. We're both
No.
we're both ignorant, dude. Ryan, you are the Kingdom Hearts defender.
Let's talk about Kingdom Hearts because what the fuck was that shit? Whose idea was this? Who made this? Who thought this was a good idea and was right?
2 people in an elevator.
it was absolutely correct.
This is the stupidest fucking thing I ever played. But as a child, this is like the coolest thing you've ever experienced. You're like, oh my god, this is the most epic thing I've ever seen. And then you cry for 6 years while the second one gets made.
I remember the commercials for this.
Dude, iconic. That opening scene.
You didn't.
This shit. This is the best game ever made, actually. Never mind, this is actually the best game ever made.
Ooh, wow.
It's so good.
Wow. I don't know, man.
Oh, dude, it plays great. It plays. Arcade 2 becomes like a button masher. This is actually a thing that really well integrates like action combat with like the Final Fantasy menu systems. And
And you got to fight a boat.
yeah, exactly.
Very important to be able to fight a boat.
And it can get killed by Sephiroth, and you can. And this is actually how I got
Into
It's
Final
actually
Fantasy.
how I found out about the next game. But what we're talking about. I was introduced to other great games.
Well,
through
hold on.
this.
I got a 2002 still to talk about here.
I know. I'm
probably.
just saying. I'm not doing the segue just yet.
Okay.
But this is a gateway drug for a lot
Yeah.
of really. I think I want to go. I want to go back in time and see what my life would be like if I wasn't introduced to this game. Because I think I would be a lot better off. I feel like my life was ruined the very second I was introduced to this game.
It's
You
a
know,
gateway drug.
It's a gateway drug.
To worse things.
Some new thing in me was unlocked that I don't think should have been ever uncovered. but
Was it the scene with Mickey with no shirt on?
No, dude, I didn't mean that.
It corrupted him.
You're like, I talked about not liking this series, but and I kind of hammed that up a little bit. But I did when I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I did like those two games. I thought they were pretty well designed.
Those games are actually
Yeah,
incredible.
I
You
thought
can
they
say
were
what you
good.
want about the other pieces of shit, but
Was
these
it-
games.
Was it gameplay or story that got
So
you off?
the first game, I think both were fine. I think the story actually in the first Kingdom Hearts it's not crazy. It's actually
It's
a
cute.
very
It's kinda
fine
cute.
story. It's very childish, but I mean, what do you? It doesn't need to be like. It was taking Final Fantasy and putting it with Disney, and I think they did a good middle ground between the two.
Yeah, they were taking a big risk with this thing too.
Yep.
They don't realize how big of a risk this was for everybody involved.
It was
It's like such a
following.
weird-
Square at the time was in really bad straits too because it was following Spirits Within, which was a big bomb. Did not it kind of ruined the company. It got Sakaguchi fired more or less, and almost ruined the merger between Square and Enix. But Kingdom Hearts still managed to be made. This is the era of ocean aesthetics being very common, partially because of that Hawaii office in Square Enix's catalog. They had a whole office in Hawaii for building games. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 is actually good, both in the story and gameplay department. 2, if you at least know, like if you had done Chain of Memories and understood that story, Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually fine as well, in both categories, I would say. It's after that things go off the rails and suck. So,
Yeah, I guess the question was which part sucked. Was it both, or was it just the story part?
for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, they're fine. They're both fine.
No, like afterwards.
Oh, after that, honestly, for me, both. It gets to the point where both is. I'm not a big fan of the way of KH3. I'm not a fan of.
H3's gameplay was almost good if they would just like stop shoehorning so many power-up moves every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like a Disney ride or some shit.
It
It's like, I don't want to do these every 10 seconds. It interrupts the music.
Yep.
I don't know.
I didn't necessarily hate KH3 that much, but I was also like, whatever. And then in Birth, whatever the 3D, whatever the like prequel game was, it played okay, but I don't know. I just it was also I played all of these basically back to back, and I don't know. Kingdom Hearts is not a franchise for me though. At the end of all of that stuff being put together, but the
No,
first
this franchise is psychotic.
it is
It's-
crazy.
That's kind of the question I had, because like there's a video out there of somebody trying to explain the story, and just there's so many, okay, this is how it works, but like there's exceptions to all of this, and you just it just move on.
If we were talking
Every time it feels like a guy putting up like boards with a red string everywhere. Just like,
Yeah.
I assure you it's fine.
if we were talking in 2019 right now, I'd actually be able to explain the whole story to you and be able to talk about it because I was keeping up with it and I was writing notes and I was understanding it as I went along.
H historian. What a world.
But
What a life to live.
pretty much as soon as I finished 3 and stopped thinking about it, it just all went away. It just went like
Yeah.
it was like it did not sit
Yeah.
into my mind, and it's
all I know is the story. If you want the story to be clear and concise and make sense, don't play this game.
Yeah, it's not. Well, the first game is fine for
not
that.
real.
Actually, the first game, as an individual package, actually works just fine. So, in both categories. So, yeah, my 2002 pick was Soul Calibur 2, which had is kind of a unique case where each version of it, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube, are all different because they all have a different character on their roster. The PS2 version had a Tekken character named Hayachi. The Xbox version got Spawn, the comic book character, and the GameCube version got Link from Legend of
I think
Zelda.
is the coolest pick.
He's the coolest pick. I personally, I don't think the roster needed any of them. But this is where crossover characters in fighting games, it's not where it technically began, because it technically began with Tekken 3 and this manga T-Rex character called Gon. But this is where it really started taking off with guest characters in fighting games. And it kind of became a big point of Soul Calibur design, so much so that it would cross over with Star Wars in the 4th entry and all kinds of stuff. But Soul Calibur 2, I think, is the in terms of the gameplay, is the best Soul Calibur game in terms of the gameplay. And Soul Calibur's always been one of the best fighting game franchises for single player play and also casual play.
Rest in peace.
So, I mean, maybe it'll come back. I heard rumors of Soul Calibur 7 for Switch 2. So,
What gameplay I saw Brain playing, I'm not sure if this is the same Soul Calibur, but it was a very silly game.
yes, this is, well, you watched me play 6, but it's the same series. I turned John into a top hat. You were there to watch me do this, I think. I created a top hat suit wearing man that had Voldo's moveset.
He's like crawling on the ground.
He's like humping the air.
Humping the air forward aggressively to attack.
That's our John.
That's our John. I just was
So
like, this
true.
is what I imagined John to be. Very prim and proper on the outside, but a devious little man on the inside.
Deviant.
Ball
Hiding it well by walking on the floor backwards at
Yep.
people. And they're like, but he's wearing nice clothes.
John, I do think you would like Soul Calibur because it's a fighting game that doesn't feel like a fighting game. It feels like you're just playing a sword game. Honestly. You do swings. The swings are pretty intuitive. And it's like a one-on-one sword fighting game. It's fun.
I enjoy games that there's a reason why I don't like Mortal Kombat, but I really like
Smash.
Smash Brothers because it's literally very straightforward.
Yeah.
Like, you want to do a move, B or A forward,
Yep.
B or A down, and it's simple. Games that have that, fantastic. Any game like Mortal Kombat level or higher, because I heard Mortal Kombat's easier than everything else.
It's easier. Well, when you're talking about high level play, I think Mortal Kombat's maybe harder to learn initially because of dial-ins. But when you're talking about high level, it's different. But Soul Calibur 2 is not like that. It was never designed for hyper competitive play, so it's just a fun game. Well, 2001 guys, here we are. Let's start with Jeremy. Pokemon Crystal. This is second gen, right?
Yeah, Gen 2. This was the silver and gold, and this was the third one that came out. That was kind of the both or whatever.
Oh, the both at once, yeah.
Yeah, it was like they had red and blue, and then there was yellow, which was the weird one, and gold and silver and crystal, which was the weird one.
Yeah.
But I liked Crystal quite a bit because you got to play both regions, both the original region and the updated region. My brain says that the general gameplay was just smoother than the original version. And I've put I know I've played through that a few times, so.
John, Super Monkey Ball.
Oh god, Super Monkey Ball. You take a monkey, you put a diaper or a shirt on it sometime, but not both. Either it's butt's covered or isn't. Most of the time it's just the shirt. You go clink and you shove the ball in a track and they go race, race, race.
Collect the bananas and go.
You collect the bananas and go. That's what multiplayer is racing oftentimes. And me and my sisters had such a blast playing that game because it's basically like a copy of like a racing game of like Super Mario Kart. You have you collect items to get abilities. One makes so you get a giant ball. One makes so you can launch a missile down this track. One lets you put a banana down that makes you slip. But the base game content is also fun. It's a bit of a puzzle game. Your goal is to basically they provide you an obstacle course And you have to navigate it by using basically ball mechanics. You shift the entire arena is your controls, and your monkey rolls based on like, so if you tip it like this, the ball rolls this way. If you tip it this way, the ball rolls that way. And you have a certain time limit to reach it. And it can get quite complex with each world, and it's very fun as a result. A very satisfying gameplay loop. So overall, honestly, I enjoyed the game. I think it's a good game.
Super Monkey Ball, I played actually once with John. It was not the same Metroid Prime situation. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, probably was. It's thankfully much more easier to pick up than that other one.
I raised my eyebrow a little bit because this was like 2009 or 10 when we were playing Super Monkey Ball. I raised my eyebrow initially. I was like, Super Monkey Ball? What the heck is this weird game right now? And it's fun. I actually legitimately do want to play all these Super Monkey Ball games sometime in the future. Fun. They look very, very fun. The more I look at them, the more I'm like, wow, that actually just looks like a fun, silly game.
Stuff looks like just crazy shit. Like you're trying to navigate this environment with spinning drums and things that come down to crush and launch your monkey 5 billion miles per hour off the map. And it's and you have a time limit. You're like, you got 10 seconds to make it happen. You're like, ah!
It's because it started out as an arcade game.
Oh, really? It makes sense.
Yeah, Super Monkey Ball. I think. I mean, I'm sure a commenter will tell me if I'm wrong, but I think Monkey Ball started out as a arcade game, very late arcade game, and then turned into a console series.
There's like a newer like Super Mario Monkey Ball 2 or some Wii version or whatever version it was that was just worse because it's some weird like open world map to interact with. I remember playing it and was not interested. It was. They took like the old arcade aspect and they're like, let's make it so it has a hub world, and you're just like, what?
I mean, based off of how you said the controls work, my brain says the Wii remote actually works really well for.
Well, you think, but
tipping the table, but not. I don't want to be like this would be a full game to do. I feel like this would be like the mini game in something.
No, and here's the thing. You would think that, and honestly, that's probably why they did it, because they're like, oh, the Wii's built for this! But, like, it's also kind of like, really? But, yeah.
Wii was not precise enough in its infancy.
Yeah, it's a bit ass.
Bit jank.
Which doesn't work when you're trying to, like, navigate a monkey at high speeds on a 10-second or 30-second time limit through an area with, with a bridge about this big, so your monkey's, like, curved against it, using momentum to stay on the curve. There were some pretty insane maps you had to do. Would not work with lack of precision.
Super Monkey Ball 2 was a GameCube game, so it must have been something else. I think Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 got re-released on Switch. I think. I just did a quick search, so maybe I'm wrong, but
no, I mean honestly, it might just be I assume that was reasonable.
No, I'm sure you're right that there was a Wii one. There was all kinds of stuff coming out on Wii, and Wii just sucked. I was never a Wii fan, so
most of it was just shovelware.
Yep.
It was like
that's an issue.
The final game, guys. Ryan and I, Final Fantasy X, 2001. I'm not going to talk much about this one because there's a good chance that John might end up having to play this one for the channel in the future. So I'm not actually going to say anything. If you played Final Fantasy X, you get it. You know. What about you, Ryan? Why Final Fantasy X? You said KH connected you to it.
Yeah. It had funny little characters running around in KH1, and I was like, who are these people? And they have little, bestiary entries where you can figure out what each character is from and stuff. And I was like, FF10, what is that? Picked it up at Walmart like next week, and I was like, holy shit. This is like, because that's like my first run-in with like such a grand epic, I hadn't experienced a plot like that before.
So
and
good.
It was such a good one too, yeah.
To date, my favorite video game story of all time. To date. Yeah. I love it. Hello guys, this is Editing Rayl after a very long week of very late night editing sessions, as I'm sure you can imagine for a video this long. When my friends and I recorded this, we did not intend this video to go this long, so this top 25 at the end, we were really going to discuss this top 25, and that was going to be my big finale for this large discussion. But we to finish it out and to let my friends go, we just go through it really fast here. This is the rough draft post discussion of this particular top 25. I'm going to refine it, and very soon on the back of this video, I'm going to release my finalized top 25 of the century with this discussion in hindsight. So if you want to hear more from me, make sure you stick around. You'll get that video very, very soon on the back of this one. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the me of the past, the me who got a lot of sleep, the me who has yet to suffer through the editing process of this video. I'm going to throw it back to him. Well, guys, we have went through all the options, and now to announce the very final list. I was going through this whole time, and I was, as we discussed, I was ranking everything with the hindsight of discussion in mind. So some of the games I placed higher initially, I actually dropped. I included games that I didn't initially have on my list, but I played and loved. So the final list of the 25 best games ever released in the 21st century is number 25, Expedition 33. Number 24, Batman Arkham Asylum. Number 23, XCOM Enemy Unknown. Number 22, Tomb Raider 2013. Number 21, Stardew Valley. Number 20, Hollow Knight. Number 19, Dark Souls 3. Number 18, Fallout New Vegas. Number 17, Devil May Cry 5. Number 16, Command & Conquer 3 Red Alert. Number 15, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, or It's All About Time, or It's About Time. Number 14, Mortal Kombat Deception. My heart. Number 13, Soul Calibur 2. Number 12, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Number 11, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Number 10, Super Mario Galaxy. Number 9, StarCraft 2. This one actually moved up a bit after we talked. It moved up a few spaces for me. Number 8, Devil May Cry 3. Number 7, Age of Empires 4. Number 6, Dragon Age Origins. Number 5, Alien Isolation. Number 4, Doom 2016. Number 3, Dark Souls. Number 2, Bloodborne. And number 1, Final Fantasy X. So that is the final list. Honestly, I wanted to do it this way because I wanted us to have a big, massive discussion to celebrate the end of the year and the 25% mark through the century. We will do this again if we're still alive and friends at the 50% mark.
I don't think we're finishing the century.
So subscribe and get ready.
So subscribe and commit to the long term, my guys.
Put it on your calendars.
Call me out on it. I swear, when I'm 55, call me out on it. Say, hey, you promised to do this. Be like, oh, gosh darn it, you're right. And I will sit down my college-age kids at the time, and they can join. I'm just making a lark here.
I was a boy. Final Fantasy X was my favorite game.
To this date, Final Fantasy X is still the best game of the century.
This fucker in 2026 thought that Code Vein 2 would be good. Stupid bastard.
What was that about?
Oh, this was fun, guys. I love this. This was actually really just fun to talk through all of our memories regarding the games. I think this is actually going to be the longest video on the channel.
Dude, yeah. I'm looking at the Discord thing, recording time.
Oh, it's like 5 hours.
Fucking hours.
I know, dude.
Yeah,
I did not.
Some of that was prior to the recording.
Yeah.
I'm so hungry.
So I'm gonna let my friends go, but thank you guys for watching. If you got here, or if you just skipped to the end to see the final ranking, thank you anyway. I hope you all enjoy the holidays and that you join Rayl Deal Games for 2026. Up there was Jeremy. Top right corner is John. To the right is Ryan. I'm your host, Rayl. And I would love for you to tell me what your top 25 games of the century are in the comments below. Regardless of what you choose to do, thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you all next time. Bye, guys.
Goodbye.